In that sense, I am alone, and should be alone. Dr. Gast's continued existence led me to hopes I should not have entertained. Now that she is dead, I can be more responsible. I'm sorry. On impulse, she reached out and took his other hand. But in one sense, you're wrong. He sipped at the brandy before replying. How so? You're not just flesh and bone. You don't just pass along your genes. If you had children, you'd be giving them your ideas, the examples of your courage and commitment, all the things that come from the way you relate to the culture you've chosen. And those things you can pass along to others who aren't your children. Intellectually, emotionally, your parents and children aren't related to you by blood at all. I know that may be a small consolation. He downed the rest of the brandy, and after a moment his lips curled in a near-human smile. Well, it is some consolation. Would you like to dance? Would you like to have your toes smashed flat? I have fast feet. True. Well, the risk is all yours. He heaved himself up, then helped her to her feet. Other dancers were already in motion on the portion of the lounge the pilots had cleared of furniture. Face and Dia had center stage, moving to a classical theme of ancient Coruscant, and Donos and Lara were now moving to join them. They're not really together, Dia said. Face glanced over at Donos and Lara. How do you figure? She's tense, keeping a little separation between them. Her expression keeps softening. She keeps smiling, as if she's really enjoying herself. Then she tenses and withdraws. It's a little cycle she keeps running through. Oh, you're good at this game. But you missed when she gave him the opportunity for a kiss, a deliberate invitation. No, she didn't. She did. He gave her a superior little smile. When? A moment ago. Did you see her lower her eyes, then raise them and make that little twirling motion with her finger? Yes, I assumed she was describing something. She was talking. She was describing something. That's what makes it so subtle, the way she blended the cue in, the way you're supposed to. It's... Then Face stiffened, nearly losing the rhythm of the dance, and looked back at the other couple. It's what? Coruscant charm signing. I don't know what that is. It's something like the language of flowers. You know how on some worlds the precise flower you give someone, the number, the arrangement, all has specific meaning? Dia nodded. It's a human custom, a new way to miscommunicate so you can find reason to kill one another. That's an interesting interpretation. Anyway, charm signing is sort of like that. It's confined to the social class of Imperial officer trainees from wealthy families and their circles. It came out of Coruscant long before the rise of the Empire, but it's mostly confined to the Empire these days. Most of the former Imperial officers serving with the new Republic weren't of that social order. Anyway, she gave him the correct sign for I'd accept a kiss. He just didn't know what it meant. Is that a reason for you to be so startled? Well, yes. Lara keeps saying Coruscant to me without meaning to. When she's distracted, when she's upset. Not when she's in control. Sometimes she'll walk like a native throne worlder. You know, the sort of hunched-up, don't-touch-me body language. She nodded. Face thought back. And then things she knew about Coruscant commerce. Pretty elaborate for someone who'd been employed there only for a few weeks. And that incident at the Galactic Museum, the old man who thought she was... What was the name he called her? Adelia Monothere. Face looked at her with real surprise. How did you remember that? A trick of the trade. When you're a slave dancer, you remember the name of everyone you're introduced to by your owner. If you fail, you're beaten, or worse. I'm sorry. He pulled her to him, an embrace of apology. I always seem to do something to remind you of those times. It's not your fault. Her voice was a whisper. I can't seem to give up on it. Sometimes I think I say things like that to remind other people of what I used to be, when I'm the only one who needs to remember. She sighed as if releasing some sorrow into the air. What are you going to do about Lara? Ask her how she knows this charm signing? He shook his head, brushing his cheek against hers. I'm going to put in a request for information to New Republic Intelligence. But later, she said. Later. A couple of 100 meters away, Wedge trotted up the access ramp to the YT-1300 freighter hidden away in one of Mon Ramonda's hangar bays. Crashing and clanking noises drifted down from the freighter's upper hull, accompanied by the deep rumbling of Chewbacca's complaints. But no human words accompanied the rumbling. He found Han Solo in the vessel's cockpit. He dropped into the co-pilot's seat beside the general. I thought you'd be at your pilot's welcome back party, Solo said. He didn't turn his attention from the forward viewport. Across the floor of the hangar, cluttered with tools and repair carts, was the rectangle of lights outlining the hangar's magnetic containment field. Beyond that, dim because of the hangar's light, were stars. I stopped in, Wedge said. I didn't stay too long. It tends to make the children nervous. Solo managed a faint smile. I know what you mean. I used to be one of the guys. Now I walk into a room and all conversation stops. I didn't imagine when I accepted this job that I'd become some other thing, an outsider. Sometimes that's what an officer is. Someone who's one of the guys can't maintain discipline. I suppose. A furious hail of metallic banging made conversation impossible for a moment. It was followed by an unusually lengthy and articulate stretch of grumbling from Chewbacca. Solo said, He hates this wreck almost as much as I do. Why do you hate it more? Because despite everything I said, it's just enough like the Falcon to make me homesick. For the Falcon or for Leia? Solo rubbed his face, easing away some of the lines of tiredness. Yeah. I never really understood why you left the Falcon on Rebel Dream when she went on her mission. You could have stored her here on Mon Ramonda. It's just, I'm not sure. Solo stared off into the distance of space. The Falcon is the thing I'd value most. Not the person I value most, but the thing. I think I left her with Leia so Leia would know. That you trusted her with what you valued most. Something like that. And I wanted her to remember me. As if she'd forget. Sometimes I think she should. Solo was silent a long moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was quieter. I don't deserve her. And someday she'll realize that. When she's away from me, I think, maybe today's the day. Maybe today she'll figure it out and get on with her life. Wedge shook his head. That's ridiculous. No, it's not. She's the one with the goal, the plan for her life. She's a driving force in the New Republic. Without her, I don't have a place. I'm just a drifter with an irresistible dose of roguish charm. And someday she'll get tired of the charm, and there won't be anything else for me to offer her. You know, Wedge said, I can't do it myself because you're my superior officer, but I could call Chewie down here and tell him what you just said, and then he'd beat you nearly to death with a hydro spanner. Maybe then you'd figure out how wrong you are. Solo managed to smile. I think maybe that's why I volunteered for this Zinj assignment. I thought it was because of how I felt when I heard about his bombardments, his assaults on defenseless worlds. I could just see myself as a child on the streets, looking up to see the turbo laser blasts coming down to destroy the little bit of world I could call my own. But really, it might have been just to show Leia, here I am. See, I can function in your world. But after months of it, I just get tireder and crazier. I find myself wishing I could leave Zinj be and Leia could come home right now with her mission unfinished, so things could go back to the way they were. And if she knew that, she'd be ashamed of me. It's a natural human emotion, and I have a 3-stage plan to let you get back to the way things used to be. That caught Solo's attention. He looked at Wedge for the first time since he'd boarded the freighter. How? Stage 1. Wedge opened a comm channel on the co-pilot's control board. YT-1300 to bridge. This is Commander Antilles. Please cut all lights in Bay Gamma 1. A few moments later, the overhead lights darkened. Chewbacca made a noise of complaint. Wedge said, including the MagCon shield indicator, please, bridge. The rectangle of light around the MagCon field faded. Now they sat in near-perfect darkness, illuminated only by the stars outside the field. They hung there perfect, not blinking because there was insufficient atmosphere to make them twinkle. A perfect space vista. Solo fell silent, just staring at the view for a long moment. That's nice, he said. I think you're right. I could use more of that. What's stage 2? Well, you're not the only member of the crew who could benefit from some blissful irresponsibility right now. So I'm going to stage an insurrection and seize control of Mon Ramonda. Solo gave a curt laugh. Wedge Antilles, mutineer. That I have to see. Bring your Wookiee and I'll show you. Danos and Lara walked into the officers' cafeteria and stopped short. It didn't look the way it was supposed to. Tables, normally arrayed in neat rows, had been dragged out of line into zigzags, into 4-table rectangles. Though the chamber was sparsely occupied, even that was different. Normally the diners would be scattered across the chamber, but now they were concentrated at 3 or 4 tables. Danos and Lara approached the closest table, the one where their commander sat with General Solo and Chewbacca. Sabacc cards were laid out on the table before them. "Excuse me, sir," Danos said. "I hate to interrupt." Wedge looked up. "What did you call me?" Sir?" "Who do you think I am?" Danos glanced at Lara, but she seemed as puzzled as he. "Commander Wedge Antilles, New Republic starfighter." Wedge shook his head. No, I just look like him. If I were Antilles, wouldn't I be wearing appropriate rank insignia?" It was true, he wore none. For that matter, neither did General Solo. "In fact," Wedge said, "what's that you're wearing? Lieutenant's insignia?" Yes." "Off," Wedge said. "Off," Solo repeated. "Off, off, off, off," Wedge said. Danos pulled the rank insignia from his jacket. Lara followed suit with hers. Wedge visibly calmed. "That's better," he said. Wait, where's your astromech? Donos's mouth worked for a moment as he considered responses. I don't think I have an answer that will please you, sir. Or not, sir, whoever you are. You certainly don't. The astromechs are the backbone of Starfighter Command. Hardest working beings in the galaxy. They need some rest and recreation, too. Don't you agree? I do. Good. Get out. Don't come back without your astromechs. Wedge gathered up the sabacc cards. New hand. Who's in? When Face wandered in, his R2 unit Vape wheeling along behind him, the cafeteria was more than half full. It was also loud. Card games and conversations dominated most of the tables. Some of the kitchen staff appeared to be on duty, bringing out drinks and various sorts of snacks, but they cheerfully exchanged sharp words with the officers present in a way they'd never do under ordinary circumstances. Officers sat with enlisted men and women, and though uniforms suggested which was which and the services being represented, there were no rank insignia to be seen. Chewbacca waved him over. Face and Vape moved up to his table. Over his hand of cards, Wedge gave him a cool appraisal. It's the one who looks like Captain Lauren, but he has his astromech and no rank. He'll pass. Thank you, one who looks like Commander Antilles. He catches on quickly, Wedge said. 1 second. Vape, cold one. A trapezoid-shaped plate at the top of Vape's ball head slid open. There was a chuff of compressed air, and a condensation-dewed bottle leaped up into the air. Wedge caught it with his free hand and set it down on the table before him. Thanks, Vape. Thanks, one who looks like Face. That'll be all. He turned back to his game. Face said, You weren't supposed to know about that, and it certainly shouldn't have worked for you. I look just like the group leader. That gives me special privileges. Besides, it was my last one. Well, come back when you're fully stocked. The others at the table, men and women who looked like General Solo, Chewbacca, Captain Toad-Remain of Polearm Squadron, Gavin Darklighter, and Acer Salar of Rogue Squadron, laughed. Face turned away. Run along and play, he told Vape. This is going to be an interesting evening. Wedge's mutiny of anonymity spread through the ship with a sort of quiet persistence. No officers on duty abandoned their tasks to join it, but crewmen coming off duty gravitated to the officers' cafeterias and, when the mutiny became too populous, into adjoining non-commissioned crew cafeterias, briefing halls, and auditoriums as well. And nowhere in the mutineers' sections of Mon Ramonda were name tags or rank designations to be found. Donos, walking the perimeter of the mutineers' sections with Lara in a state of baffled good humor, saw rogue mechanic Koyi Komad win a week's wages from Captain Anoma in a card game as bloodthirsty as any TIE Fighter versus X-Wing engagement. He saw Chewbacca simultaneously arm wrestle a naval lieutenant and a civilian hand-to-hand combat trainer so vigorously that both humans were thrown to the floor. They arose laughing and massaging wrenched arms. Astromechs huddled in corners, exchanging chirps and trills that few organisms could interpret but that apparently kept them highly amused. Donos and Lara had to stop short of a portion of floor bounded by lines of observers. A group of R2 and R5 units sped through a twisting, winding course marked by colored tape on the floor. Corran Horn's Whistler was in the lead, Wedge's Gate was in second place, and both units were tweetling in the excitement of the moment. Whistler and Gate maintained their 1-2 standings across the finish line, and a crowd of bettors erupted in cheers and catcalls. Donos heard Horn's voice rise above the crowd noise. I told you! I told you! Next time make it an obstacle course with security measures. Whistler will still smoke them all. If I wasn't sure I was only half crazy, Donos said, I'd be certain I was hallucinating. Your logic is faulty, Lara said. If you were 0% crazy, you'd be certain you weren't hallucinating. If you were 100% crazy, you'd be equally certain this was real. Only at your current state of 50% insane do you doubt what you see. No fair. If I take you back to the pilot's lounge and dance with you again, will you stop picking at my flaws in logic? Sure, she said. That was my motive in the first place. The mutiny endured from early evening to late evening of the next calendar date, with a pair of sabacc games the last to break up, and galley workers grumbling only half-heartedly as they swept up the trash left behind by a day of blissful, if intermittent, irresponsibility. Solo and Wedge were among those who abandoned the last surviving card game. Solo rubbed tired eyes and said, Not bad, man who looks like Wedge. What's stage 3? Wedge gave him a smile he might have learned from a toothy Bothan. In stage 3, we track down Zinj and blow him up. Good plan. I like it. 9. The next morning, once hangovers were shaken off and infusions of caf had taken hold, the crew of Mon Ramonda moved more briskly, with weeks of frustration and bone weariness at least partially shaken loose. At a briefing of the rogues and wraiths late in the day, Wedge said, For those of you who were curious, tomorrow's mission does not seem to have been endangered by the mass amnesia that seems to have struck my pilots. No one seems to be able to recall what he was up to yesterday. That drew some chuckles. Assuming our brains are working correctly again, we can probably get through a preliminary operational briefing now. He tapped keys on the lectern keyboard, and a holoprojector sprang into existence beside him. It showed a solar system, medium-sized yellow sun, and a dozen planets around it. Their orbits were indicated by glowing dotted lines. This is the Kidriff system. It's along what we think of as the Imperial Zinj border as far forward as Zinj's influence extends. Its occupied world, Kidriff 5, is a very wealthy one, a heavy trade depot that develops and exports metal alloys. Several improvements in Scion TIE fighter hulls in recent years came about because of Kidriff developments. Kidriff 5's government patterned the world's building and expansion plans very heavily on Coruscant, as a way of becoming more attractive to the Empire and the Imperial Court. Wedge activated another image, and the holoprojector displayed a city vista, a seemingly endless sea of skyscrapers that would not look out of place if dropped whole onto Coruscant. The sky, however, was not as hazy or as thick with storm clouds as Coruscant's typically was. It wouldn't have been a bad sight for Isan Isar to set up her government seat in exile, except by the time the rogues threw Isard off Coruscant, Kidriff had already fallen to Zinj. We've recently received a lot of data on Kidriff and other Zinj-occupied worlds and Imperial sectors. Analysis showed that the data had been scrubbed of certain types of information useful to the New Republic, but the scrubbing seems to have been hasty and did not entirely eliminate the fact that there had been activity by a pro-New Republic faction in the months before Zinj took over. Wedge called up another image, this time of a region seemingly divided equally between stretches of skyscraper and stretches of heavy rust-colored foliage. Kidriff 5's Tabascan sector, seat of their rebel activity, which may or may not still exist. That's our target. Jansen spoke up. And what do we do there, Chief? Very little, actually. Wedge brought up the image of a Corellian YT-1300 freighter. "This is not the Millennium Falcon. It's our simulacrum, which Chewbacca and a few unlucky mechanics have been transforming into a likeness of the Falcon. They painted false rust on good hull and put good paint on rusty hull so the blotches match up, and have made some other modifications. We've dubbed it the Millennium Falsehood. We're given to understand that it's approximately spaceworthy." From the back of the briefing hall, Chewbacca uttered a sustained grumble that left the pilots no doubt that the Wookiee didn't think much of the freighter. Wedge continued, "Chewbacca and I will pilot the Falsehood to Tabascan sector and land in one of those forest tracts. We'll let off a couple of intelligence operatives who are going to try to make contact with any surviving pro-New Republic factions there. But our main job is to wait there until we're seen and take off for space." "Which accomplishes what?" Jansen asked. "Actually, I know the answer, but I thought you ought to have at least one shill in the audience." "Good to see you're developing a skill you can use in civilian life," Wedge said. "This allows the apparent Millennium Falcon to be seen well within Zinj's territory on a world where Zinj knows there has been pro-rebel activity. It's one piece of data that will pique his interest. We're going to do this again and again. At a certain point, when the Falsehood has developed a predictable pattern of mission activity, Zinj will, we hope, show up to destroy her." Lara raised a hand. "Notzel?"
I don't know whether this has entered your mission planning, sir, but if you go to an Imperial world, they'll probably want to kill you. And if you do land and let yourself be noticed later, they'll probably want to kill you then."
She gave him a look as though she were an ingenue full of pride in her sudden tactical realization. Pilots around the amphitheater laughed. "This had occurred to us. Data on the Kidriff system suggests that their security is very lax in order to promote fast, efficient trade. They're far more interested in making sure cargo gets taxed than in protecting government and military installations, which tend to be buried very deep and hard to hit. So our belief is that we can just fly the Falsehood in. We'll kill our transponder stream once we're low enough so they won't know where we landed. They'll assume it's a smuggler's ploy and look for us. We'll be going in with Captain Selchu's X-Wing coupled to our hull, and he'll detach to act as our escort on the trip back out. But before we go in, the Wraiths who are assigned TIE interceptors will go in and make a preliminary landfall. If their security queries are more difficult than we suspect, they can signal us and wing out of there. Otherwise, they'll be on hand to join Tycho for escort duty on the flight out. The rest of the rogues and wraiths will be orbiting the planet's primary moon to offer additional support when they chase us off-world." Wedge looked among the seated pilots. "We'll be taking out targets of opportunity, mostly enemy starfighters, on the way out. Our mission is to disengage with as little loss as possible. Does anyone see any specific flaw in this operation?"
Runt sneezed. He looked around embarrassed. "Sorry, no flaws, just bacta tickle in our sinus cavities."
"Which brings up another point," Wedge said. "The medical reports of the Wraiths who sustained burns look good. I don't see a sign that any Wraith has not recovered sufficiently to be part of this operation. But if any of you does still feel that he's not up to the mission, let me know privately. Believe me, no one will hold it against you." There was silence. "Any more questions? No? Tomorrow morning we'll get the final flight data, drop out of hyperspace outside the Kidriff system, and execute this thing. Until then, get some rest. Dismissed." As they filed out of the briefing chamber, Elisar said, "I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this one, a bad feeling." "Why?" Face asked.
When we were going into the briefing, you were as happy as a bantha on a mountain of blum fruit." Runt sneezed. Face looked at the younger pilot. "Why, yes, he did. I forgot about that. Doomed the whole lot of us, did he?" "No, this is serious. He sneezed right when the commander got to the point where the commander asked about flaws in the plan. That means there is such a flaw, and we didn't notice it, and Runt will be in trouble then." "No, no, no." Face shook his head. "That's what it would have meant had it been an accidental sneeze, but it wasn't. It was a deliberate sneeze." Elisar looked at him, his expression puzzled. "Why would he sneeze deliberately?" Lara said, "He was clearing his chamber." "What chamber?" Face leaned in, his expression conspiratorial. "We're working on a secret weapon for desperate situations on our commando raids. Runt is strengthening his lungs, his sinus cavities." Lara said, "Before each mission in which we go into the field, we load Runt's nose with plasteel ball bearings. Then," Face said, "if we're captured and end up in the hands of just a couple of guards, Runt can take in a deep, deep breath and sneeze those ball bearings out at them." Lara nodded, her own expression earnest. "In secret tests, we've clocked the ball bearings erupting from his nose at just over 500 clicks per hour. Definitely subsonic, but still fast enough to penetrate flesh and light stormtrooper armor." Elisar looked back and forth between them. "Hey, wait a minute, that would never work." The two conspirators dissolved into laughter, and he continued, his voice petulant. "I was being serious. Can't you be serious? Someone's going to be in trouble." "You just summon us up some luck," Face said. "We're relying on you." Rostat Manor was good at his job. As a Celestian, he was supposed to be adept at piloting, at navigating, but he knew that he and his fellow Celestian ship handlers had gotten their reputation far more through hard work than through natural inclination. Rostat had been rewarded for his hard work, too. For 4 years he'd flown Y-Wings for the Rebel Alliance, now known as the New Republic. Less than a year ago, sick of war, certain that he'd done his duty for the cause he believed in, he accepted a position flying tugs for a civilian firm, Event Vistas, a cruise vessel line. Only a few months ago he'd been promoted to chief pilot aboard Nebula Queen, one of the line's newest and most beautiful cruise vessels. But now he was in danger of losing all he had gained. The thought, as he stared out the viewport at the growing circle of color that was the planet Coruscant, made him sad. He couldn't tell anyone. They'd laugh at him. Then they'd demote him, at best. For no one wanted to employ a pilot with Ewoks in his nose. He could feel them dancing, hear the faint tinny sounds of their music and singing as they made merry in his nostrils. All the digging he'd done had failed to dislodge them. He couldn't think about anything but the Ewoks and what it would take to rid himself of them. All he had to do was crash Nebula Queen down upon Coruscant's surface. Then everything would be all right. He smiled. Soon. Soon. As the cruise ship reached the point it should have maneuvered into high Coruscant orbit, Rostat kept her headed into the atmosphere. A carefully calculated approach, the precise speed and angle needed for her to breach the planetary atmosphere without igniting. He really needed for enough of the ship to be left to hit the planet's surface, after all. "Rostat?" That was his captain, a human female originally from Tatooine. Other humans described her as old and leathery, but Rostat didn't have their perspective on human features. "What are you doing?" Rostat looked at her, trying to mask his alarm. "You know, don't you?" "I know you're out of your approach plane." "No, I mean about my nose." She gave him a look that suggested she didn't know, but she had to be shamming. She had to be in on it. Perhaps she'd even been the one who put the Ewoks up his nose. Seized with a sudden fear of what she was, what she might do to him next, he drew his duty blaster and fired on her. It was point-blank range. He would have had to go to some effort to miss. His shot took her in the side, and she fell over. But it wasn't a blaster shot. He looked curiously at his issue sidearm. It was set on kill, but a stun-level beam had emerged. Curiously, he flipped the switch between blast and stun, but no sound emerged. Perhaps the mechanism was broken. No matter. She was unconscious, and she would stay that way long enough for the ship to crash, and relief would be his. But the Nebula Queen's control board now showed her altitude gaining, not dropping. He stared curiously at the numbers, then took the pilot's controls again. They didn't respond. The cruise liner began climbing back up into her proper orbit. He ran a quick diagnostic. It indicated that the auxiliary bridge currently had control. He brought up the ship's intercom and called the auxiliary bridge. When the picture swam into focus, it showed that bridge's control seat. In the command chair was another Celestian, a very junior officer Rostat knew. "Nurm," he said, "what are you doing?" Nurm looked uncomfortable and glanced off-screen. "I've seized control of the ship," he said. "Return control to the main bridge," Rostat said. His nose was really itching. The Ewoks had to be mounting a major celebration in there. "No," Nurm said. "Give me control right now," Rostat said. "Make me," Nurm said. "However you want it. Your career is at an end." Rostat switched off. He waited for a moment, settling his temper, and then made a sudden motion, driving his finger into his nose as fast and deep as he could. No good. The Ewoks got away, leaping up above his probing finger, as they always did. He sighed, took up his blaster, and headed aft. Moments later, he charged into the auxiliary bridge with his blaster at the ready. There was no one in the control chair. But there was motion to his right. He spun. Too late. Nurm fired first, his stun blast washing across Rostat's chest. Rostat felt his body go numb and watched with a detached sort of interest as the floor angled up and knocked at his head. Then he knew only blackness. Nurm looked anxiously at the fellow officer he'd just shot. "Will he be all right?" The man to whom he spoke, a human in the uniform of a colonel, rose from behind the communications console. He moved over to Rostat's body and prodded it with his toe. "He should be, if we can figure out what's wrong with him." "I couldn't believe it. You showed it to me, and I still can't believe it. He wanted to crash us." "I don't think he did. There's something very wrong going on in his head, though. But you've saved him from scandal, or death, or both." "Why did you want me to shoot him? I've barely qualified with blaster pistols. I'm a civilian." The officer gave him an enigmatic smile. "It's important. Believe it or not, the fact that you shot him instead of me may save additional lives. Just remember the story as I've given it to you." He brought out his comlink to summon members of ship's security to take Rostat into custody, then transmitted a few words, a mission-accomplished code, to his commander. In an orbital station in high orbit above the far side of Coruscant, General Aaron Kraken, head of New Republic intelligence, received the officer's signal. He responded with a few words of congratulation and signed off. He'd get the full report and offer more appropriate words of praise later. He returned to the ancient scarred desk that served him as a reminder of his many campaigns and years of service, and felt the first stirrings of relief. Suddenly, a picture once made up of shadows and inexplicable shapes was beginning to assume a form he could understand. On his personal terminal, he called up a communications file, a full holo, and advanced it to a mark he'd placed earlier. Wedge Antilles' face and upper body appeared at 1/3 scale just above Kraken's desk. The pilot seemed to be seated behind a desk of his own, and there was nothing but white bulkhead wall behind him. Now that the warlord has persuaded the New Republic to institute measures that can be used as precedents when dealing with future incidents, his next step must inevitably be to make a breach between the New Republic and one of the member species that has contributed significantly to our success. Logic suggests that the Mon Calamari would be the best choice, since without their engineering expertise and their heavy cruisers, we would have had a much harder time of this war than we've had. But we suspect that this brainwashing treatment may be confined for now to mammalian and near-mammalian species. It would be much, much harder to devise a treatment that was equally functional across the wide range of all sapient species types. So our prediction is that it won't be Mon Calamari or Verpines at this time. Our best guess is that the next attack will come from Celestians or Bothans, and we have some ideas about that. Wedge typed something into the datapad before him. Kraken supposed that he was consulting notes. Gotals are known as expert hunters, and for the last several years Twi'leks, who have traditionally been thought of by Imperial humans as traitors and not particularly bold beings in general, have been trying to impress on human cultures the importance of their warrior tradition. We think it's significant that the Twi'lek and Gotal disasters have involved single warriors wreaking havoc. In our opinion, the assaults to come will correspond in some way to popular stereotypes and misconceptions about the species whose members initiate them. If the next attack is Bothan, it will involve computer slicing, such as perhaps falsified data transmissions that cause disasters. If the next attack is Celestian, it's likely to involve a piloting or navigating mishap costing hundreds or thousands of lives. Either way, if it is remotely possible, it's important that the agents of these attacks be taken alive. Our hope is that they are under compulsion to do what they're doing, and that the brainwashing technique leaves some consistent physiological evidence that New Republic medics can detect. Antilles shut his datapad. His gaze, unsettlingly enough, seemed to seek out Kraken's. "That's the best we have to offer, General. But if our predictions come anywhere close to the reality of the next set of mystery terrorist activities, you can rely on it being an attempt by Zinj to create more chaos within the New Republic, and you can head off the damage his effort might otherwise cause. Thank you for your time, General. Antilles out." The hologram of Wedge faded. Kraken sat motionless for long moments. The first time he'd heard this transmission, he'd shaken his head and wished, once again, that flyboys would just keep their attention on their cockpits and out of intelligence affairs. The second time, after Kraken had reviewed the evidence on the Twi'lek and Gotal assaults, it had made a frightening kind of sense, and Kraken had begun devoting resources to an investigation based on the possibility that the Antilles theory was correct. Now Kraken wished that one flyboy, Wedge Antilles, would pay less attention to his cockpit and devote some more of his thinking to intelligence affairs. Perhaps he could be lured out of Starfighter Command and over to intelligence. Kraken made an exasperated noise and shut down his terminal. No, not in this lifetime. He turned his attention to the ongoing search for evidence of an upcoming Bothan code-slicing effort that would end in disaster. Face Lauren woke to the sound of passerby conversation out in the corridor. He stretched, enjoying the luxury that was to be his, a few minutes of lazy rest before his alarm went off. Then he glanced at the chrono beside his bed. The time was half an hour after his alarm should have awakened him. He hadn't set it. He swore and threw his sheets off. He had just enough time to clean up and dress before mission briefing, if he hurried. A portion of his terminal's screen blinked at him, sign of new mail not yet reviewed. He typed in a command to transfer it all to Vape, his astromech. He'd read it when nothing else was going on during the Kidriff mission. The launch bay assigned to the rogues and wraiths hummed, not just with activity, but with the bone-cutting whine of X-wing repulsor lift engines being tested as pilots went through their pre-launch checklists. And it was cold. The launch door opened to space, only the magnetic containment field keeping the atmosphere safely within, and MagCon fields did an inadequate job of retaining heat. Wedge watched the activity, looking for undue stress or worry on the part of his pilots. Gavin Darklighter. The young rogue would be flying without a wingmate. He'd been sobered by Tal Dira's death, and still looked unusually serious, but showed no sign of distraction. Corin Horn. It had been only days since he'd killed a squad mate, and the speculation that Tal Dira had been brainwashed, not a traitor, and therefore theoretically possible to save, had to be eating at him. He showed no sign of it, his real emotions safely hidden behind the mask of professional civility that Corsec and other police personnel wore when dealing with strangers. Tyria Sarkin. She'd also been forced to kill a fellow pilot. She made no secret of her distress, and even now, as she donned her helmet and climbed into her X-wing cockpit, there was a sad look to her eyes. But unlike Horn, she hadn't had to kill a squad mate, a friend, and she hadn't been as isolated as Horn. Kell had been there for her. Kell had even persuaded her to talk to Wes Jansen, the man who had been obliged many years before to kill Kell's own father under not dissimilar circumstances. Jansen had said it had helped her. Though Tyria wore her emotions very close to the surface, Wedge felt he had little to worry about with her. Dia Pasek. She would not be flying today. The decision handed down by the Provisional Council made it impossible for her to come along. But it didn't prevent her from participating in other ways. She was present, out of uniform, moving from starfighter to starfighter, offering a recommendation here, a wish for good luck there, and when she thought no one was looking, a kiss for face. Elisar Targan. The Deveronian pilot was busily sticking figurines made of hard-baked bread on various portions of Runt's X-Wing's hull, while the Thakwash pilot ineffectually tried to shoo him away. More charms. Wedge sighed. "You can't just stay here and avoid it," Jansen said. Wedge looked at the Wraith's XO. "Come again?" "You can't just hang around here, Commander. You have to get to the falsehood and face your mistake." "What mistake is that?" Jansen grinned. "Well, of course you're taking Han Solo's place in piloting the falsehood because he really can't keep on relinquishing command of the fleet for joyrides." "Correct. No mistake I can see so far. I have more experience with Corellian freighters than anyone on Mon Ramonda, excepting Han Solo." "And you asked him if Chewbacca would be interested in coming along as co-pilot and mechanic. He has all that experience keeping disintegrating junk together as it flies." "Correct so far." "And the general said sure, Chewie would be happy to come along." "You're 3 for 3. "Wedge, you don't speak Wookiee." Oh, Sith spit." Wedge felt some color rising into his face. Jansen was right. In all the mission planning they'd done, he'd failed to remember that he wouldn't be able to understand anything his co-pilot said, though Chewbacca could certainly understand basic. Jansen just stood there, his expression merry. Wedge sighed. "Check with Squeaky and Emtree. I can't issue orders for them to go, but if either is willing to volunteer, I'd appreciate it. Preferably Squeaky." Though 3PO units normally had protocol skills as part of their programming, including diplomacy and instantaneous translation of a staggering number of languages, Emtree's programming was optimized for military functions. Squeaky's was better suited to this mission. "Will do." You haven't mentioned this to the pilots. Well, yes, I sort of blurted it out when it occurred to me. And what did they say? They put down bets on what you'd do. So then I had to go to all the other pilots so they could get their own bets down. Who won? Tyria Sarkin. She said you'd say Sith spit. You know, you've finally earned my gravest revenge. You don't ever take revenge. That's beneath Wedge Antilles, hero of the New Republic. Wedge gave him a smile, one full of teeth, and Jansen's own grin faltered. Wedge said, "Dismissed." Kell took point. Elisar tucked in behind and beside him as wingman, and led his TIE interceptor unit in toward Kidriff 5. The other wing pair, Jansen and Shala, stayed off to their starboard at the distance prescribed by Imperial regulations. The world called Kidriff 5 gradually grew in their viewports. The planet, at least the hemisphere they could see, seemed to be dominated by three colors, blue for seas and rusty red for vegetation, and a lesser amount of gray-white where the planet's greatest cities lay. Comm traffic also increased as they neared the planet. First was an automated signal directing them into one of the pre-approved approach vectors. As soon as that signal arrived, Kell transmitted a tight beam signal back to the falsehood, indicating where they could expect first comm contact. As they entered the approach vector, they could see far ahead of them tiny lights. At the distances shown on their sensors, these had to be massive cargo vessels approaching the planet. When they were close enough to the planet that Kell could see nothing but its surface, unless he leaned much closer to his viewport, they received the first live transmission. "Incoming flight, 4 Scion Fleet Systems interceptors. This is Kidriff Primary Control. Please identify yourselves and your mission." Kell activated his comm unit. "This is Drake Squadron, 1 flight, out of the Night Terror, Captain Muristo commanding. We're here for recreation." The emphasis he put on the final word suggested a pilot who'd been away from any sort of entertainment for too long. "Inbound to Tabascan to see how much recreation a cargo bay full of credits will buy." "Acknowledged, Drake's transmitting your revised approach vector. Will your ship be arriving later?" "Negative, we're here solo." And that lie conveyed a second lie to the traffic controllers on Kidriff 5, that Drake Squadron consisted of hyperdrive-equipped TIEs. This suggested, in turn, that its pilots were very important people. It wasn't uncommon for high-ranking officers to take their personal TIEs with a lower-ranking officer as theoretical commander to act as a shield of anonymity for them on a junket like this. "Understood. Leave your transponders on at all times by planetary ordinance. Enjoy yourselves, and welcome to Kidriff 5. Kell compressed the exchange and transmitted it, and the point in space where he'd received the opening words of the greeting back to the falsehood. "I do receive combat pay, don't I?" The speaker was Squeaky, situated behind Wedge's seat on the Millennium falsehood. "If we're fired upon, yes," Wedge said. "Otherwise, you just get hazardous duty pay." Chewbacca grumbled something. Squeaky said, "Shut up, you." Wedge grinned. He'd never met a 3PO unit as verbally abusive as Squeaky. Most of them, because of standard programming and because they knew themselves to be defenseless, attempted to ingratiate themselves with everyone they met, usually with so much talk they ended up aggravating those they wished to befriend. But Squeaky was a manumitted droid, owned by no one, and had a few quirks. "What did he say?" "I don't have to translate comments like that." "Translate everything. I'll decide what's important and what's not." "He said he could guarantee I receive combat pay by pulling off my legs and hitting me with them." "Well, it was very generous of him. You should have said, 'Thank you, maybe later.'" "Sir, I think you lack an understanding of this Wookiee's violence-laden humor." As soon as they dropped to within 20 kilometers of the planetary surface over Tabascan Sector, which was already under nightfall, Kell and his fellow Drakes began receiving transmissions from sector businesses, some data, some sight and sound, all extolling the virtues of various entertainment spots in the region. One transmission was the city government's visitors package, including maps of the region with hundreds of clubs, bars, hostels, and other businesses highlighted. As if unsure as to which of the city's many offerings to choose, Kell led his group out over one of the sector's deeper forest tracts. As his pilots exchanged banal traffic about which sites would offer the most recreation, Kell scanned the forest floor for life. And when he'd chosen a spot that included a clearing large enough for the falsehood, but was so deep within heavy forest that it seemed humans did not frequent it, he transmitted that data back as well. They found a personal vehicle landing zone near a district full of brilliantly lit entertainment businesses. They came to rest there and emerged from the top hatches of their interceptors. Kell pulled his helmet free, dropped it onto his pilot's couch, and began removing other pieces of piloting paraphernalia he wouldn't be needing. "Drake 2, Drake 4, keep all your gear on. You'll be staying with the interceptors." Shala nodded. She slid down to the ground in full gear and stood at attention before her starfighter, a guard on duty. "Oh, no." Elisar sounded heartbroken. He clutched his chest as though someone had shot him. "Why me? I'm the youngest. I'm in the greatest need of fun." Dressed only in his black jumpsuit, Kell slid down to his wing pylon, then dropped to the ground. He clambered up Elisar's interceptor and leaned in close to the younger pilot. "Let me ask you something, Elisar." "Fire away, sir." "You go into one of these wonderfully diverting bars."
"Yes."
"You put down your credits."
"Sounds good so far, sir."
"You take off your helmet."
"Well, I'd certainly want to at some point, even if I were only getting a drink."
"What do the other patrons see?"
"Well, they see the galaxy's best-looking—" "Oh."
"Deveronian pilot."
"Right, sir. I get it."
"How many Deveronian TIE interceptor pilots do you suppose there are in the Empire?"
"I understand, sir. I really do."
Kell shook his head and dropped to the ground. Wedge set the Millennium falsehood down so gently that not even he was fully aware of the transition between repulsor lift support and the settling of the hydraulic landing skids. Chewbacca rumbled something. Squeaky said, "Well, of course it was a good landing. He can't afford to set this flying trash heap down any harder. Pieces would fall off." Chewie's grumbling became louder, more eloquent. "What do you mean this is a good ship? Just this morning you were calling her names that would peel new paint off a hull. You're disagreeing with me just to be disagreeable."
"Captain's leaving the bridge," Wedge announced. "Chewbacca, the controls are yours."
He trotted back to the top of the loading ramp and found his passengers gearing up, ready to leave. One man and one woman, both with dark hair and unmemorable average features, dressed in black pants and tunics covered with dazzling bright zigzag stripes, this season's very definition of tourist in certain portions of the Empire. They'd never told Wedge their names. He thought of the man as Bland 1, the woman as Bland 2. Bland 1 turned to him, extended a hand. "Thanks for a smooth flight. Much better than some insertions we've been through." Bland 2 nodded. Wedge couldn't remember her saying a word. Wedge shook his hand, then activated the ramp control. The access ramp whined, but did not budge.
"I have one pilot," Wedge said, "who'd be certain that you jinxed it with the compliment."
He stomped down on the nearest portion of ramp. The mechanism's whine increased in volume, then the ramp lowered. "Good luck." Then they were gone, and the ramp closed again with less complaint. By the time Wedge returned to the bridge, Tycho had decoupled from the top hull, and his X-Wing was settling to the ground just ahead of the Falsehood's cockpit. Then the X-Wing appeared to vanish as its lights faded. Suddenly they were in darkness, the trees all around them acting as an impenetrable wall between them and the city lights. Their only illumination was the 2 spots of gold light marking Squeaky's eyes. "Well," said Squeaky, "what shall we do now? I know many mnemonic games. Compare storerooms is a good one." Chewbacca rumbled something. "No, I don't know droid crushers." Rumble. "What do you mean you'd be happy to demonstrate?" "Oh, ha ha." Wedge sighed. For such a short flight in, this was going to be a long mission. It was long after the rogues and wraiths settled into their parking orbit around Kidriff's moon that Face remembered his unread mail. "They put that new storage through to my comm screen. In order of reception, please." First was a letter, text only, from his sister, now at school on Pantalomen. It was chatty, full of details of everyday life, much as Face remembered it. A bright bit of home to distract him from the bleak lunar scape that was his sole viewing pleasure right now. The second and last item was from New Republic intelligence. He had to wade through screen after screen of standard admonishment that he was not to distribute this material upon pain of trial and incarceration before he got to the meat of the message and remembered what it was all about. His recent query concerning Lara Notzel and Adalia Monathere, the name she'd been called by the old man on Coruscant. The enclosed material was all classified secret. Nothing had a higher secrecy rating. He hoped the answers he was looking for weren't hiding behind a more stringent level of classification, a level he couldn't access. The file on Lara Notzel contained little information he didn't already know. Much of it she'd told him and the other wraiths at one time or another. Born on a farm in Aldivi, decent grades in school, no indication of special aptitudes other than agriculture. Then the data derived from her own accounts and a little independent verification. How her community refused to offer aid to the enemy by turning over stockpiles of grain and meats to a former Imperial admiral by the name of Trigget. How Trigget's ship Implacable had bombarded the town out of existence. How follow-up troops had found a survivor, Lara Notzel, and taken her up to the ship. How Trigget, taken with the girl, had kept her half comatose on a steady diet of drugs and made her his unwilling mistress, until Wraith Squadron and allied troops had destroyed Implacable, until Lara had escaped in Trigget's personal evacuation pod. A rather sparse account. But colonists like the Aldivians, given to raising their crops and children, didn't devote a lot of time to more extensive personal records. On some colonies, they didn't even carry identification. Then the file on Adalia Monathere. For all that she was born on Coruscant, a planet notable for the extent and quality of its citizen records, her account was scarcely longer than Notzel's. It had been reconstructed from interviews. All primary sources about her appeared to have been destroyed. Born about 50 years ago, trained to be an actress, she'd caught the eye of Armand Isard, father of Isan Isard. He was the head of intelligence throughout most of the reign of Emperor Palpatine. Monathere had trained as an intelligence agent and had executed many successful missions for her superiors. Then, according to this account, she had been arrested and convicted of treason, along with her husband. Both were executed for funneling information about Imperial intelligence to anti-Imperial factions on Chandrila. An opinion annotated by some anonymous New Republic intelligence analyst suggested that this was a standard technique to cause the death of a subordinate who had committed some less significant offense, and that Monathere had had nothing to do with the rebel alliance. Husband. Face found the link to data on Monathere's immediate family and brought it up. There was not much of interest there on her husband. He had a history similar to hers. There were rumors that the two of them had had a child, but there was no data on file about this. But far more interesting than the husband's history was his name. Dawes Petithal. Face felt his stomach sink. "Dawn," said Squeaky. The one word emerging out of blackness jolted Wedge out of his light doze. He looked around but could still see no illumination other than the droid's eyes. He rubbed his eyes and swung his booted feet down off the command console. "It doesn't look much like dawn." "If you look straight up, you can see the sky brightening. All these trees and the buildings beyond keep the early morning light from reaching us," Squeaky said. Chewbacca stretched, making loud tendon-popping noises, and rumbled something. "Well, yes, since we don't have any light in our eyes, I could have let you sleep a few more minutes," Squeaky said. "But I was under the impression that the commander here wanted to know when dawn was, because as soon as it's day, the more likely it is we get seen. Or hadn't that thought penetrated the mass of fur shielding your brain from outside stimulus?" Grumble. "Well, yes, technically it is light rather than chronological markers for daytime that make it more likely we'll be seen, but my point still holds." "Quiet," Wedge said. "We may have something." On his sensor screen, a small blip had just crossed, in a straight line, a portion of this belt of forest about a kilometer to their south. It had looped around and was now crossing the same forest 100 meters or so north of its last passage. As they watched, it completed this crossing and looped back again. "A search grid?" Squeaky suggested. "Yes, but it's the only vehicle doing that in the area, so there's not a concerted search going on." Wedge read the text register on his sensor board. The vehicle was tentatively identified as a sort of high-altitude floater routinely used by police forces on Imperial worlds. Probably just a routine flyover of his territory. He should be here in about 15 minutes. He dialed down the broadcast power of his comm unit and activated it. "2? "I see it, Leader." "Just checking. Begin your pre-flight preparations. Out." He brought the comm system up to full power and selected an encryption code, then transmitted one phrase: "In the green." A moment later, he received an answer, encrypted the same way. "Too lit." Kell's voice. "Drake's squadron is getting ready," Wedge said. "Now we wait for the locals to flush us." 10. In the graying hour of dawn, the police floater heeled over so far that Wedge was certain that its pilot would tumble out of his seat, if not for strap restraints and the vehicle's bubble top. The pilot looked down at the Millennium Falsehood, reached for his control board as if to activate his comm system, then spotted Tycho's X-Wing. Even with the distance between them, Wedge could read the shock on the pilot's face. "Let's go," he said. Rogue Two's nose elevated until the X-Wing was pointed almost straight up, and then Tycho kicked in his main thrusters, shooting the snub fighter into the air straight past the police floater. He missed the smaller vehicle by less than 2 meters. The police pilot unnecessarily slid sideways to get clear of the X-Wing's passage. Wedge duplicated Tycho's maneuver, putting the Falsehood into a steep climb. Above, he could see the glow of Tycho's engines. "Chewie, the comm system is yours," he said. Chewbacca activated the comm unit. He grumbled and roared into it across an open channel. By agreement with Wedge, these would be insults and curses in the Wookiees' language. The Falsehood reached the altitude of the top of this sector's highest buildings. Wedge leveled off, still traveling in Tycho's wake. A sharp maneuver that brought a startled exclamation from Squeaky, followed by a clatter of metal on metal. "Forget to strap in?" Wedge asked. "I never forget anything, sir," the 3PO unit said, his tone a bit miffed. "I merely failed to add strapping in to my list of things to do. Could you hold her level for a moment?" "No." Wedge side-slipped to go around an aggressively tall skyscraper. There was another clash and scrape of metal from behind. Tycho rejoined Wedge from the other side of the skyscraper, his X-wing dancing around the Corellian freighter with the nimbleness only a starfighter could manage. Chewbacca grumbled something and indicated the sensor board. Wedge spared it a glance. It showed a lot of air traffic, most of it moving in what appeared to be patterns unrelated to the Falsehood's flight. One group of signals, their number indeterminate because of their proximity to one another, followed in their wake at a distance of more than 2 kilometers. They faded in and out of the picture as they dipped down below the level of ground clutter and emerged at intervals. "That's Kel and the Drakes," Wedge said. "We still need to be sure we've been spotted by the World Authority." A strong signal, a blur representing 6 or more starfighters, appeared to the north, closing fast. "There we go," Wedge said. "Let's bounce out." Tycho said, "Consider it bounced." His X-wing vectored straight for space. "Oh, no," Squeaky said. Wedge hauled back on the controls, and the Falsehood followed. Kel saw Tycho and the Falsehood's sudden flight for space, and the signals from the distant pursuers just as abruptly showed altitude gains. He put his interceptor in an upward course, a near-intercept course aimed at a point not far behind the pursuers of the Falsehood. As they climbed, he got a clearer look at the group behind the Falsehood. It was a full squadron, identified by the sensors as TIE fighters. They'd be on top of Wedge and Tycho pretty soon, certainly before the Falsehood left the atmosphere. "Drake Squadron, this is Kidriff Primary Control. Please disengage pursuit of official government forces. This is an internal matter." "KPC, this is Drake 1. We've been hoping to evaluate your pilots. Rumor rates them pretty high. Shall I go back and tell the Admiral that you wouldn't let us?" "That's affirmative, Drake 1. Break off pursuit now, or we'll have to view your action as a hostile one. We'll apologize very sweetly to the Admiral and your survivors." Kel cursed. Not every aspect of Kidriff's security was sloppy. He put all discretionary power to thrust and gained even faster on the Falsehood's pursuers. Just as the air thinned to the point that the stars shone with brilliant, unblinking clarity, the first blaster blast sizzled past the Corellian freighter's port side. "A long-distance shot," Wedge said. Tycho's voice came back. "Easy to hit a flying bathtub like the one you're driving, even with a long-distance shot. Permission to engage?" "Not yet. Wait until it gets complicated." Wedge spared a moment to look at his sensors. The squadron of TIEs was only a kilometer back. Kel's Drakes were only half a click behind them and closing fast. And a new signal was on the board, a second full squad of TIEs from the ground base. It was going to get complicated soon. Moments later, a shot hit the rear shields. On the sensors, Wedge saw 2 wing pairs of TIE fighters peel off and curve around toward Kel's group. "That's it," Wedge said. "Rogue 2, you are free to engage. Chewie, you have the controls." He unbelted and moved aft. "Sir," said Squeaky, "you're not leaving this disagreeable ball of hair in charge of a whole ship, sir?" Wedge clambered into the upper gunport turret and powered up. His targeting grid immediately lit up with glows, most of them red. Enemies. 2 were out ahead of the others, firing as they came, probably aiming to overtake the freighter, turn and fire from ahead, forcing Chewbacca to adjust the ship's shields on a constant basis. The first of the lead TIE fighters shot past, firing. A laser hit rocked the ship. Wedge let that one go, but timed its passage, then sent his gun turret swinging in its wake even before the second TIE reached him. That TIE flashed through his crosshairs, and he fired. The TIE erupted in a ball of expanding gases, and abruptly Rogue 2 was darting out from beneath the freighter, tucking into the lead TIE fighter's wake, firing quad-linked lasers. The TIE pilot, having lost sight of the X-Wing on his sensor board, having assumed he was too far laterally for the falsehood's guns to track him, wasn't maneuvering. Tycho's lasers chewed through his port solar wing, and he tumbled, an uncontrolled roll that, if he were not rescued soon, might never end. 2 down, 22 to go. Wedge reset and waited. "Keep it slow," Kell said, "and keep it sluggish until we break. Remember, we're supposed to be hyperspace equipped, less maneuverable. They'll already have been told what they're facing." He sent his TIE interceptor into a comparatively gentle westward curve, drawing 2 of the fighters above into his wake, and was pleased to see Elisar mimicking his move. Jansen and Shala curved off eastward equally lazily. His sensor system shrilled, indicating an enemy laser lock, and he shouted, "Now!" and cut hard to starboard. A green laser blast illuminated space where he'd been just a moment before, and 2 TIE fighters followed the blast, caught off guard. They began their turn, but Kell continued his ferocious maneuver, feeling his chest compress as the interceptor's inertial compensator failed to keep up entirely with the G-forces he was generating. His targets swung into view from the right side of his viewport. They, too, were now curving to starboard, but he'd caught them off guard and had the advantage of a few seconds of controlled maneuvering. The leftmost of them jittered in his targeting brackets. He let it go. That was the easier target, and that was for his wingman. The second TIE now crossed into his targeting bracket and jittered, sign of a laser lock. He fired. His green lasers bit into the TIE's fuselage where it glowed brightest. Suddenly the TIE's engines glowed much brighter. Smoke and sparks emerged. The fighter banked to port and down toward the planet's surface. As more and more sparks emerged, it looked like nothing so much as an artificial comet heading for its final resting place. The second TIE was still intact. It continued looping around to starboard, cutting its maneuver more tightly than Kell could, and was now well out of his targeting brackets. Then a barrage of lasers struck the fighter from Kell's left. The shots tore through its left solar wing array, turning the wing into a mass of shrapnel, then marching across to the fuselage. The fighter detonated, hurling speeder bike-sized pieces of itself in Kell's path. He juked around the closest of them and re-swallowed his stomach. Who'd fired that shot? He checked his sensors. "Drake 2, where were you?"
"Sorry, Drake 1.
Elisar's voice was sheepish.
"When you broke to starboard, I made a mistake and broke to port. I had to loop around to rejoin you."
Kell shuddered. His wingman had been gone for those long seconds, and his rear had been unprotected. He'd talk to Elisar about it later. "Nice shooting, Drake 2. Let's rejoin General Solo," he added for the benefit of the planetary listeners who would someday soon crack this set of broadcast encryptions.
"Yes, sir."
Sensors showed Drake 2 coming up in his wake, and Drake 3 and Drake 4 returning to the primary course with their targets now off the screen. But the second group of TIEs was much closer. That trick, pretending to be heavily laden with hyperdrives, wouldn't work a second time, Kell knew. But it had helped even the odds. That was good enough for now. Another TIE had fallen victim to Wedge's guns by the time the leader of the first TIE squadron got smart. The 5 remaining TIEs drifted out of the engagement zone and dropped back toward the intact squadron that was rapidly catching up. Wedge deployed the Drakes behind him in 2 pairs and kept Tycho between them, giving him a 5-pointed shield of fighters to his aft. They were well clear of the atmosphere now, outbound toward the planet's primary moon, but the remaining squad and a half of TIEs was gaining rapidly.
"Chewie, how are we doing?"
He received a long set of rumbling commentary in reply.
"Squeaky?"
He says in his almost pre-verbal fashion that the shields are holding, but the relays that permit adjustments of the shields are, as he puts it, twitchy. He thinks some of them may fail if he continues shunting power between them.
"Wonderful. All right, Chewbacca, put them in their default settings. We go with fixed shields for now.
Another long-range shot struck the falsehood, rocking the freighter. Wedge heard mechanical crashes as something was jarred loose from a corridor housing.
"Break and fire at will,"
he said, and saw his escort move out and prepare to engage the enemy again. Then there was a sensor signal from ahead of the falsehood, a big, complicated signal, and red lasers flashed from ahead, all around the freighter, into the ranks of the pursuing TIE fighters. Chewbacca rumbled something.
"He knows that, you walking dirt trap. It's the rogues and the wraiths."
On Lara's sensor screen, the cloud of TIE fighters suddenly became bigger, more diffuse, then resolved itself into 7 wing pairs and 1 trio of starfighters.
"Group, this is Rogue 9.
She could almost recognize Corran Horn's vocal characteristics in the calm, distorted words. "Remember not to fire on the interceptors. They're wraiths, and they might cry.
S-foils to attack position. Break by pairs and fire at will."
Face immediately rose relative to the plane of their flight, heading up and away from the center line of the conflict to come. He also decelerated, dropping behind the rest of the group. Confused, Lara stayed tucked in behind his starboard. "Wraith 1, 2, what's our tactic?" Face was a moment in replying.
"You'll see," he said.
The other rogues and wraiths fired, a column of red lasers that passed harmlessly around the falsehood and her escort, but with less delicacy through the oncoming TIEs. Lara saw one fighter ignite and blow apart, but Face held his fire, and so did she. A moment later she thought she understood. The screens of TIEs and X-Wings crossed, with pairs of starfighters maneuvering wildly to get behind one another. A pair of X-Wings shot out of the flurry of activity with a pair of TIEs in close pursuit. Face angled toward them and accelerated, diving opportunistically toward them, and opened fire. His shots caused the TIE fighter to spook and pull away from its prey, but Lara's laser fire was more accurate. Her concentrated fire punched through the TIE fighter's top hatch. There was no explosion, but the thin atmosphere in the fighter vented, and the starfighter went into straight-line flight, out and away from the engagement zone.
"Nice shooting, Wraith 2. Thanks."
The comm unit identified the speaker as Ran Kether.
"Happy to oblige, Rogue 7.
Surely Face would now dive into the main body of the fight. But he didn't. He circled around the periphery of the battle. Frowning, Lara followed. She knew her duty, even when she didn't understand it. Tyria was in the flow of the moment. Even when she wasn't looking at her sensor board, she had a grasp, a comprehension she'd never really enjoyed before, of where the fighters around her were in relation to her and to one another. She knew what they intended. A moment before they maneuvered, she knew which way they would turn. 3 pairs of starfighters, Corran Horn and Ural Quirg in the lead, 2 Kidriff TIE fighters behind them, gaining to optimal distance for a shot, and behind them, Donos and Tyria, unable to gain on the lead rogues. Ural fell a little behind, and Horn swung ahead and slightly below him. The maneuver gave Horn a split second of advantage, since his pursuers couldn't see the first signs of his next action. Suddenly he was behind Ural, losing ground to the TIEs so quickly that they overshot him. One TIE fighter, its pilot obviously experienced, banked to port. The other hung there in place for a moment, and Horn took his shot, a quad-linked laser barrage. Tyria couldn't tell where it hit the TIE. The enemy starfighter blew so suddenly that she wasn't able to register the impact. Both Horn and Ural banked in the wake of the escaping TIE.
"How'd they do that?"
Tyria asked, surprised. She hadn't felt the trick maneuver coming, hadn't predicted it.
"That was too fast for them to have said anything."
"Experience," Donos said. "Less chatter, Wraith 4.
"Sorry."
"I'm hit!" The voice was young, a little panicky. "Losing shield power! Smoke in my cockpit!
Lasers indicate malfunction.
Lara checked her board. The transmission was from Rogue 8. Target knew the Rhodian. He was separated from his wingmate and had a pair of ties on his tail.
I'm coming.
That was his wingmate, Kether.
I'm hung up here.
Rogue 8, this is Wraith 1. Face's voice. Come to 194. I'll head in straight toward you and head-to-head your pursuit. You pair up with Wraith 2 out here and stay clear of the engagement.
Thanks, Wraith 1.
The blip that was Rogue 8 vectored toward her and Face. Face headed straight toward it, leaving Lara hanging out in the void. She didn't object. She didn't ask for orders. She knew what was required of her. But she wondered, and her confusion gradually turned to cold worry in her stomach. 7 fighters of the combined TIE pursuit force, including the one Face vaped on his head-to-head run into the center of the engagement zone, were destroyed before the pursuing squad leader ordered an evacuation. Danos decided that the man had to have been assuming the TIE fighter's greater speed and maneuverability would give him all the advantage he needed against a numerically superior mixed force. But against the rogues and wraiths, he was wrong. The surviving TIEs fled planetward, doubtless to form up with yet another flight group and come once again after the rogues and wraiths. But this time they wouldn't catch up. Danos responded to Wedge's order that the group form up on the Millennium Falsehood. But on his sensor board, Wraith 1 and Wraith 2 maintained their distance, paralleling the main group's course a dozen kilometers out. Lara could still hear a little high-pitched alarm in Rogue 8's voice, but that situation seemed to be under control.
I'm getting regular power fluxes, but no serious drops. I've had to shut down one starboard engine, but I can limp in on 3.
Group, this is Leader. As soon as we have a little bit of moon horizon between us and the planet, the Drakes are going to separate and head on out to Rendezvous Point Beta. The rest of us will vector back into space the planetary sensors can scan, and we'll then make the jump to Rendezvous Point Alpha. Rogue 2, I want you to delay your jump 30 seconds to make sure all our damaged snub fighters make the transition to hyperspace.
Leader 2, understood.
Wraith 1, Wraith 2, rejoin the group and prepare for jump.
Face's voice was next.
Leader, this is Wraith 1. We need to jump from here and follow you in.
Explain that, Wraith 1.
On a private channel, if you please, Leader.
The worry in Lara's stomach turned into fear. There were only so many reasons Face would refuse to let them return to the group. Most of them involved one or the other of them being a danger to the group, such as if one of their X-Wings were threatening to blow up. Face was protecting the group, or someone in the group, and Lara was certain she knew who. He was protecting Wedge. From her. Face's voice was off the comm waves for a couple of minutes. Then he returned.
Wraith 2, have you double-checked your nav course?
No, she said. You know, don't you, Face? Her voice emerged as a choked whisper, and she wondered if the comm unit would even pick it up. I know that you're Garapetithal, he said. His voice was quieter, more gentle than she expected it to be. She felt a snapping sensation in her chest, as though her breastbone had broken. And then there was the sensation of loss, of the sudden departure from her life, of everything she considered important. But it didn't feel quite the way she expected it to. Pain there was, certainly, but she also felt a sudden relief, an absence of the weight she'd been carrying around since first she decided she no longer wanted to serve Zinj, since she decided that her alliance with the Wraiths was fact, not fiction. Like an animal in a hunter's steel-jaw trap, she'd finally lost that part of her the trap held. The pain was indescribable, but there was freedom as well, and she knew that she didn't need to cry anymore. I never betrayed you, Lara said.
She was surprised at how calm her voice sounded.
I'm glad.
I tried so hard just to be Lara, but they wouldn't let me. The whole universe wouldn't let me.
Lara, I'm sorry, Face said. I have to place you under arrest pending investigation of this whole mess. Power your weapons systems down. Set your S-foils to cruise position. Don't attempt any sudden maneuvers.
Understood, sir. I'm complying with your orders.
Face felt sick to his stomach. He had wished futilely that he'd been wrong. But Lara had confirmed it. A sudden fear struck him. He had been on a private communications channel with Lara, had switched to Squadron Channel to handle the target news situation, and then to respond to Wedge's order that he move back to the formation, had switched to a private channel for his quick talk with Wedge, and then had gone back to his private channel with Lara. Hadn't he? He looked at his comm board. He was now set to squad frequency. He'd spoken last to Lara on an open channel. His stomach suddenly got worse. Donos heard the words but didn't understand them.
I know that you're Gara Petithal. He knew that the name Gara Petithal meant something to him, but he still couldn't force his mind around the meaning of those words. Ah, that was it. Naval Officer Cheyenne Mazine, a communications and intelligence specialist, had betrayed the New Republic by sending critical information to Admiral Apwar Trigget, a minion of Zinj. Some of that information was what Trigget used to annihilate Talon Squadron, the X-Wing unit commanded by Donos. Only he had survived. Then, later, the New Republic had put out a bulletin on her, indicating that her real name was Gara Petithal, that she was actually a deep-cover agent for Imperial intelligence. Later she had been declared dead, another victim of the destruction of Trigget's Star Destroyer Implacable. But Lara Notzel was Gara Petithal. Lara Notzel had destroyed his command, had killed 11 pilots he had bound together. Suddenly he was back there, in the smoky skies above the volcanoes of Graven 7, as ally after ally was ripped from the sky by Trigget's pilots and their ambush. Again he felt the pain of their deaths. It was a selfish pain, part loss, part realization that he had failed them, part understanding that his life had changed in a way he could never set right. The howl that escaped him was no animal noise. It was the wail of a man who'd just lost everything dear to him, and who suddenly had the destroyer of his happiness in his sights. In spite of comm distortion, the howl made Face's skin crawl. He knew who it had to be, and a glance at his sensor board showed Wraith 3 turning away from his course to the rendezvous point on an intercept course with Face and Lara. Wedge's voice did not sound amused. "Wraith 3, this is Leader. Return to your original heading." Donos did not deviate from his new course. Face said, "Wraith 2, come to 332 and accelerate to full speed." He himself did as he'd ordered, turning away from Donos and running before him. Lara stayed with him. "It's happening again." The words were a wail of anguish inside Tyria's mind. Once again a fellow pilot was making an assault on a friendly target. She turned in Donos's wake and returned her S-foils to attack position. Once again she had to put a fellow pilot in her weapon's sights. But this time her target was not just an ally, but a friend, a squad mate. "Men," she said, "please don't do this." Wraith 3 came on inexorably, but could not gain on Face's and Lara's X-Wings. But he could fire a proton torpedo, which would cross the distance between them in seconds, and could achieve a lock on Lara. Face neatly side-slipped his X-Wing behind Lara's. "Wraith 3, hold your fire!"
If you fire, I'm your primary target.
Wraith 3, power down, or I'll be forced to fire.
The words were being choked out, the voice identifiable as Tyria's. Wraith 4, this is Wraith 1. Do not fire, whatever happens. This is not the same as the Josephette situation. Acknowledge.
Acknowledged, sir.
Lara, her voice raspy with pain, said,
Maybe you ought to let him shoot me, sir. Get out of the way.
Shut up, 2. Face's sensor board howled, a new noise, the distinctive wail signifying a proton torpedo launch. Donos had fired. Wraith 3, detonate your torp now! Face made no effort to keep alarm out of his voice. That would have required concentration. He maintained his position immediately behind Lara's X-Wing and put all available power to his rear shields. He kept his free hand on his ejection lever. 3, blow the torp! I'm your target! From the moment of launch, he had only a few seconds before the torpedo hit, and most of that time was already gone. Detonate, damn it! The universe behind Face filled with bright blue fire. His stern shuddered as though he'd been rammed, and his cockpit was suddenly filled with smoke, the howl of damage alert sirens, Vape's mechanical shrieks of dismay, and the rumble and tremble of failing vehicle systems. But he was still alive. Either the proton torpedo had detonated at the very outer edges of his rear shields, or Donos had detonated it prematurely, barely prematurely. Bitter anger swelled within him. "Congratulations, 3," he said. "I may be your newest kill." Donos jerked upright in his cockpit, confusion clearing from his mind like smoke sucked into hard vacuum. On his sensor screen, Wraith 1 was maneuvering erratically as 2 continued on the straight-line course she'd been assigned. "Face 1, I'm sorry!" He tried to regain control of his voice, his thoughts. "Hold tight! I'm coming in for a flyover. I'll check external damage." His astromech, Clink, shrieked at him, and the shrill tone of an enemy targeting lock assailed his ears. That, and Tycho's voice, hard and cold as Donos had ever heard it. "Abort that maneuver, Wraith 3. "But, Captain, I'm closest. I have to see—" "Deviate from your current course, and I will blow you out of space." There was no questioning the deadly seriousness of Tycho's tone. "Wraith 4, do a flyby on Wraith 1 and report signs of damage. Wraith 1, do you copy?" Face's voice was nearly as cold as Tycho's, but his words were harder to understand, drowned by the cockpit alarms from his damaged snub fighter. "I read, Rogue 2. My fighter's holding together for the moment." "Good, Wraith 2. Swing back around and form up with the group." There was a perceptible delay. Then Lara's voice came back, strained but not racked with pain as it had been moments ago.
"I don't think so, Rogue 2.
"That's an order, Wraith 2, a direct order."
"I've already surrendered once," she said, "and have subsequently been fired on by an officer of this group. I no longer have any faith that I'll survive long enough to meet a court-martial."
"Wraith 2, this is Rogue Leader. You know you'll make it now. The situation is under control." It was true. Donos was maintaining straight-line flight under Tycho's guns. He wasn't sure he was capable of doing anything but following orders. It wasn't fear of death at Tycho's hands that kept him in line. It was shock at what he was certain he'd just done.
"What I know is that you don't believe me," Lara said. "You don't believe that I'm a loyal Wraith. You don't believe that I've never done anything to compromise this unit."
Wedge abandoned the formality of call numbers. "Lara, if what you're saying is the truth, the court will bear you out. I can confidently state that Noara Ven will take your case. He's the best."
"But that's it for me with the Wraiths. I'll never be able to fly with you again. I'll never be able to help you, to get you out of a jam. I can never undo what I've done, never."
"You're probably right, Lara. That's the way it is. Now come around."
When her voice returned, it was not Wedge she addressed. "Wraith 1, can you hear me?" Face's voice was still strong, and this time was not accompanied by alarms. He'd obviously taken steps to quiet the sirens in his cockpit. "I read you too." "I want you to understand something. I don't care if you understand it now. I want you to understand it later. I have never betrayed the Wraiths. I will never, ever betray the Wraiths. Do you read me?" "I hear what you say." A moment later she said, "Min?" Donos jolted. He opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't know whom he'd be talking to. Lara, the woman he'd wanted to come to love, or Gara, the woman he'd sworn and now attempted to kill. "Min?" He sat there, paralyzed by indecision, and did not answer. Lara's X-Wing leaped out of sight and off the sensors as it made the jump into hyperspace. In the Rogue and Wraith Squadron's landing bay, Donos climbed down out of his cockpit. His back was so straight it hurt. He needed that pain. He needed the constant reminder that he'd had to get himself back under control. He'd lost control. He'd lost Lara. He'd lost everything. Wedge waited for him at the foot of the ladder. Donos turned to face him and took a step back without intending to. Wedge's body was as still as if carved from ice, but there was nothing cold about his eyes. They were full of anger, more intense anger than Donos had ever seen in them.
"One reason," Wedge said. "I'd like to hear one reason why I shouldn't ship you off to Coruscant and put you up on charges of gross insubordination."
Donos stood at attention, every muscle he was aware of locked into place. He kept his gaze fixed above Wedge's head and took a deep breath as he got his thoughts in order. "Logically speaking, I should not be tried for insubordination, sir, because insubordination is generally a deliberate act. I do not believe I was in my right mind when I fired upon Flight Officer Notzel. I can't even remember doing that." He couldn't bring himself to refer to her as Gara Petithal, even in his own mind. His hard-won control might slip again.
"Temporary insanity?"
The tone of Wedge's voice suggested the frown Donos could see only in his peripheral vision.
"That sounds like a dodge to me, Lieutenant."
"I'm not sure it's temporary, Commander." Donos couldn't keep the dejection out of his voice. "You and Face, Captain Lauren, I mean, are aware of my earlier difficulty." Difficulty was something of an understatement. Weeks after the destruction of Talon Squadron, when Donos's R2 unit Shiner, the only other survivor of the Graven mission, had been destroyed, Donos had lapsed into a near catatonic state. Only the intervention of Kel, Tyria, and Phelan Sandskimmer, herself now dead for many weeks, had brought him out of that withdrawal. "I submit," Donos continued, "that I was not in my right mind when I fired on her, and I no longer have any confidence that I'm in my right mind at other times. With respect, sir, I tender the resignation of my commission and of my place in Wraith Squadron." Wedge didn't answer immediately. Donos could see the top of his head as the commander looked right and left, communicating with the other senior officers by what might have been a combination of shared experience and telepathy.
"I'll consider your request," Wedge said. "While you consider a question I may oblige you to answer at some later time. If we encounter Lara Notzel in the future in a combat situation, which of the Wraiths would you prefer to vape her in your place?"
The question was like a blade of ice thrust straight into Danos's gut. He opened his mouth to respond, but Wedge said, "Quiet. I don't require your answer yet." Dismissed. Danos turned away past the eyes of the rogues and his fellow wraiths. He saw anger in some of them, confusion in others, a sort of sick pain in Tyria's. What he'd almost made her do, kill a second fellow pilot. She'd never forgive him. It didn't matter much. He'd never forgive himself. Behind him he heard Wedge directing his anger against another target. "Captain Lauren, you and I need to talk. My office. Right now." Lara's first jump had just taken her clear of the Kidriff system. Her second, initiated after she'd had a chance to consult her astromech Tonin's memory, would take a while to complete. It would bring her back to the Halmad system, where she and the other wraiths had once pretended to be a band of pirates called the Hawkbats. In abandoned Hawkbat Station, she'd be able to refuel, to initiate a new communication, to make some modifications to Tonin. But for now she was left with her thoughts. Her one thought. Lara Notzel is dead. Lara had been a temporary identity, something to keep her out of the hands of the New Republic while she figured out a way to persuade the warlord Zinj to employ her. Then it had been a convenience, a means to infiltrate the wraiths in order to improve her worth in Zinj's eyes. Then, when she'd come to realize the depths to which her early teaching had programmed her to accept imperial ideas of rule as infallible, when she'd realized that she could never serve Zinj or the Empire again, Lara Notzel had become a gradually eroding shield between her and the day the wraiths would turn against her. That day had come. Lara Notzel was no more. Who was she, then? Not Gara Petithal. That was the name she'd been born under, but Gara had been such an unhappy creature, a servant of Imperial intelligence, a young woman with no goals of her own, with no future. No one, no family member or friend who'd known her under that name still lived. So Gara Petithal was dead too. But Kearney slain, an identity she'd worn for a few weeks when she'd learned many of the techniques of the intelligence agent. Kearney was nothing but a young woman wandering through the wealthy officer stratum of imperial culture on Coruscant. She'd attended dances, flirted with officer candidates, shopped. She had been worthless, but she had been happy. Lara wondered if she could take that long-abandoned identity and give her some worth, and even, perhaps, retain some of her naive cheer, her certainty that life was worth living. Gara Petithal is dead. Lara Notzel is dead. I will answer to those names, but they are no longer mine. I am Kearney slain. I have no life yet. I will make one, or die in the attempt. She thought about Danos. He, too, had attempted to kill Gara, with at least as much reason as she had. He'd been right. They were more alike than she had realized. "You don't think," Wedge said, "it could have waited until we returned to Mon Ramonda?" "No, sir," Face said. "She had plenty of opportunities to vape me or any of the rest of us prior to today. That ranks her pretty low as a threat." "With all due respect, sir, I thought about that. If we think that way, we have to presume that Lara was not working for Zinj or the Empire, because if she was an agent, she could have been following her employer's plan or schedule. I mean, Gailey the cook also had plenty of opportunities to stick a vibroblade in you or the general. So if we follow your logic, The fact that he didn't attack someone between the day Mon Ramonda returned to space and the day he killed Dr. Gast means he was trustworthy all those days. He offered Wedge an expression of regret. "Sir, I did what I thought was right for the unit."
"What does your gut tell you?"
Face looked away for a long moment, then returned his attention to Wedge. "My gut says she was telling the truth, that she was a loyal wraith."
"But you didn't believe your gut instinct."
"Yes, sir, I did, but I didn't rely on it. If I had, and I'd been wrong, whatever she did would have been my fault."
Wedge nodded. "All right. Face, off the record, I think you fouled up, and this situation could have been resolved in a less catastrophic fashion if you hadn't."
Face nodded, his expression glum.
"But there's nothing wrong with your logic. It wasn't entirely a bad call, just one made on incomplete data. I need you to understand that an officer who can't rely on his own gut instinct is an officer who shouldn't be commanding others."
Face considered that. "I imagine you're right, sir."
"So work on it. Now get back to your unit and see if you can patch them up emotionally."
Face had been gone only a moment when someone knocked.
Wedge shook his head. This was not going to be a good afternoon. "Come in."
Donos entered his office and stood at attention. Wedge let him remain that way. It had been a very few months ago that Donos had entered one of his offices for the very first time, remaining stiffly at attention, just like this. Now, as then, the pilot's features were expressionless. His gaze was carefully fixed on the wall over Wedge's head.
"Yes?"
Wedge said. "After due reflection, I have concluded that my earlier intention was the correct one. I have come to formally resign my commission. It's my only possible course of action." Wedge waited, but Donos didn't elaborate.
"Why?"
"I have performed acts that are an embarrassment to this unit and that will inevitably result in the end of my flying career. I feel that it is best to end it myself, without further inconvenience to you or to the unit." Wedge regarded him steadily. Yes, this was just like the first time, with Donos's true thoughts hidden behind the mask of his face, kept rigidly at bay by his personal discipline, and his words had been so precise.
"I'm sorry," Wedge said. "I didn't catch all of your last statement. To end it myself—"
"Without further inconvenience to you or to the unit, sir." Wedge sighed. He rose, unfastened his right boot, drew it off, and stood it upright on his desktop.
"You too, Donos. Your right boot. Put it there."
Confusion struggled with the imperturbability on Donos's face. "Sir, I don't understand."
"Do it."
When Donos complied, setting his boot beside Wedge's, the commander sat, putting his feet up on the desk.
"Lieutenant, sit down. Put your feet up. That's an order."
They sat, 2 officers each, with one boot off, their feet up on the desk, for long moments of silence. Finally, Donos said, "Sir, I don't think you're taking my request seriously."
"You'd be surprised at how seriously I'm taking it. Now, start that little speech again, Lieutenant. Come on, you know it. It goes, 'I have performed acts that are an embarrassment to this unit.'"
"You're mocking me."
"No, I'm testing a theory. I think that in this ridiculous pose you won't be able to convincingly recite the speech you have so laboriously written for yourself. Let me guess," Wedge continued, and began counting off items on his fingers. In your resignation speech, you take full responsibility for your actions. You throw yourself into the path of the oncoming investigation so that the unit will not suffer. You apologize eloquently, and with your words you anesthetize yourself so you don't have to feel anything when your fellow pilots look at you or when your superior officers tell you what they think of you. Danos's face flushed. He rose.
I didn't come here for you to make fun of me.
Sit! Wedge made a bellow of the word, and Danos flinched. And get your feet back on top of the desk, right now.
Danos complied. His face did not fade to a normal color.
That's better. Now let's have it without the speech. In not just your own words, but your real voice. Start.
Danos looked as though he were silently practicing swear words. Then he said, I'm here to resign my commission in Starfighter Command.
Because you want to, or because you feel you ought to?
Because it's better to punch out before the oncoming missile hits you.
Well, that's an ironic turn of phrase in light of today's events. Who is the incoming missile?
Whatever board investigates the events at Kidriff 5. And, if I may say so, sir, you.
Now I'm going to drum you out of Starfighter Command?
Yes, sir, you'll have to.
I do not invite you to speak for me, Lieutenant. But let's assume that I don't have to do this, that the investigating board will do it. Why will they do it?
Because I deliberately shot at a fellow pilot, or a surrendering enemy, or whatever she was. Danos's voice was suddenly hoarse, in the face of a superior's orders not to do so.
When we landed, you said that you didn't remember having fired. You didn't remember anything about the critical seconds in which you turned toward your target and shot off a proton torpedo. Do you remember those events now?
No, sir.
So how do you know you fired deliberately?
Danos frowned. Can I put my feet down? I feel silly.
You may not. You're supposed to feel silly. It makes it much harder to baffle me with elegantly designed speeches. What you may do is take your time answering.
Danos did. He took several long breaths, and his face returned to a normal color. Finally he said, My assumption that I fired deliberately comes because such an act is completely in keeping with my mental state whenever I thought about what I'd do if I ever had the betrayer of Talon Squadron under my guns.
Very good. That's a real answer. Now tell me, based on your memories, not what's consistent with your feelings prior to this event, did you deliberately fire on Lara Notzel?
I don't know.
Did you deliberately disobey the orders of a superior officer?
I don't know.
Very well. I'm going to put the incident down as accidental discharge of a weapons system for the time being. That's the way it goes in the record until an investigation determines otherwise.
And when the investigation determines otherwise, I go through a court-martial.
Possibly. But they might not determine otherwise. We may never know. And if they're obliged to accept the accidental discharge theory because nothing else can be determined, your career will probably survive it. There will come a time in the far future when a peacetime starfighter command has too many pilots, and a blemish much less significant than this one will torpedo a career. But that'll be a long time in coming.
Wedge gave Danos a frank and evaluative stare, one he knew to be intimidating.
Danos, do you know what I think happened?
No, sir.
I think that when you realized that Notzel had been partially or completely responsible for the deaths of your fellow Talon Squadron pilots, you lost all control and tried to kill her, in spite of danger to your fellow pilots and in spite of orders from a superior officer.
Donos's face registered shock. That's what I've been trying to tell you. That's what I've been trying to accept responsibility for.
Wedge shook his head. You haven't been trying to accept responsibility. You've been trying to avoid it. Responsibility involves owning up to what you've done wrong and trying to make up for it.
I don't understand. Once again, I have no idea what you're saying.
Why did you lose control? More specifically, why were no members of your squadron aware that you might lose control?
Obviously, there's something still wrong in my head.
And obviously, you've discussed this problem with the medics.
No, sir.
You've discussed it with your wingmate.
No, sir.
Whom have you discussed it with in order to improve the situation?
Donos looked away, struggling to keep distress off his face. No one, sir.
Donos, that's the responsibility you've dodged. Now, either you're fit to fly or you're not. How do we find out?
I guess I talked to the medics.
Talk to one of your squad mates first. One or more of them. Venting whatever pressure is in you is easier to survive if it's done in atmosphere rather than in vacuum. And then talk to the medics.
Donos didn't meet his gaze, but nodded.
You're off the active flying roster until someone can tell me whether you're fit to fly. And you're not the person to tell me.
Finally, Donos looked at him and nodded again. Understood, sir.
You did one thing right today, Donos. You probably don't even know it. Your flight recorder and your astromech both indicate that you detonated your torpedo before it hit Captain Lauren.
I don't remember that either.
But it's the one reason that stands between you and my instant acceptance of your resignation. Dismissed.
Donos took his feet from the desk.
Before I go, may I ask something?
Go ahead.
In the bay, you asked me something. You asked if we met Lara again, which wraith I'd want to kill her instead of me. I still don't understand why you asked, what the question even means.
Well, answer the question. Then I'll explain why I asked.
I'm not sure I can. I don't want to kill her, not anymore. I don't want her to be dead. I'm not even sure I want her punished. She was an enemy when she gave Admiral Trigget the data on my squadron. Then she became something that wasn't an enemy. His shrug suggested helplessness. I don't know what I want.
That's what I thought. One reason I asked was to gauge your reaction to the thought of somebody killing Lara. You didn't like that idea. And I also asked so you'd think about this. If we run up against her in an adversarial situation, and in the faint likelihood that you'll be piloting by that time, you lose control and assault her, you may provoke her into fighting back, correct?
Yes, sir.
If your squad mates see you having trouble with an enemy, they may come in to help you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which puts them in the position of possibly having to kill her, which also puts her in the position of possibly having to kill one of them. The other half of that question was, which of your squad mates are you willing to sacrifice?
None, sir.
Then get your head fixed, or I will accept your resignation.
Donos rose and saluted. The expression on his face was a glum one. But, Wedge reflected, at least it was an expression. When Donos and his boot were gone, Wedge let out a sigh and tried to relax. He'd had too many years of command not to have some experience at taking the attention and thoughts of a pilot and redirecting them, but it was still an effort, one that filled his gut with acid. Donos was on the edge. Wedge recognized that. One step the wrong way and he'd be lost as a pilot, too erratic and undisciplined to be trustworthy. But he hadn't quite taken that step, and if Wedge could keep him from taking it, he'd save the New Republic the staggering number of credits that had been spent on Donos's pilot training. He might even save a man whose warlike skills and impulses would not translate well to civilian life. There was another rap at the door. "Come." Wes Jansen strolled in, datapad in hand, and stopped short. He stared at Wedge's bootless foot. He said, "Should I ask?" "Not unless you'd like me to decide on a new place for my boot to go." 11. She was drifting, in pain, and knew she did not want to awaken. But something would not let her sleep. Not just the pain in her back. She opened her eyes. Pink. She was floating in a sea of pink. No, nothing so poetic. She was suspended within a Bacta tank, and the pain she felt suggested she was going to be here for some time to come. But a female technician with a perky smile was outside, gesturing for her to rise to the top, so she gave a few feeble kicks and floated up through the cloying liquid. When she broke the surface, a hand, a male hand, reached down to help disengage the breather unit from her face. When her vision cleared, she recognized the individual leaning across the top of the Bacta tank, reaching in to assist her. It was that Twi'lek lawyer, Noara Venn. "Dr. Gast," he said, "I have an offer for you. 500,000 credits, amnesty for all crimes to which you provide confession and full details, and a new identity, quite easy to manage, as you are already officially dead. Only a couple of medics and 3 officers know you're still alive. But this offer is only valid if you can tell us, among other things, the biological signs and markers that indicate when someone has been subjected to Zinj's brainwashing techniques." Gast let a slow smile spread across her features. "My, you have been doing your research." "We'll keep today's meeting short," Wedge said. He looked out over his audience of pilots, trying to gauge their mood. They were quiet, few wisecracks, little banter. They were even refraining from badgering LSR Targon. A bad sign. Morale was low. "A recent attempt by a Celestian pilot to crash a luxury liner onto Coruscant was thwarted by a fellow Celestian officer. An attempt also on Coruscant by a Bothan Civil Services employee to cause an explosion at a power center was thwarted by his supervisor. Though officially both incidents were prevented by fellow workers, unofficially they were prevented by New Republic intelligence, who were following the blueprint we sent them for Zinja's operations. General Kraken sends his personal congratulations to the members of Wraith Squadron and Rogue Squadron who participated in our prediction sessions. Yes, Face. Does this mean that the order keeping the Twi'lek crewmen off active duty is rescinded?" "No, officially it's not." He nodded toward Dia Pasic. "Unofficially, it is, pending an upcoming vote by the Provisional Council. Dia, you're back on duty." "That's not good enough," Face said. "I know," Wedge said. "Zinj has still wounded the New Republic. We're going to have to bear up under it until the wounds close and
be happy that we prevented similar measures from being handed down against Celestians and Bothans. But, Dia, it's up to you. Do you want to fly?"
"I'll fly," she said. "I want my shot at Zinj."
"Good, because we have a heavy schedule ahead of us." Wedge activated the holoprojector. The image of a broad belt of stars appeared beside him, with numerous points of light blinking within it. "We're going to be bouncing in and out of Zinj-controlled space, hitting his territories in some places, showing up in our ersatz Millennium Falcon in others. We'll also be moving through the borders between New Republic territory and Zinj's, performing some routine assaults. Horn?" The rogue pilot lowered his hand.
"Sir, Lara Notzel isn't just gone. She has to have defected. She really has nowhere to go but the Empire or Zinj, and that's a 50% chance that the falsehood scheme has been compromised."
"That's a very good point. It all boils down to the question of whether or not we believe her last transmissions, that she still considers herself a loyal wraith, that she never betrayed us. Do you believe her?"
"No," Horn said. "She may have believed what she was saying, but after talking to some of the wraiths about her behavior, reviewing her conduct before Kidra 5, I tend to think she's a situational conformist with a few bolts loose in her skull. If she ends up in Zinj's hands, she'll probably end up being a loyal officer of Zinj's."
"That's a reasonable interpretation," Wedge said. "Don't think I haven't considered it. But I don't believe it. I think that the falsehood plan will remain secure just as the Hawkbats plan did. However, since I'll be staking my life on this conclusion and those of my pilots, I'll accept without prejudice any request for transfer any of you has to offer me. Make them through routine channels after this briefing. More good news, we are now in the possession of information about the blood markers that indicate Zinj brainwashing in a variety of humanoid species. All members of this task force, from General Solo to the most junior civilian crewmen, will be tested, and anyone returning from a shore leave or unmonitored departure from the fleet will be retested. We will not face the tragedy of Tal Dira and Neuro Tualan a second time." He saw some expressions brighten. "All right. Among our new weapons systems is a lot of data about the way Zinj moves into a system currently in enemy hands and acquires control of businesses there." That had been another benefit of the first interview with Dr. Gast. Her uncle had helped him acquire his majority share in Binring Biomedical on Saphalor, and had told her of the precise techniques he had used. "On Zinj-held worlds, we'll be making strikes against the businesses that have to be providing him with the greatest amounts of money or necessary materiel, and we'll be escorting more appearances by the Millennium Falsehood, both to lure him into an attack on General Solo and, we hope, to make him paranoid about treason on worlds he holds." There was more to it than that, details Wedge couldn't give his pilots. There were no Imperial-held worlds on the task force's hit list because General Solo was forwarding to Admiral Terran Rogris that same information about Zinj's business dealings. New Republic intelligence would be ferreting out Zinj-held businesses in New Republic territories, hoping to use some to lure Zinj into a trap, cutting off Zinj's precious pipelines of money and materiel from others. And Imperial intelligence would be doing exactly the same thing in Imperial-controlled territories. General Solo and Admiral Rogris, senior officers of two enemy governments, making agreements that would be easy to interpret as treasonous. Wedge had to shake his head over that. It took a menace like Zinj to make temporary allies of two men who would otherwise be bitter opponents. "So, Mission 1. He shifted the holoprojector image to a single solar system
that of a red gas giant.
Well, this is the Belsmuth system in Zinj-controlled space. On the second planet in the system is what used to be one of the Empire's finest technical universities. Now it's an academy for Zinj's pilots and officers. 2 days from now, it's going to be a series of craters. Rogue Squadron will escort Nova Squadron in from north of the facility. Lieutenant Petithel, delighted to meet you. At the foot of the ladder to her X-Wing cockpit, Lara shucked her helmet and turned to face the speaker. The man advancing toward Lara was tall and lean, with the cruelest features she'd ever seen on a human being. The nails on the hand he offered gleamed like mirrors. She suspected that they were as sharp as a vibroblade. She put on a broad smile that masked the sudden churning in her stomach. "I recognize your voice, General Melvar." She took his hand. "Correct. Welcome to Iron Fist, and thank you for dressing for the occasion." Lara smiled. She'd left her New Republic flight suit at Hawkbat Base and was now dressed in a TIE fighter's black jumpsuit, though it was adorned with the standard X-Wing flight gear. "I can't tell you how happy I am to be here at last." Melvar's gesture took in her X-Wing and her astromech, which was now being extracted from its berth by a hangar electromagnet. "Are you making a presentation to us of this vehicle?" "No," she laughed. "This Rebel starfighter and its astromech are all the property I have in the galaxy. If the Warlord doesn't choose to employ me, I'll need them to continue on, to find some place to call home." "Oh, I think the least you can count on is a medium-term civilian contract. You're far more likely to receive an officer's posting on Iron Fist, but let's find out." Melvar led Lara out of the hangar, which otherwise was occupied by Imperial-style vehicles and personnel. From the number of TIE interceptors and Lambda-class shuttles, she suspected that this was the senior officer's hangar. She was sure of it a minute later. Its proximity to Zinj's personal office made it a certainty. She was led into the presence of the Warlord like an honored guest. Zinj actually rose as she entered the office, giving her a little formal bow. "Gara Petithel, so happy to meet you at last." "You're the Warlord," she said, keeping her voice pert. "I won't try to compete with you in degrees of happiness." Zinj's smile broadened. "Very good. She gives me my due, yet steals it back by making her presence the one that induces more happiness. Did you see that, General?" "I saw." The General hovered, standing a meter behind Lara's chair to the left. She forced herself to stay relaxed. She couldn't let him know how tense his presence made her. "Lieutenant Petithel, may I call you Gara, at least until we have questions of your employment settled?" "Please do." "Gara, we must know." The General's mobile features took on an expression of sympathy, of worry. "We dispatched a team to make arrangements for your employ, and possibly your extraction, to Aldivi. We received word from their contact several days later that our agents had been found, or rather their bodies, badly decomposed. What happened?" Lara offered a little sigh of vexation. "I traveled to Aldivi in the company of an officer of Wraith Squadron. I'd intended to make an offering of him and his X-Wing to the contact team. He was the final member of Talon Squadron, which I helped Admiral Trigget destroy. I thought he was one lingering detail I ought to deal with. But what I didn't know until later is that the idiot had fallen in love with me. He was supposed to stay with the X-Wings. Instead, he followed me. Well, in my opening negotiations with your captain, my brother, that is, the real Lara Notzel's brother, got testy,
drew a blaster, just a show of intimidation, and Lieutenant Donos fired upon him, killing him. Then he finished up by killing your captain. I had to cover up my tracks after that, not attempt any further communications with you for a while, as I was under some scrutiny during the review."
Zinj nodded. "But obviously you came away clean."
"Oh, yes, for a while. Unfortunately, on Coruscant, one of the wraiths stumbled across some information on my mother, who'd been with Imperial intelligence. He noticed a resemblance, did some research, and then confronted me during a mission. With my cover blown, with it now impossible for me to uncover any more information to offer you, I fled."
"How did you manage to contact us?"
Though Zinj's expression was open, innocent, Lara knew he had to be aware of every fact of the story. Still, she was playing his game by his rules. "When my so-called brother contacted me initially, he mentioned a company that might want to employ me, that is, Lara, his real sister. After I was forced to flee Mon Ramonda, I decided to look into that firm in case it was a front for your operations. And it was, one you'd set up only a couple of weeks prior to the first contact I received."
"Well, excellent."
Zinj reviewed a screen full of data on his terminal, data Lara could not see.
"I am, unfortunately, too pressed for time to give you all the attention I should like, so let's jump straight into the dogfight, shall we? I can offer you a commission at the rank of naval lieutenant. You'd be an analyst aboard Iron Fist. While you go through your first few weeks of orientation, we'd like to pry from you every bit of knowledge you can give us on Mon Ramonda, General Soldo, Commander Antilles, and Antilles' squadron. Does that suit you?"
Lara made her voice a purr. "It suits me very well. May I keep my X-Wing and R2? Zinj's face registered mild surprise.
"Why would you want to? We can give you something far better."
"Well, they're souvenirs of my victory over a rather vehement idiot named Aten Repnus. They used to belong to him."
Zinj exchanged a blank look with Melvar, then shrugged. "Of course. We have a deal, then. Excellent. Welcome to Iron Fist, Lieutenant Petithil."
Lara shot to her feet, schooling her features to absolute blankness, and saluted. Zinj looked startled for a moment, then chuckled.
"I admire the way you switch gears, Lieutenant. You're off duty until we come up with an itinerary for you. One of those pasty-faced ensigns out there will take you to your new quarters and act as your guide for your first few days. Wander as you will, and welcome."
At last he returned her salute. "Thank you, sir." With military precision, she spun on her heel and exited the office. The pasty-faced ensign awaiting her outside was anything but. Tall, dark-haired, and solemn, he had the hard look of a front-line soldier who'd received a field promotion. He identified himself as Ensign Gatterweld and led her first back to the hangar where her X-Wing waited, so that she might pick up her R2 unit, Tonin, and then to her quarters. He spoke little. It was a long walk, and the finality of what she'd done finally hit Lara. She was surrounded by countless tons of machinery, whose sole purpose was to rain death down on people she had ultimately chosen to protect. Except for one R2 unit, she was alone, a secret enemy of those who now employed her, a public enemy of those to whom she desperately wanted to return. She saw a trapezoidal little utility droid zipping along the hall, steering like a frightened animal out of the path of officers walking along the corridor, and imagined herself the human equivalent of such a machine, so small and inconsequential that she posed no threat, that she could not determine even the smallest detail of her own fate. Then, 5 steps later, she realized how she was going to destroy Iron Fist. "What do you think?" Zinj asked. Melvar let his features go slack. All the menace and cruelty in them vanished. "Certainly some of what she was saying was the truth. I just have difficulty trusting intelligence types." "Such as yourself?" "I was never with Imperial intelligence. I just saw them as a likely enemy and schooled myself in their skills and tactics." Melvar shrugged. "I've received early word from the technicians examining her astromech. It's a new model R2, very much state-of-the-art, and has received a recent memory scrub. It remembers the jump from Aldivi to our rendezvous point, but nothing else. It had a restraining bolt on it when she arrived." Zinj smiled. "Very appropriate. Innocuously appropriate. Keep a close eye on her. Extract every possible bit of information out of her. If she remains loyal, reward her. If she proves to be disloyal, I can guess the rest." "Why me?" Jansen asked. He lay on his bunk, hands behind his head, looking dubiously at his visitor. "I can't go to a friend," said Danos. He sat in Jansen's chair, leaning back on its rear legs so his shoulders rested on the wall. "I don't have any." "Not since you shot at the last one." Danos managed a mirthless smile. "I can't go to a subordinate officer. I just feel uncomfortable. Or to a superior." "Which leaves the rest of us lucky lieutenants." "Pretty much." "So talk. I'm game. It's been years since I ruined the life of a fellow lieutenant. Well, weeks anyway." "I'm not sure where to begin. I don't know whether I'm crazy or not. I just know that before Talon Squadron was destroyed, I was a different man. Self-control, self-composure were easy. Afterward, I had to work so hard to manage everything. If I didn't..." "If you didn't what?" "I don't know. I never found out. I was so good at managing everything, except for that collapse. And the other day with Lara." "How many times did Lara slap you?" "Slap me? Never." "Why not?" "I never gave her reason to." "Right. Since you became a pilot, how many times have you been picked up by military police for being drunk and belligerent?" "Never." "But you drink." "In moderation." Jansen sighed. "You see, I was operating under the assumption that you'd actually died with Talon Squadron, but had failed to notice. But I was wrong. You've been dead since you joined Starfighter Command. Maybe longer. Maybe since you were with the Corellian Armed Forces." Danos frowned. "I'd appreciate it if you'd explain that." With a single fluid move, Jansen sat upright, spun 90 degrees to his right, and set his heels on the floor. "Sure," he said. "It's simple. You're dead, I'm not. Let me demonstrate." He stood up on his bed, then began bouncing up and down. "Did you ever do this as a kid?" "Of course." "Did you ever do it as a grown-up?" "Of course not." "You say 'of course' a lot, and it's always wrong. Tell me, Min, how do I look?" "Well, stupid." "Exactly." With an exuberant bound, Jansen leaped off his cot, smacked his head on the ceiling, and swore as he landed on the floor again. He rubbed his head and glared at the treacherous ceiling. "When was the last time you looked stupid?" "I don't know." Jansen leaned in close to him. Try to understand this. I'll say it slowly. I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. You can't look dignified when you're having fun. Assuming that's true, so what? If you're not having fun, you're not enjoying your life. If you're not enjoying your life, why even bother being alive? Jansen gave an eloquent shrug. Min, I'm living on borrowed time. I've nearly been killed more times than more times than you've been slapped, certainly. If I wait until some imaginary distant point in my life to start enjoying it, I'll be dead before I get there. But if I get killed tomorrow, at least I can be pretty sure that I enjoyed myself more than whoever's killing me. You understand? Not really. Suddenly deflated, Jansen sat on his bed again. Let's try it a different way. You want to be in control so you don't foul up some horrible way. But you're so in control that you're basically a walking dead man. Since you're dead, you had nothing to offer Lara. You have nothing to offer Wedge. He's got plenty of dead pilots, doesn't need another one. Most of them are smart enough to stay where we plant them, though. So, what do you recommend? Get drunk. Get slapped. Do something you always wanted to do as a child, especially if it's something that would humiliate you today. If you're going to get kicked out of Starfighter Command, make it for something you can be proud of. Something beeped in one of Jansen's pockets. He pulled it out, a comlink, and held it up to his ear to listen. He brightened. Automatic signal. The rogues in the Millennium Falsehood are back. No losses. Sorry, I have to run. Have to figure out what to razz Wedge about. He darted for the door and was gone. Donos shook his head. I'm asking for career advice from a 9-year-old. The door to the Falsehood's hangar slid open before Jansen reached it. Out came a repulsor lift cargo sled, pushed by a single Mon Ramonda technician. On the sled was a crate, 2 meters long by 1 wide and high. The crate rocked on the sled, and odd noises, like a faint and garbled voice, emerged from it. Wedge walked out behind the technician and stopped short when he saw Jansen. He made a noise of exasperation and slapped the gloves he carried into his open palm. You weren't supposed to see that. See what? Jansen stared after the departing technician and cargo. What was that? That was Lieutenant Ketch. Jansen gave Wedge a close look. Wedge certainly didn't look crazy. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but Lieutenant Ketch is fictitious. An Ewok pilot who doesn't exist. I should know. I made him up. He's not fictitious anymore. Now he's real? Wedge stepped out so the hangar door could close behind him. On Planet's side, while we were waiting for the falsehood to be spotted, Tycho found a store where they sold exotic animals to wealthy Zinj supporters who enjoy that sort of thing. One of the animals was a full-grown Ewok male named Cholku. When we were preparing to blast off and do our usual number on the pursuit, Tycho staged a jailbreak, and we brought Cholku along. While we were flying back, I had an idea. If Zinj ever does need to see the hawk bats, we could have an actual Lieutenant Ketch for him. He nodded after the sled. Cholku is pretty bright, and we think we can teach him which TIE interceptor controls to touch and which not to. I doubt we can teach him to fly without years of education, but we can make him look authentic in a cockpit. That's crazy. Now we just need to build him those prosthetic hand and leg attachments Ketch is supposed to have so he can manipulate a starfighter's controls. Still crazy. Wedge smiled. And since you had the bad luck to witness his arrival,
You get to be part of the crew who takes him food. Welcome to the conspiracy, Wes."
Jansen shook his head.
"Now I'm crazy."
The TIE interceptor, hurtling toward Lara in a head-to-head run, juked and jinked in what seemed like a random pattern, but the maneuver did not seem to throw the pilot off. His linked laser fire angled in ever more accurately toward Lara's interceptor. She, too, threw her starfighter back and forth, up and down, in an effort to keep the enemy laser fire from hitting her. She was successful. The two fighters passed with no damage to her craft. But she hadn't gotten off a single accurate shot at her enemy. The second she flashed past the enemy TIE, she hauled back on the flight stick, gaining relative altitude with such a sharp maneuver that she felt the G-forces pull her down into her pilot's couch, despite the ship's inertial compensator. A moment later, she was upside down and headed back the way she had come, straight into the path of her opponent. The enemy pilot fired a split second before she could bring her lasers in line. Her TIE shuddered under the impact and skewed to port. But it held together. There was no shriek of hull breach, no warning of imminent detonation. She'd been grazed. "I'm hit," she said. "I'm done for." She jerked her control yoke to send her spinning in the direction she was already headed. She counted to 2, then snapped her interceptor back around to face her opponent. The enemy TIE jittered in her targeting computer, but he was much closer than she would have guessed, a mere quarter-kilometer away, and was already lined up for a shot. Before she could hit her laser trigger, the sensor system shrieked recognition of her enemy's targeting lock. Then her viewport went dead. The artificial gravity, which simulated zero gravity and high-angle maneuvers, turned off, and she dropped at full weight into her pilot's couch. She sighed. A voice crackled over her comm unit. It was deep, with a trace of the Corellian accent that occasionally crept into the speech of Han Solo and Wedge Antilles.
"That was very good flying. And the last trick, pretending to be out of control, almost fooled me. I commend you."
"Who am I talking to?"
"My name is Fell. Baron Sunter Fell."
Lara's insides went cold. When she was a crewman aboard Implacable, she'd never even been aware of the presence of Fell and the 181st there, so secret had their mission been. Now at last she'd be able to meet the most dangerous pilot who served her enemies. With her fear there was a rush of elation. With Wraith Squadron, Lara had flown in simulators against Wedge Antilles, the best the New Republic had to offer. Now she had flown against Baron Fell. She'd competed against the very best pilots 2 governments had to offer. Too bad she lost most of the time. "A pleasure to meet you," she said. "I'm sorry I didn't offer you more competition."
"Don't be," he said. "You're very good. More work and you might train up to the standards of the 181st. Shall I keep you in my records as a candidate for the group?"
"I'd be honored. Can I buy the victor a drink?"
"Unfortunately, I have more simulations to fly, and it appears that you don't. Some other time, though."
The hatch behind Lara opened, and Ensign Gatterweld thrust his face in. "Need any help?" "No, thank you." She was getting sick of the ubiquitous Gatterweld. Except when she was in her quarters in the tiny office where she wrote her commentary on her time with Wraith Squadron and in simulators, Gatterweld was there, her shadow. She unclipped the netting that in a real TIE interceptor would have kept her bound in place on the pilot's couch and threw it to one side, then hauled herself backward and out of the open hatch at the rear of the ball-shaped simulator. Outside, the air was cooler, and the omnipresent hum of Iron Fist's engines was in her ears again. Gatterweld handed her the pack in which she carried her datapad and other equipment. He looked at the control board where her standings were displayed. "You did pretty well." "Do you fly?" "I can pilot shuttles now. I don't have the reflexes for starfighters. Hand-to-hand is my game. Where to now, the cafeteria?" Lara checked her chrono. "No, it's late. I think I'll just turn in." As they walked past the banks of control stations set up to monitor the simulators, she saw what she needed, a device she would kill for, a set of monitor goggles and attached microphone. They lay unguarded on one of the control stations, their owner away, perhaps on break. As she and Gatterweld passed the station, she contrived to get her left foot tangled in his legs. He tripped forward, swearing, while she stumbled and fell sideways, snatching up the set of goggles and tucking them into her pack as she hit the floor. He scrambled to his feet. "I'm sorry, are you hurt?" She took the hand he offered and let him half haul her to her feet. She winced as she put her weight on her left leg. "A bruise, maybe. Not your fault. I think I had a cramp from all the time in the simulator." "Can you walk? I can summon a stretcher." "No, I'd better walk it off, thank you." She maintained the pretense of her limp all the way to the door to her quarters and inside as well. Though she hadn't spotted the holocam, she knew there had to be one, or two, or three. She wasn't trusted. And with Zinj in charge, that meant there were holocams on her in her quarters. She set her pack down inside the closet and took a look around. She'd been given sizable quarters, appropriate to a naval lieutenant on track to promotion. She actually had a decent-sized bedroom with a full terminal and a closet, a small office, and a separate refresher chamber. Much better accommodations than she'd enjoyed on Mon Ramonda. Tonin, her R2, sat in the middle of the bedroom. He came alive when she entered, offering up whistles and clicks that she interpreted as a polite interrogative. He was almost a stranger to her now, had been so since she'd wiped his memory on Aldivi. But that would soon change. "I'm fine, Tonin, just tired." Once in bed, she deliberately changed position every 2 or 3 minutes, tossing and turning, a show of insomnia for whoever was monitoring her holocams. She did this for an hour. Then she sat up and ran a hand through her catastrophically tousled hair. Tonin beeped another question. "Sorry, but I'm going to need the patch of metal where you're resting. Scoot into the closet, would you?" With a series of musical tones suggesting that he was hurt by her suggestion, Tonin rolled into the closet. He turned his head around so his main holocam eye could still observe her. Lara rose and pulled the mattress from her bed onto the floor, then redistributed pillows and sheets on it. She made sure that one of the sheets reached as far as Tonin's wheels. She reached into the bag in her closet and hunted around for something within it with her left hand. With her right, she extracted the monitoring goggles and scooted them under the edge of the sheet on the floor, then plugged the goggles cord into a jack in Tonin's side, hoping, nearly certain, that her body shielded the action from the viewpoint of most of the places holocams might be situated in her room. Finally, she grasped the object that she'd pretended not to be able to find. She stood and stared at it, turning so the holocams could get a good look at it. A bottle of tuber liquor from Aldivi. Nasty stuff the locals there adored. She looked at it for long moments as if contemplating its medicinal qualities, then shook her head and placed it on the top shelf of her closet. A moment later, she slipped under the sheets over her mattress, rolled around a moment to find the most comfortable spot, pulled the sheets up over her head, and lay still. The very junior intelligence officer watching this display began typing ever so tentatively into his terminal. 2,400 hours, he typed. Subject situated herself on mattress on floor, entered sleep state almost immediately. First considered alcohol as soporific, but decided against. Cause of sleeplessness unknown. Bed too soft? Guilt?
Don't forget simple stress.
The voice sounded right in his ear, and he jumped 2 handspans. He'd thought he was alone in the room. He looked up into the face of General Melvar. Thank you, sir. We'd call that occupational anxiety or excitement from lifestyle transition.
Do you get paid more for using more words?
No, sir, but the medics like them.
Melvar snorted. Well, add it any way you want to.
Yes, sir.
Melvar spared one last look at the overhead view of Lara's still bed, then left as quietly as he'd arrived. With movements almost imperceptibly slow, Lara drew the monitoring goggles onto her head and turned them on. The goggles, drawing power from the link with Tonin, activated with a faint hum. She whispered,
Tonin, Aldivian colloquialism. Definition, little Aten.
Then she waited. If she was right, if she'd done her work correctly, the passwords she'd just spoken would be causing events to transpire deep within her R2 unit. The extra hardware she had buried within his power unit would be activating. The memory backup it contained would be pouring out across the droid's circuitry, appending itself to and overwhelming Tonin's current programming. And in a few moments, once again, she would have a single word, ready, appeared before her eyes. It looked as though it were sculpted out of metal and floating in darkness a meter before her, but she knew that it was merely being projected onto the goggles she wore.
Don't communicate audibly,
she whispered, though Tonin transmission of his first query as text suggested that he understood the need for secrecy. The fact that all data being transmitted between them was going across a direct wire connection made it very unlikely that her observers would be able to detect their communication.
Before we do anything, I want to apologize.
For what?
For being selfish, she whispered. I shouldn't have brought you. I've put you in danger. I may get myself killed here, and if I do, the same will probably happen to you.
I'm glad I'm here.
Me too. You're my only friend, Tonin.
She closed her eyes for a moment, all too aware of how pathetic that sounded. Then she forced them open.
I also have to apologize for what I've done to you. I wiped your main memory on Aldivi. Anytime anyone but me puts a restraining bolt on you or opens you up, your memory will wipe. Anytime I say the right words, your backup memory will reload. So you may experience some memory gaps. I'm sorry. It's the only way to keep you safe.
I understand, Lara.
I had an idea as to how we can destroy Iron Fist. You'll have to do most of the work, but if we succeed, you may become the most famous R2 unit ever. Well, maybe second after R2-D2.
That would be nice. Would the Wraiths like you again?
No, they'll never like me again. So I have to do this for myself. I have to do this because it's right. I have to do this because I have nothing else to do.
What do I do?
Well, Zinj, except when he's paying for really good employees and mercenaries, is notoriously cheap, which means he probably won't have my quarters monitored when I'm not in them. If I stay away from my quarters all day long, that gives you plenty of time to work. I'll tell you what you need to do. But first, when we're alone like this, could you call me Kearney?
Yes, Kearney.
12. Half an hour after Lara's departure from her quarters the next morning, Tonin became active. He rolled out of the closet to the door, deployed and extended his fine-work grasper arm, and got to work on the door controls. Within minutes he had rewired the controls and mechanism so he could open the door and close it fractionally as well as fully. He opened the door a bare 3 centimeters and extended his video sensor through it nearly at floor level, giving him a 360-degree view of the corridor. A passerby was not likely to notice the slight gap in the doorway or the protrusion from it. He waited. It was nearly an hour before his first opportunity arose. Certainly in that time many of the trapezoidal MSE-6 utility droids passed his doorway, but always under the eye of a passerby. This time one little droid, rodent-like in its scurrying motion and nervousness, was alone, unobserved. Tonin signaled it, a chirp that constituted a come-here order. The droid stopped its forward progress, turned toward the doorway, ran the request through its very simple processor, and determined that accepting this new order was not likely to delay accomplishment of its standing orders significantly. It approached the door. Tonin snapped his heavy grasper arm out through the gap and snared the little droid. It gave a squeal of alarm and spun its wheels into reverse, but he hauled it up off its wheels. Tonin opened the door wide enough to accommodate his prey, then dragged the little droid through and closed the door. Then he got to work. He laid the utility droid on its back. Its wheels spun in helpless panic. With his fine work arm, he propped open the access hatch on the droid's underside and extended his scomp link into the opening. As new programming flooded its tiny brain, the utility droid quieted. By day's end, Tonin was in command of 3 of the utility droids, and one had managed to bring him some of the components, magnetic track strips to replace wheels, he needed to begin their modifications. Wedge's 4 squadrons, Rogue, Wraith, Polearm, and Nova, executed mission after mission, one after another, sometimes 2 in a single day. Most missions involved only 1 squadron. In others, 1 squadron would escort and protect the B-wings of Nova, or a Wraith squadron would be inserted at ground level and then ground guide the precise bombing runs of 1 or 2 of the other starfighter units. Some missions involved nothing more than carefully inserting the falsehood, then very publicly escorting the ship, usually with Wedge and Chewbacca at the controls, out into space and safety. By the end of 1 week, the fighter pilots of Mon Ramonda began to lose track of what day of the calendar it was, and had little time left to them for anything but mission briefings, the missions themselves, and sleep. By the end of 1 week, between Wedge's missions and those an Imperial admiral was executing in another part of the galaxy, the warlord Zinj had lost more millions of credits than any New Republic fighter pilot could ever hope to accumulate. Melvar entered the warlord's office as silently as ever. Zinj turned to stare into his terminal, didn't react. Melvar took the chair before his desk, no longer bothering to keep his movement quiet, and still there was no reaction. Finally Melvar coughed. "They're killing me." Zinj shook his head sorrowfully as he stared at the data on the terminal screen beside his desk. "They want me dead, Melvar." "Of course they do," the general said. "You're their greatest enemy. It is to your considerable credit that they want you dead." "Look at this. My businesses are being seized up and down Imperial space and Rebel space. The counterpunch puts in at Vispel and is blown out of space by planetary authorities who refuse to stay bribed. A half-dozen of my best earners bombed out of existence on worlds within my own borders. 8% of my income eliminated in a week. And everywhere the Millennium Falcon flitting around, fomenting more rebellion." He sighed.
And my funeral project crews around Coruscant? Suddenly completely ineffectual. The half-dozen acts of terrorism or sedition closed down almost before they're enacted. The rifts between humans and non-humans in the rebel government are healing. All my work, years of work, coming undone. Mere setbacks, sir. No, can't you feel it? The hordes of my enemies are drawing closer, their claws outstretched, reaching for me. Zinj heaved a sigh. I really think they are poised to undo me. I think Dr. Gass talked before she died. I think the rebels and Imperials are cooperating. Impossible. Not impossible. You yourself said I was their greatest enemy. What else could give them the incentive to cooperate? Melvar was silent for long moments. In all the years he'd worked with the warlord, this was not the saddest he'd seen him, but it was the most resigned, the most fatalistic. It was a startling change. The warlord had always been an unstoppable force of optimism and will. Now, despite the fact that his girth had not diminished, he seemed somehow reduced. "Do you think they'll win?" Melvar asked. Zinj took a deep breath, then nodded. "I think, in a sense, they already have. They've stopped my processes. They've set their own in motion. Theirs are replacing mine, and I can't seem to do anything about it." "So what will it take to pull a victory out of this? Tell me the minimum you need. We'll achieve that and more." Zinj switched off his terminal screen and thought. He swung ponderously around to face Melvar and began counting off on his fingers. 1. We retain Iron Fist. Count on it. 2. We retain enough businesses to start again. That will be harder. As much as we've come to keep your businesses isolated from one another, some leakage of information has obviously occurred. The more they capture, the more they seem to be able to capture. But statistically, they can't find everything. We'll have a solid core left. 3. We have time to rebuild, repair, recover. For that, we'll definitely have to use the second death for her intended purpose. But we can do that. 4. We come up with our next plan for the elimination of the New Republic. I think that means Rancor Base and the Force Witches. We have to learn what they do and how they do it. Another path we can take, weapons the rebels and the Empire can't cope with. And 5, which actually takes place before 3. We kill General Han Solo and as many of his friends and aides as is humanly possible. That, Melvar said, will be the most enjoyable part of the operation. Zinj showed up at Lara's new workstation in the bridge pit, as apparently cheerful as usual. "Lieutenant Petithel, how are you settling in?" "Very well," she said. "I can't describe how good it is to be doing this kind of work again." "Good, good. But the first few days you looked, if I may be indelicate, a little tired. Rings under the eyes, a general malaise." She nodded. "It took me a while to get used to ship's routine. I had to make some adjustments to my sleeping patterns." Not surprising, as it had proved difficult to get any sleep when she was talking and programming with Tonin all night long. "But I'm over it." "Have you had a chance to look over the data package I transmitted to you this morning?" "Yes." "Your conclusions?" Lara became aware that the operatives at the consoles on either side of her, though they were continuing to do their work, were listening intently to this exchange. She smiled. Intelligence operatives were the same everywhere. "Well, first, whoever compiled that data did an inadequate job of making the events anonymous.
I recognize the first mission as the Millennium Falcon escort to Kidriff 5. I was there, after all. Which means that prime target is the Falcon, and secondary target is roughly Commander Antilles' entire command of rebel starfighters.
Zinj nodded, his expression glum. So much for secrecy. What do you conclude from their behavior?
General Solo is trying to separate you from the income that sustains your fleet, and is personally rabble-rousing while he's at it.
Why? Lara gave him a smile that suggested contempt for their subject matter. It was easy. She only had to let her contempt for Zinj rise to the surface.
He thinks he's an important man, that his presence is the only thing that can inspire rebel sympathies in the population. Based on what I've personally observed of the man, I'd say he's desperate. He hasn't had any real success in his mission against you. If he fails, he gets replaced. If he gets replaced, he loses all his status.
I never had the impression that he cares about status.
He doesn't.
She almost hesitated on the enormity of the lie she'd concocted, the one that Zinj, in all his ego, must inevitably accept.
But the woman he loves does.
Ah.
He knows that as a dirt-poor smuggler, he can't keep a princess's affection, but as a rebel general he can.
But only if he's successful.
Correct.
Interesting interpretation.
There's more.
Lara pressed on, hoping Zinj would not detect the queasiness she was feeling. She had an idea, based on the pattern the Millennium Falsehood was demonstrating, as to which world or worlds the ersatz Han Solo would visit next. But this was a conclusion that Zinj and his intelligence people were supposed to have drawn, or had she come to a conclusion based on her superior knowledge of the Wraiths, a conclusion that would endanger her former squadmates? She didn't know, and the uncertainty ate at her. She had to trust her instincts, though, and her instincts said that the Falsehood's mission profiles came about from meticulous planning that Zinj was eventually supposed to interpret.
They're progressing from world to world in your territories, based on a number of factors. The degree to which a world is known outside the borders you control, estimated planetary production that can be applied to your fleet funding, proximity to New Republic space so they can make quick escapes, comparative morale value of hitting specific targets, suspected presence of pro-rebel factions.
I know that. Unfortunately, considering how many worlds I control, that still doesn't give us a pattern.
Yes, it does. There's one more factor. Former trade relations, direct or indirect, with the planet Alderaan.
Zinj rocked back on his heels. That would make sense.
Yes, sir. On such worlds, there's a higher likelihood that there will be people who sympathize with Princess Leia and the other Alderaanians who were off-world when the first Death Star destroyed that planet. Also, in my opinion, they're more likely to be planets that Princess Leia will have heard of, thereby increasing her recognition of Solo's deeds when he tells her of them.
Very good, very good. Zinj's eyes lost focus as he considered Lara's words. What does that suggest Solo's next target will be?
I give a very high probability to Comkin 5, and just slightly less high a likelihood to the Vahaba asteroid belt.
Comkin was a Zinj-controlled world known for its candies and medicines, two industries inextricably tied together on that world, and Vahaba was known not only for its asteroid mining operations, but for the skill of its metal fabricators. She knew a little about Vahaba. It was in a well-populated cluster of stars not far from Halmud, where the Wraiths had acted as pirates not long ago. Well, interesting speculation. Thank you, Lieutenant. Still distracted, Zinj turned to depart the bridge, not even seeing Lara's salute.
General Melvar caught up with Zinj in the corridor just outside the bridge.
"Well?" "There's a proper query to give a superior officer. It's not 'well,' something more like, 'Sir, a moment of your time. I wish to inquire about your recent interview with the subject under observation.'"
Melvar said,
"I can phrase all such requests so as to waste a maximum amount of your time, of course."
Zinj smiled.
"Never mind."
He told him of Lara's speculations, then said,
"What I don't know is whether she came to this conclusion honestly, or whether she was privy to some of their mission profile before she left Mon Ramonda, and is now presenting it as a sudden realization on her part. Either way, the information is valuable, so long as she's not leading us into a trap. We'll find out. Dispatch half the fleet ready to lie in wait at Vahaba, and we'll take the other half personally to Kumkin."
Danos lay waiting on the craft he had fabricated from rubbish. Portions of the thing had begun their existence as the gravitational unit in a TIE fighter simulator. When coordinated with the simulator's computer, they would exert artificial gravity around the pilot, drawing him left, right, down, up, all in artful mimicry of the sort of G-forces the pilot would experience in sharp turns and other maneuvers. But the simulator had grown old, had become too unreliable even for recreational use, and it had been dragged to a corridor outside a refuse chamber. There Danos, doing a tour of the unfrequented portions of Mon Ramonda, a habit that had recently become part of his regular routine, had found it. He'd liberated still functioning portions of the gravitational unit. He'd installed computer gear to ensure that the unit would exert appropriate force downward even when the unit was tilting, would detect obstacles, would exert repulsor lift power against obstacles. To this he had added a padded layer that was part of the simulator pilot's couch and a battery to supply power. Now, in one of the ship's lonely cargo areas, he lay on his stomach atop the junk he had assembled. It hovered a half-meter above the floor, humming, motionless. Of course it was motionless. It had no engine, no motivation, except for him. And to set it into motion, to make it do what it was designed to do, would be to look stupid. His legs extended off the back of his jury-rigged vehicle. He brought them down to gain purchase with the floor and kicked off, setting his craft into motion. He kicked again and again, building up speed as he floated between shelves of stored materials toward a distant bulkhead. Halfway down, he kicked once more, sideways, setting his craft into a spin, and drew himself into a ball atop it. His floating sled spun haphazardly, coming within a half a meter of a shelving unit before the sled's repulsor unit reacted to the proximity of the thing and bounced him back the other way. Like a ball, he careened from shelf to shelf across the open space in between, coming within hand spans of impact but never quite hitting, while he floated toward the bulkhead wall. Eventually, forward momentum almost spent, he floated to within a half-meter of the bulkhead and came to a stop.
"Well, that looked good."
Danos rolled onto his side to get a look at the speaker. Wes Jansen stood a few meters away. He must have approached up the walkway that ran along the bulkhead wall.
"I'm amazed it held together," Danos said. "I expected to have the whole thing fail halfway through and toss me into a stack of crates." "Is it fun?"
Danos nodded.
"Pretty much."
"You don't look too amused."
"I imagine I did a moment ago."
Danos rose to his feet, gripped his craft by its one handle, and depressed what had once been a pilot's yoke trigger. The craft dropped as it depowered. He hauled it upright.
"But even fun isn't much fun. I keep wishing Lara were here."
Jansen nodded, sympathy plain on his features. Yeah, but you're about to get more people here than you probably want. We're doing some inventory here in a few minutes. You probably ought to try the main corridor down in engineering. It's long enough, and I'm sure the engineers would be interested in seeing your kludge. Probably. Danos checked his chrono. A little later, though. I have somewhere to be. The moment Danos was out of sight, Wedge slipped out from a second-level shelf full of foodstuff packages. Well, that was interesting. Wedge, why don't you scare the other half of my life out of me? How long were you waiting there? About 15 minutes, during most of which Danos just sat there waiting to decide whether or not to play his game. Well, he did. A good sign. I hope so. Wedge reached behind the first row of stacked food crates and dragged another one up front. This one, like the others, was labeled Bantha steak, dehydrated, 250 grams restored, individually packaged. But the top was ajar, and the smell wafting from the crate, something like fruit and leaf compost, was not reminiscent of bantha meat. Wedge reached into the crate's top and drew out a bowl full of brownish lumps Jansen couldn't identify. Now, you've fed Ketch before, correct? No, you and whatever crew you've been using haven't brought me in before now. Well, that's right. Wedge led Jansen toward the forward doors out of the cargo area. There are still some security concerns, since Ketch was supposed to be a hawk bat, not a New Republic pilot. So we're limiting the personnel who see him. He gets one bowlful like this 3 times a day. We have him set up near an officer's mess that General Solo isn't using, since he doesn't entertain. So you'll get water for Ketch from the mess. Right. They passed through a small door into a secondary cargo area, this one much smaller than the one they'd left, its shelves full of crates labeled bulk cloth. From the rear they approached a larger crate, one 2 meters by 2 meters by 1.5 tall, which had been laid out in the aisle between rows of shelves. And now, Wedge said as they got to the front of the crate, you meet... Uh-oh. A door that had obviously been retrofitted onto the front of the crate lay on the floor, off its hinges. There was nothing within the crate but what looked like a bed of grass and cloth scraps. He's loose? Jansen said. He's loose. Wedge looked around. But for how long? We've got to find him, keep to a minimum the number of crewmen who see him. There was a soft patter-patter of movement from the far end of the chamber, the bow end. We're in luck, Wedge said. He's still in here. He extended the bowl of food. Here, take some. Maybe we can lure him back. Jansen grimaced as he grabbed up a handful of the smelly Ewok food. They headed forward, only to hear the forward door out of the chamber hiss open, followed by the patter-patter of bare feet and the door hissing closed again. Wedge headed forward at a dead run, Jansen at his heels. The door opened for them, revealing dimness beyond. Then Wedge was skidding to a halt, and Jansen ran into him. They toppled over together, crashing into containers of some sort, and fluid, liters of it, splashed over them. A sharp, poisonously clean smell forced its way into Jansen's nose. Sisspit! What's that? A cleansing fluid of some sort. We must have hit a janitor droid's stash. Wedge sat up. Jansen could see him wrinkling his nose even in the dim light. Somewhere else in the room, a door hissed open and closed again. Oh, this is no good, Wedge said. He's running now because we're chasing him, and he's going to be able to smell us from kilometers away. So let's call in Kel and Tyria. They can hunt him down while we clean up. They're not part of our Ketch conspiracy. Wedge rose and moved away from the puddle.
Strip. What? Get those clothes off. We'll rub some of the Ewok food over the parts of our skin that have the cleansing fluid on them. That should make it possible for us to get close to him. Wedge suited actions to words, unzipping his jumpsuit. Oh, sure. Would you stand still if you were being approached by two naked men with Ewok food smeared all over them? No, but I'm not an Ewok. Just do it. Wedge nodded right and left. Looks like there are 2 doors out of here. I don't know which one he took, but they'll both go into General Solo's mess. You take that one, I'll take this one. Wedge, this is the last time I'm feeding Ketch. Me too. The door opened for Jansen, and he crept through into the dimly lit room beyond. Not 3 meters ahead stood an Ewok, wearing the traditional bonnet-style headgear of the species, his back to Jansen. Jansen took a careful, silent step forward. The Ewok didn't react. One more step, and he was in range. Jansen lunged, grabbing the Ewok with his left hand, the one contaminated by Ewok food. Got you! The Ewok didn't struggle, nor did it weigh much. Jansen looked at it. It wasn't a live Ewok. It was the stuffed toy the Wraiths had brought with them from Hawkbat Base, the one they called Ketch. Then Jansen realized that the room was full of people, all the other members of Wraith Squadron. In the dimness, they stood like statues, in poses suggesting they'd been in the middle of a social gathering, in conversational groups of 2s and 3s, and then had been flash-frozen. No, not frozen exactly. They still breathed. Some swayed a little where they stood. And none of them looked at Jansen. Jansen stood still for a long moment, waiting for some reaction from them, or for some realization to set in and inform him why they'd be standing stock still in a dimly lit room. None came. So he held the stuffed Ewok toy before him and back to the door through which he'd entered. His bare skin touched metal, and he flinched. The door had closed and wasn't opening for him. He scraped the Ewok food off his hand against the door jamb. Slowly, silently, his sense of unreality mounting, he walked sideways toward the other door into this chamber. To get there, he'd have to pass close to Piggy, Shala, and Elisar, who were grouped close to the wall. As he neared them, he paused and reached out to touch Piggy, the wraith nearest him. His fingers encountered real flight suit and solid flesh beneath. He jerked his hand back. Neither Piggy nor any of the others reacted. It was a dream, it had to be. And by the rules of dreams, doubtless there was to be some bad result if he failed to escape before the wraiths awoke. In case he could short-circuit the process, he pinched himself, hoping to awaken prematurely, but he had no such luck. The scene remained before him. Moving with less caution, he made it to the other door and backed into it, and his bare rear once again contacted metal as the door failed to open. Well then, there was one more door out of this chamber, which should open up into a corridor that he could, with luck, duck down unobserved, and perhaps reach the pilot's ready room, where he had another uniform in his locker. He continued sideways along the wall, around the corner. He reached the doorway and turned into it. The door whooshed open, and beyond was Wedge, fully uniformed, bellowing, "Attention!" The room lights blazed into normal brightness, and Jansen heard the wraiths behind him snapping to attention. He felt his cheeks burn as he realized they had to be facing his bare backside. Wedge looked at Jansen, then at the Ewok toy he held protectively before him. "Lieutenant, you're out of uniform. And, you know, wearing an Ewok as a swimsuit is a felony on some worlds." Jansen nodded. He could not keep a rueful grin from forming on his lips. "I have been so set up," he said. Good analysis, Wedge said. You're showing real leadership potential, among other things. Lieutenant Nelprin.
Shala approached, standing beside Jansen so he could see her without turning. In her hands was a folded mass of orange cloth. She unfolded and displayed it before him. It was a cloak in New Republic flight suit orange, with the words "Yub Yub, Lieutenant" stenciled on the back in black. She swept it across his shoulders and fastened it around his neck. Then she leaned in close and whispered, "Nice rear, Lieutenant." Jansen felt his cheeks burning hotter.
"Thank you for noticing, Lieutenant."
He handed her the Ewok doll and draped the cloak in a more concealing fashion about himself.
"I take it this is in revenge for that bet about your not speaking Wookiee?"
Wedge stepped into the room, and the door shut behind him.
"Well, for that, and for your antics with Lieutenant Ketch here and at Hawkbat Base."
Jansen couldn't keep the surprise from his face.
"You knew about that?" "Well, not at first, of course. Not for sure."
Wedge threw an arm over Jansen's shoulders and turned him, leading him back into the room, into the midst of the grinning wraiths.
"But you didn't do much of a job of concealing your tracks. The doll showed up immediately after your return from Coruscant, which meant that it was probably you or someone else involved with that trip. Then, after it was obvious that the doll was wandering pretty much at will, I had a transmitter sewn into it."
Jansen winced.
"You tracked its movements and knew it was me, and waited all this time for payback. So, do you still think revenge is beneath Wedge Antilles, hero of the New Republic?"
"I'm not sure anything is beneath you anymore. Who was playing catch, or Cholku, or whatever his name was supposed to be?"
Wedge grinned. "Well, the first time we had Squeaky in the box you saw. He speaks Ewok, of course."
"Of course," Jansen sighed. "Dia said, 'I was the footsteps you were following a few minutes ago, and I was the one who splashed you with the bucket full of cleansers. Had to make sure you got plenty on you. We couldn't rely on you to fall correctly onto the buckets we'd placed." Wedge accepted a small glass of amber-colored liquid from Kell, passed it to Jansen.
"A reward. You're taking it very well, Wes. Just remember that when it comes to pranks, you have the necessary enthusiasm, you have the inventiveness, you have the experience. I have the resources."
"Granted." Jansen sipped at the glass, made an appreciative face. It was Huiron's Reserve, a Corellian brandy with a rich, smoky flavor.
"But it's over now. No ongoing punishment for me, right?"
Wedge's expression became serious.
"Well, not after the holo-recording of tonight's events has been circulated." "Tell me you're kidding." "What, and deny the universe the chance to see a rear end that the wraiths have proclaimed so hologenic?"
Jansen didn't even try to keep the dismay off his face.
"Please tell me you're kidding." "I'll decide tomorrow. Tonight we celebrate."
Donos leaned in. "And remember what a very wise man once told me. You can't look dignified when you're having fun."
"If I knew who that wise man was," Jansen said, "I'd shoot him."
The next morning, the last pilot to enter the briefing amphitheater was Donos. He remained standing until Wedge noticed him. "Permission to sit in, sir?"
"Why, you're still off the active list."
"I'd like to volunteer for this mission." Wedge looked momentarily baffled.
"Did I misstate myself? You can't fly."
"I'm not volunteering as a pilot, sir. Nothing in my current reevaluation indicates that I'm unfit to handle a ship's guns. I'd like to volunteer as a crewman on the Millennium Falsehood. I'm a Corellian, I know the equipment, and I'm a good shot." That was understating it somewhat. Though his greatest talent was with a sniper's rifle, Danos was marksman-rated with most sorts of blasters and laser weapons.
"Good point," Wedge said. "Yes, you can attend the briefing. I'll decide on your request later."
He stood behind the lectern and turned to the assembled pilots.
"Today is a standard let them see the falsehood, then run exercise. Our target is the Comkin system. Comkin's security measures are more extensive than some we've recently encountered, so we can't count on smuggling in our TIE interceptor escort. However, Chewbacca has temporarily attached plating to the surface of the falsehood that gives it a sensor echo much like that of a YT-2400 freighter, and that plating will contain a bit of a surprise for Comkin's defenders. We have transponder data corresponding to that of a real YT-2400 mercenary trader, so we should be able to make it to the planet's surface. However, if we're identified on entry, we just evacuate and achieve our primary objective, another appearance by the Millennium Falcon. Another modification we've made to the falsehood will allow for quicker response time by the support squadron when it's supposed to come in for rescue. We've installed a miniature holocom unit, worth more than the rest of the ship put together. Yes, Face?
Sir, is it a bad time to point out that a good shot of brandy is worth more than the rest of the ship put together?
Yes. Wraith Squadron will be our primary escort.
Melvar appeared silently beside Lara's station. His mild words contrasted with the cruelty of his features.
Baron Fell would like to see you fly.
Really? Lara made a face suggesting that she was surprised and pleased. You mean for real, not in a simulator?
For real. Broadax Squadron will be supplementing the 181st, and they're a pilot light. Would you care to suit up and fly with them?
I'd be delighted.
Report to their ready room at 1300. Melvar gave her a mirthless smile. Don't do too well. We'd hate to lose you as an analyst.
I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, sir.
When he was gone, she stared at her screen, seeing none of the data on it, and tried not to shake. She prayed that she had been wrong in her initial assessment, that the next Monremonda strike would be on any system other than Comkin 5. For if she'd been right, she might end up facing her former squad mates in mortal combat. Comkin 5 was a green-blue world circling a yellow star. As the falsehood neared the planet's surface, blotches of color resolved themselves into blue sea, deep green tropics, and bands of cloud cover, with only the smallest patches of Arctic ice.
Pretty,
Danos said.
What do we blow up first?
Wedge, ahead of him in the pilot's seat, turned to glance at him. Write that down, he said. That ought to be the Wraith Squadron slogan.
Good point. Squeaky, record that.
If I must. Wedge's attention was diverted by data on his sensor board. We've just been tapped by planetary sensors. Now we find out if our camouflage fooled them.
I don't see how it can, Squeaky said, his voice even more petulant than usual. On close examination, the extension off our starboard side just does not look genuine, and Chewbacca has failed to minimize the falsehood's forward mandibles, which are, if I'm not mistaken, characteristic of the YT-1300s, but not the YT-2400s. We are, I think, probably dead. Danos frowned at the two-tone 3PO unit seated beside him. Squeaky looked absurd in his ill-fitting clothing, a New Republic general's uniform. Then why did you volunteer for this mission?
A habit?
No.
Because I thought my absence would doom the mission? Although Emtree could have substituted for you. Chewbacca grumbled something. Certainly not, Squeaky said, his tone turning indignant. This is not fun, and I wouldn't miss you.
Chewbacca grumbled again. "No, you don't keep having to remind me to belt in. I am firmly belted in. My belt is fixed with more finesse than that of any belt in this cockpit." Danos shook his head. Maybe he ought to set up at one of the gunport turrets now. Lara sat in her cockpit, drenched in sweat and feeling miserable. It wasn't because the cockpit was more uncomfortable than usual, or because of the protracted amount of time she'd been in it. She'd met the Broadax squadron pilots, and had been assigned a TIE interceptor and a wingman, the squadron commander. She'd gone through the routine power-up checklist and transferred with the rest of the Broadaxes and the 181st to another ship, a dreadnought older than the Empire named Reprisal. She remembered it from the Levian mission. Broadax Squadron occupied the dreadnought's fighter bay, while the 181st was divided among officers' bays and cargo bays. Lara shook her head over that. She'd have thought that the more prestigious unit would choose the more convenient bay. She'd been among the last TIEs to land, and was positioned to be among the first to launch, her viewport a mere meter from the bay's MagCon shield. Her temporary commander had laughed at her zeal, but there was another reason she wanted this position. No one was likely to walk in front of her TIE and see what she was doing inside it. Since she'd settled in, she'd been hard at work. She'd started by coupling her personal comlink to a datapad she'd stolen from another Iron Fist crewman while they were in the officers' mess. She didn't steal equipment on the bridge. It might be too easy to track back to her. She recorded a lengthy message, one that turned her thoughts gloomy. Then she pulled up a panel beneath her feet, one that gave technicians access to the vehicle's laser power generators. She powered down all the vehicle systems except the comm unit and exterior lights, which would allow her to pretend that the system was still fully powered, assuming no one ran a sensor scan on her, or that no one called in the next few minutes for immediate takeoff. Leading from the power generators were power regulators, which could keep a fatal spike of power from frying vehicle systems in case the generators were hit or malfunctioned in combat. She opened one of the regulators, the one protecting the port-side laser cannons, and spliced in a set of cables. These she attached to the datapad's computer coupler port. She activated the datapad and packed it into the cavity with the laser power generators, taping it securely into place. She left one wire, terminating in a simple thumb switch, trailing into the cockpit. She closed the access hatch over it, then taped the thumb switch to her pilot's yoke. Finally, she recommenced power-up, hoping that her modification wouldn't cause any of the vehicle systems to fail, that her modification wouldn't activate any sensor she didn't know about. If this worked, she was one step closer to Iron Fist's destruction. If it failed, but she was otherwise very lucky, maybe her activities wouldn't be noticed. Maybe. After a mere 10 minutes of frantic activity, she began to get her breathing back under control. The stars beyond the MagCon field suddenly twisted and blurred as Reprisal entered hyperspace. "This will be a short jump," her commanding officer said. "Prepare to launch on arrival." The Falsehood waited in low planetary orbit, its crew watching the green, lush world slowly turn beneath them. "It's been too long," Danos said. "They're on to us." "Probably," Wedge said. He didn't look at all uneasy. Squeaky said, "I see other vessels awaiting final clearance to descend." "Either they're not on to us," Wedge said, "in which case our waiting here is standard procedure, or they're on to us, and they're having other vessels wait nearby so we won't get suspicious." "Oh," Squeaky said, "but we're suspicious anyway." "They failed," Wedge said. "Will it matter if they destroy us anyway?" "Not really." The console beeped at Wedge, and he leaned over to look at the comm unit's text screen.
We have final approval for descent to our primary target zone.
Chewbacca shook his head, making a nearly subsonic noise of dissent. He gestured at the sensor board. There, approaching from planetary east in a similar orbit, was a large, indistinct signal.
Looks like starfighters,
Wedge said.
at least a full squad. All right, we go.
He unbelted.
Danos, take the belly gun port turret. I'll take the top. Chewbacca, the controls are yours.
Squeaky, you have the comm unit. Call in the Wraiths now.
Then bring in Mon Ramonda on the holocom unit. Then stand by in your new mode.
I'll be so pleased to make my debut.
Only if they address you now.
Yes, sir. Danos followed Wedge back to the turret access tubes and descended to his turret. He powered it up, swung his weapons back and forth a few times to gauge their speed and responsiveness. Meanwhile, he felt the falsehood maneuvering as it pointed spaceward and accelerated away from Comkin 5. Squeaky's voice came over the ship's internal comlink. Chewbacca says estimated 2 minutes until the TIEs are in range. At least 5 until we're far enough away from the planet's mass shadow to enter hyperspace. Wraiths report that they will intercept us in 3.5 minutes.
Wedge's voice was next. So they have 1.5 minutes to batter us before we have reinforcements. We should be able to handle that.
Squeaky said, Chewbacca says, oh my, oh dear, dear, dear.
Wedge said, report, Squeaky.
Are you sure you want to know? It's not good.
Do you want to walk home? Report.
Chewbacca reports a capital ship dropping out of hyperspace along our escape vector. It's closer than the Wraiths, and it's deploying TIE fighters. Excuse me, TIE interceptors. 2 squadrons. They are deploying in what he calls umbrella formation and approaching.
Wedge said, and our pursuit?
They seem to be hanging back, pacing us, no longer gaining.
Driving us to the hunters. Thank you, Squeaky.
There was a long moment of silence.
Chewbacca, make your course straight for the capital ship. When you're just outside the range of their tractors, deploy Package 1 and vector away. Then allow Package 2 to deploy at its discretion.
A grumble sounded over the comm unit. He doesn't seem happy with your order, sir, but he's complying. The capital ship is identified. A Rendell Star Drive Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser. Oh, it's the Reprisal. How nice to see it still functional. The Reprisal visited Kessel one time.
Save your reminiscences for later, and put your mask on.
Yes, sir. The droid's voice sounded resigned. 13. Lara put everything into acceleration, hurtling toward the falsehood as fast as she could travel. She shouldn't have been able to outstrip the other TIE interceptors of the combined units, but most of them dropped slowly back. In a matter of moments, she was at the fore with 3 other TIEs, her wingman and 2 interceptors of the 181st. One of them communicated.
Anxious for battle, Lieutenant?
It was Baron Fell's voice. Anxious to show you what I'm made of, she said.
Never let it be said that I'm not gallant, Fell said. The first strafing run is yours.
She managed to project gratitude and excitement into her voice. Thank you, sir. But the words were like bile to her. She knew what was happening. It was a test. If she was seen to offer less than her best effort toward the destruction of the Ersatz Millennium Falcon, they'd know she was not trustworthy. Well, she'd show them something. She'd hit the falsehood again and again. Millennium Falcon, came the woman's voice. This is the former Wraith 2. Prepare to die. The source of the transmission, the lead TIE interceptor, opened fire. The voice was Lara's. Danos stiffened. He'd been tracking the incoming ties, aiming at the lead starfighter, but now he let his aim drift off her. Green laser fire streamed from the interceptor. It was the only one of the 4 ties to fire. The first few linked bursts missed. Then Lara began connecting, and the falsehood rocked under the impact of her hits. The first pair of ties roared past the falsehood and immediately looped around for a second pass. The second pair came on, and a new voice crackled across the comm waves.
"I believe I addressed General Solo. You can spare the lives of your crew by surrendering now."
Danos had heard that voice before, at the implacable fight. Baron Sunter fell. He twisted to look up the access tube at Wedge. His commander had some sort of personal relationship with Fell, doubtless something that had come about during the brief time Fell served with Rogue Squadron, though Danos didn't know what it was. And sure enough, Wedge had stiffened in his seat, his aim faltering. Danos almost smiled. It was good to know that he wasn't the only one caught off guard by the forces confronting them. Then came another voice over the comm link. Han Solo's. Solo's voice said, "Baron Fell, I still say you're the best imp pilot since Darth Vader. When you were a rogue, I didn't want to hurt your feelings, but now I can tell you I flew against him, and you're not fit to shine his helmet."
"We'll never know," Fell said. "I'm certainly pilot enough to put an end to you."
He and his wingman came on, firing, with 20 TIE interceptors in their wake. Danos's aim was thrown off as the falsehood suddenly began spinning along its bow-to-stern axis. He recognized the maneuver's intent to change the sight profile of the falsehood so incoming attackers would have an irregular target. Fell and his wingman blasted by, their laser fire hitting the bow and forward mandibles. The ship's lights dimmed as its shields strained to hold up under the assaults. Danos's return fire missed both ties, but he was able to swing back in line and tag the second interceptor of the next pair. His shots chewed through a solar wing array and sent the interceptor spinning off into the blackness of space. On his sensor screen, the second interceptor vanished. Streaks of debris exploded away from its last position, then faded. And more ties came on as, in the distance, the bow of the dreadnought grew larger and larger. Squeaky watched with fascination as the universe spun crazily before him. He switched back to his normal voice.
"I say, if I were human, I imagine I'd be throwing up all over your control panels."
Chewbacca turned and grumbled something. Squeaky turned to look in amazement at the Wookiee, what he could see of Chewbacca, anyway, through the holes in the absurd oversized mask Squeaky was wearing.
"Why, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Did I really sound like him?"
Chewbacca grumbled an assent. Squeaky sat back, suddenly delighted. All the work he'd done with General Solo, recording his voice, analyzing and parsing appropriate phrases and recurrent remarks, might have paid off. It had not only fooled Baron Fell, it had finally gained him Chewbacca's admiration. The falsehood rocked, accompanied by noises of hardware and systems leaping from their wall brackets and crashing around against the walls as it sustained more incoming fire.
"Chewbacca, can't we do all this without the participation of enemy forces?"
The Wookiee spared a moment to glare at him.
"What did I say?"
The last of the ties finished their first pass. Behind the falsehood, they began looping around for a second run. The squadron of TIE fighters that had escorted them out of the planet's atmosphere was on an approach back toward the planet, doubtless ordered away so the reprisal and the interceptors could have all the glory arising from the Millennium Falcon's destruction. Danos watched his sensor board with concern. The falsehood had been lucky to survive one run through that gauntlet. First to return would be Lara and her wingman. They were only seconds from optimal firing range.
"Commander," Danos said, "opinions about Lara?"
"When we do the breakaway move," Wedge said, "when we vector away from the dreadnought's bow,
She may overshoot us. Try for one of her wings. Disable instead of kill."
The next voice was Squeaky's. "If you'll pardon me, sirs, I think you should let Flight Officer Notzel continue shooting us." Laser fire from Lara's interceptor and her wingmates began pouring down on the falsehood again. Out of the corner of his eye, Donos saw a hydrospanner rocketing down the access tube toward him. He twisted up and out of the way. It slammed into his rib cage instead of his head, and he grunted from the sudden pain.
"What?"
Wedge's voice suggested the frown Donos could easily imagine him wearing.
"Squeaky, have you shaken loose your logic circuits?"
"No, sir, it's rather complicated. It will take too long to explain. Just trust me." The droid's voice was surprisingly confident. "This is something I know about." "What? Oh, Chewbacca says 30 seconds to release and turn." Donos twisted and swept his arc of fire across Lara's tie, but didn't begin firing until his crosshairs were just past her wing. His series of blasts flashed between her and her wingman, then one grazed the second tie. It jumped up, gaining relative altitude, and was suddenly out of sight. Then it was a bright, expanding ball as Wedge's shot hulled it. On the bridge of Iron Fist, Zinj and Melvar watched with interest the holocom broadcast from the bow of the Reprisal. It showed the Millennium Falcon's suicidal charge, the horde of TIE interceptors converging upon the Corellian freighter. Come on, Zinj breathed. "Bring in Mon Ramonda. You'll die if you don't." 10 seconds to breakaway," Squeaky said. 9, 8. Chewbacca rumbled at him. "You want me to do the jettison? Very well." Squeaky's metal hands sought out the large switch that had been bonded to the main console earlier today. 4, 3. Chewbacca ceased the freighter's spinning motion. The false hood shuddered as a vicious shot from Fell's interceptor slammed into its top hull. 1. Squeaky threw the switch. All along the starboard side of the false hood, seals holding the new extension, the mock-up that made the ship better resemble a YT 2400 freighter, opened with little flashes of explosive charges. The extension drifted half a meter from the falsehood's hull. Chewbacca yanked the controls hard to port. The freighter's inertial compensators shrieked as they tried to accommodate the nearly 90-degree maneuver. TIE interceptors, their pilots caught momentarily off guard by the surprise move, overshot the falsehood. The jettisoned portion of the ship continued on, laser straight toward the bow of the Reprisal. Squeaky said, "Flight Officer Conair, you are free to detach when ready." Lara and Fell looped back quickly, getting back into position behind the falsehood. They continued their erratic side-to-side motion, which made it all but impossible for the ship's gunners to target them. Lara heard Fell report, "There's something attached to the Falcon where that piece of debris just detached. It's—" "Oh." Lara saw the something break free of the falsehood. It was an A-wing fighter. It drifted free of the freighter with the puff of small explosive bolts detonating. Then its engines lit off, and it vectored away at the kind of speed only an A-wing could manage. "Don't be distracted, Petithel," Fell said. "Stay with the primary target." "Don't worry about me," she said, and opened up again on the falsehood. Fell's wingman veered away in pursuit of the A-wing. On the bridge of the Reprisal, the captain and crew watched the falsehood's movements. "He's vectoring to sweep around us," the weapons operator reported. "He'll probably return to his primary course when he's clear of our guns." "Order the TIEs to herd him back in toward our side," said the captain, a burly man who could not return to his home on Coruscant until rebels like Han Solo were purged from the galaxy. "We can't keep Fell from firing on her, but maybe we can steal the kill. What's the status of that debris?" "On a collision course with us," the sensor specialist said. But its speed and tonnage are insufficient to do us harm. Our shields will repel it."
"Very well," the captain said.
Lara and Fell continued to pour laser fire into the Falsehood's stern, all the while dodging with the mad speed and maneuverability of which only TIE interceptors were capable. The remaining TIEs swept out ahead of the Falsehood, forming up in her path, dictating a run through their gauntlet, or a turn, either toward space along the Dreadnought's flank, or back toward the planet. But Dorset Conair in her A-wing flashed along behind the line of TIEs, firing her blaster cannons continuously, vaping 2 of the TIEs before she emerged from the other side. Fell's wingman pursued her, firing at maximum range, unable to overtake the starfighter. Danos kept up ineffectual fire at Lara whenever she was under his sights, while trying with all his skill to tag Fell whenever that pilot came within view. He had no more success hitting the pilot he wanted to kill than he did the one he wanted to miss. And shot after shot from the pursuing TIEs rocked the Falsehood, sounding alarms as shields threatened to fail. Chewbacca veered back toward the escape course short of the gauntlet of TIEs. His maneuver left them too close to the Dreadnought. The Falsehood would be running under the guns of the reprisal. Danos shook his head and stayed focused on his more immediate problems. If the reprisal hit them, he'd be dead before he felt anything. Zinj watched the Corellian freighters run. He rapped his knuckles against a bulkhead, trying to bleed the nervousness away with activity.
"Why isn't Mon Ramonda jumping in?" he said. "Pedithal said that these Millennium Falcon missions had cruiser support."
Melvar said, "Maybe she was wrong, or they changed tactics."
"No, it makes sense. He just isn't calling in his cruiser. Why isn't the reprisal dealing with that debris?"
Melvar glanced at the data feed from the Dreadnought. "It's not real ship's construction. Too light. Their shields will handle it." Zinj glanced away from the transmitted view from the reprisal's bridge to the data feed. Cold suspicion clawed at him.
"Contact the reprisal. Tell them to blow that debris now."
The tumbling piece of space junk that had been attached to the Falsehood made contact with the reprisal's bow shields. Inside, a sensor attuned to sudden shocks and gravitational variances registered impact. It triggered the large cache of explosives fastened within the debris's hull. The bomb, originally intended for a drop onto one of Zinj's production facilities on the surface of Comkin 5, exploded with far more force than the Dreadnought's shields could withstand. A bright glow washed over the Falsehood from the side. Danos glanced away from Lara's TIE interceptor to look. The entire bow of the reprisal seemed to be awash in bright light and flame. His comm unit crackled. Squeaky said, "We have good news to report. The Wraiths are incoming." Squeaky turned off the comm mic and glared at Chewbacca. "You didn't tell me it was a bomb?" Chewbacca rumbled a reply. "No, now is the time to talk about it. You've made me a participant in this fight. I've actually done damage to other beings. I'm not allowed to do that. I don't know if I can cope." Face brought the 7 X-Wings of Wraith Squadron, including Kel in Danos' snub fighter, around the reprisal's stern along its starboard side, putting them on the same side of the conflict as the Falsehood and her pursuit. The X-Wings were already in attack position, their S-foils spread and locked. "Fire 1," he said. 14 proton torpedoes launched toward the mass of enemy TIEs. As close as the Wraiths were to their targets, the torpedoes crossed the intervening distance almost immediately. As tightly packed as the TIEs were, when those on the leading edge were able to veer out of the way and break a torpedo's targeting lock, the TIEs behind them were not. 10 kills registered on Face's sensor screen. Then the TIE force was spreading, scattering, breaking by twos and preparing to engage the Wraiths. "That won't work twice," Face said. "Change target 2 to the Dreadnought's bow. Fire 2.
14 more proton torpedoes leaped away. Face saw detonations all around the Reprisal's bow, couldn't determine if they were penetrating the damaged dreadnought's shields. "Break and engage by pairs." On the bridge of Mon Ramonda, Han Solo sat in his command chair, his stomach threatening to knot ever tighter, while he watched the holocom broadcast from the Falsehood. The sensor display portion of the broadcast showed the Falsehood on her outbound flight and all the vehicles around her. At the moment, only 2 TIE starfighters assailed the Falsehood. The dreadnought was not firing, its command crew obviously thrown into disarray by the detonation of the bomb. "They're going to escape, Zinj," he said, his words intended for no one's ears but his own. "You can't have that. Jump in. Bring Iron Fist in. Come on, Zinj."
"Sir," Squeaky said, "do we tell the Wraiths about Lara?"
Wedge hesitated. If they broadcast an encrypted message telling the Wraiths that one of the TIEs was Lara and she was conceivably an ally, the message would eventually be broken. A voice signal like that simply offered too much data. "Tag her as a friendly on the sensor board and transmit only that information and only as data," he said. That might do it. A tiny data update was much less likely to be intercepted by the enemy or decoded.
"Yes, sir." "Me up, you down," Kel said. "We're your wing," Runt responded.
They aimed straight for the Millennium Falsehood, Kel approaching above the level of the freighter's top hull, Runt beneath her keel, both firing at the TIEs pursuing the freighter. Kel kept his fire a little high, so no slight deviation in his progress would bring his lasers down onto the Falsehood. But his target's erratic motion brought it up toward his field of fire. And then, on his targeting computer, his target changed color from red to blue. Kel swore, took his finger from the trigger, and the Falsehood and its pursuit blasted past underneath him. He began as tight a turn as was possible to come up behind the Falsehood again. Below him, Runt was doing the same. The Falsehood rocked more violently than before, and suddenly air was howling through the freighter. Wedge's ears popped as the air pressure changed. Squeaky's voice, for once, contained alarm.
"We are breached! Shields are down on the keel!"
"Chewbacca roller!" Wedge shouted. Outside his viewport, the universe rotated 180 degrees. Fel was abruptly in his gun sights instead of Lara. He opened fire on Fel. "Donos, lock down that hull breach. Chewie, keep our good shields between us and Fel. Maybe Lara won't vape us." What a thing to have to count on. Squeaky's assurance that they shouldn't destroy Lara, and now, with the Falsehood's unprotected keel exposed to her guns, she could vape them with no effort. Lara saw the Falsehood rotate, exposing its belly, and her sensors showed its shields there were gone. She could fire, or she could reveal herself to Zinj to be a traitor to his cause, or she could... She deliberately twitched the pilot's yoke a little too hard, and her maneuver carried her forward right into the Falsehood's keel. Suddenly she was spinning out of control, and there was an ominous cracking noise as a jagged line appeared on her viewport. "Pedithal?" It was Fel's voice. "Pedithal, are you hurt?" She didn't answer. Zinj watched, his mouth slack and expression disbelieving, as the holocom display from the Reprisal continued. The bridge view was gone, of course. It had vanished when the bridge was destroyed, but sensor data continued to pour in. The Reprisal was breaking up. The initial explosion had breached her hull, smashed her bow shields, and temporarily deprived her of effective command. The proton torpedoes that followed had inflicted massive structural damage on the old dreadnought. Now she continuously vented atmosphere into space, her crumpling bulkheads preventing airtight doors from sealing. Her captain had sent her into a turn just before the bomb's impact, doubtless to track the Millennium Falcon with her guns, and the stress of the maneuver was cracking the mighty old ship open like a nut.
Zinj sagged against the bulkhead.
I can't kill him. I can't kill Han Solo. I don't know the formula. I don't have the plan.
Melvar, in his ear, said,
The 181st is disconnected. I've ordered them to break away from the attacking force, but we can send in another capital ship and get them coordinated again. No. Throw good money after bad. Besides, Solo will be in hyperspace before another ship can get into proper position. This assault is over.
Melvar saluted and moved over to look down into the crew pit where his starfighter director was.
Send the starfighters down to a planetary base.
His voice was heavy with regret. Zinj knew that regret. He knew frustration, too. Nothing was working. Nothing was working. The ties were still swarming, but abruptly they were swarming in another direction, back toward the planet. With no TIE fighters close enough to see in the cockpit viewport, Squeaky dispensed with the human face mask he wore. It served merely to conceal the gold tone of his face and was only effective against distant or fast-moving observers. At Wedge's direction, he returned to his Han Solo voice and activated the comm unit.
Wraiths, form up. Prepare for hyperspace. Polearm 7, it's time for you to return to dock with the Falcon.
Coming in, General.
Wedge leaned in over Squeaky's shoulder. Now say, good shooting out there.
Doesn't she know she shot well?
Wedge glowered.
Just do it.
Good shooting out there, Conair.
Thank you, General.
Dorset Conair's A-wing sidled in toward the Falsehood's starboard.
Delicately, she maneuvered it alongside the docking station temporarily installed where one of the freighter's escape pods should be. A moment later, Squeaky felt the thump of contact.
All ready, he said in his own voice.
Go back and help Donos patch that leak, would you?
If I must. 1 minute a general, the next minute a sheet metal worker.
Wedge smiled at him.
That's life in the armed forces.
Pedithel, come in! Lara stirred, trying to convey with body language that she was dazed. She stared out the forward viewport. Fell's TIE interceptor cruised there mere meters from her. It seemed to be spinning, though she knew that it was her own interceptor that was rolling.
What?
Are you injured? We can bring in a shuttle with a tractor to get you out of there.
No, I'm good to fly.
That was the pilot's automatic response, whether Imperial or New Republic, whether truth or self-delusion. She sat upright.
Did we get him?
Almost, Fell said. Come along, you're my wing.
He vectored away and moved planetward, away from the burning wreckage of the reprisal, only a few kilometers away. She'd spent her time unconscious productively. The datapad that had transmitted its unusual commands to her laser weaponry was now back in a pocket. She'd hammered her helmeted head against the side of the cockpit until it really was sore, until she was almost as dizzy as she claimed to be. She'd need the telltale physical signs of injury when she got back to Iron Fist. She'd done it. She couldn't keep a smile off her face as she followed in Baron Fell's wake. Captain Anoma stood before Solo.
We have found the position Iron Fist held throughout the engagement. A wing pair from Mont Delindo detected her a few minutes ago.
Solo came upright.
Alert Rogue and Nova squadrons. Tell them to stand ready. Communicate with Mont Delindo. We'll converge on Iron Fist's position.
Sir, Iron Fist has already jumped out of system. Solo sagged into his chair.
Abandoning his pilots. Not even bothering to pick up survivors off the reprisal?
Anoma nodded in the awkward Mon Calamari fashion.
Doubtless he's relying on planetary forces for rescue, and will send a freighter back for his TIE squadrons. He's gone, sir.
Solo offered him a disbelieving shake of the head.
He just won't come in close enough to a system for its mass shadow to delay his departure. He's that spooked.
You should be honored, General. You're what's spooking him.
Failures don't get honored, Captain. He shook his head, looking away from the captain. I have to think about this. The crew of the Millennium Falsehood, 2 Corellian men, a Wookiee, and a 3PO droid in a general's uniform, descended the loading ramp more hastily than usual, as though they expected the battered craft to burst into flame, and turned to look at the freighter. She had new laser scoring all over her hull. Smoke drifted from beneath the keel and rose to the hangar's ceiling. "Not bad," Wedge said. "I've flown worse."
Squeaky said, "You aren't joking, I hope, sir?"
Wedge turned his attention to the droid. "And now that we have a moment or two, Squeaky, would you mind telling me why you said we should allow Lara Notzel to blow holes in our hull?"
"Well, I thought she was trying to tell us something."
Wedge blinked. Then he turned to the Wookiee. "Chewbacca, go ahead, pull his legs off and hit him with them."
"Wait!"
Squeaky threw up his arms as if to ward off the blows to come.
"Let me explain."
And he did. General Solo, Captain Anoma, and Wedge were already in the briefing room when Donos arrived. Within a minute, they were joined by Shala and Face. "This meeting concerns Lara Notzel," Wedge said. "Each of you is here for a different purpose. General Solo and Captain Anoma are here because this pertains to mission planning. Shala, because of your knowledge of Imperial intelligence techniques and mentalities. Donos, because of your familiarity with Lara. Face, because of your training as an actor. We assume that you can recognize your own kind." Face managed a smile. "From time to time," he said. Wedge said, "Earlier today the falsehood was fired upon by Lara Notzel, who was acting as a TIE interceptor pilot for Zinja's forces. Squeaky, acting as communications officer, noticed that every time she hit us with laser fire, our comm unit stored fragments of a transmission." Donos frowned.
"Her attacks were also transmissions?"
"That's right. She had apparently rigged one of her laser cannons to pulse in the fashion of a line-of-sight laser communicator. She had also, according to what we can determine, reduced the strength of her lasers somewhat, else we would have suffered more damage than we did."
Shala said, "This is sort of what Donos did with his laser rifle at Halmad."
Above that world, needing to trigger an explosive device but prevented from doing so by comm jamming, Donos had modified the output of his laser sniper rifle to transmit the detonation signal. Wedge nodded. "That may have been what gave her the idea. Here's the message. It's voice only." He reached over to the terminal keyboard beside the conference table and pressed a button. First, a hiss suggesting a low-quality recording. Then Lara's voice emerged from the air around them.
"This is Lara Notzel, transmitting to Wraith Squadron and Mon Rimonda."
Donos tensed. Knowing that the message was from her hadn't prepared him for actually hearing her voice. He felt almost as though he'd been physically struck. Then he became aware of Shala's gaze on him. Faces, too. They were evaluating him, his reaction. Once he would have washed all expression away from his face, giving them nothing to read. But he didn't care about that anymore. It hurt to hear Lara. It didn't matter if they could see the bleakness of his expression. He closed his eyes to listen more carefully.
"I was the one who suggested to the warlord that he'd encounter you at Comkin 5. If you did show up there, I hope it's because it's part of your mission plan, that you were hoping to engage him. I told him you might also appear at Vahaba. You might want to keep that on your schedule. You should be able to engage him there as well."
Donos opened his eyes to glance at Solo and Wedge. They were exchanging a look, and Solo shook his head,
a trace of confusion to his expression.
I'm working on a plan now whereby I might be able to transmit you Iron Fist's location, just as we did with the Parasite plan.
That mission, in which Wraith Squadron had planted a program in the computer of a new superstar destroyer, Razor's Kiss, had led to the new ship automatically sending its location to Solo's fleet. Ultimately, it had resulted in the ship's destruction.
If I die, the plan might be able to continue in my absence. So don't just give up on it if someone manages to shoot me down. Attached to this message is a data package showing what I've done, what conclusions I've reached. I hope you can use them. Please tell the Wraiths that I'm holding faith with them.
There was a long pause, the distinct sound of Lara swallowing with difficulty.
The rest of this message is for Mindonos.
Wedge tapped a key on the terminal, and her voice cut off. He looked apologetically at Donos. I'm sorry, I've heard it already, and it does pertain to her state of mind. We're all going to have to hear it. Donos nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Wedge tapped the key again. A little background hiss returned to the air, but Lara didn't speak for several seconds. Then,
Min, it's not likely that we'll ever see one another again, so I wanted to take this opportunity to say goodbye. Well, more than that, I wanted to explain about what I did. I was fighting a war the way I'd been trained, and that involved infiltrating the enemy and getting their secrets back to my superiors, or sabotaging the data the enemy possessed. There was never a time I saw a file labeled "How to Destroy Talon Squadron" and thought to myself, oh, that's what I want to do. To me, it was just data about occupied territories and interplanetary borders. Then I infiltrated Wraith Squadron, just a ploy to make myself more valuable to prospective employers. And things started happening. All the furniture that made up the way I'd thought and felt about things all my life started coming loose in my head. Nowadays it slides around and breaks into pieces, and I have no idea what parts of it are real and what aren't.
there was a waver to her voice now, a suggestion she was having trouble keeping it under control.
It hurts, and a lot of the time I don't know who I am anymore. But I know what I have to do. Whoever I am, I'm staying here like a vibroblade right next to Zinja's vitals. And when the right time comes, I'm going to stab him deep. That'll probably be the last thing I do. I don't have any friends here except one droid, and I don't have any where you are, or anywhere else in the galaxy. So when I'm gone, there isn't going to be anyone to remember me kindly. So I was just sort of hoping you wouldn't hate me anymore. I really can't stand thinking that's the only way I'll be remembered.
There was a long silence, the sound of a sniffle. Her voice finally returned, quieter than it had been.
I wish I'd been someone else, to give you that chance you wanted. Lara Notzel, out.
Donos felt his eyes burning. He put his hand over them. He felt tears under his fingers. They were silent a long moment. Then Wedge, regret in his voice, said, "All right. Opinions. Shalla?"
Shalla cleared her throat. Tough call. At a certain level, I think Corin Horn was right. Mentally and emotionally, Lara's not all together. But she seems to be sticking to her plan, to her perception that Zinj is the enemy. And if I read her words right, she's resigned herself to death in this effort. That makes it more likely that her words can be trusted. Add to that the very interesting way she transmitted data. It was complicated. It was unreliable. It was a desperation measure. If she really was an agent of Zinj's, she could have just shot us a tight beam transmission from her interceptor's comm system. We would have known that there was very little chance of such a message being detected.
The approach she actually used suggests to me that she's afraid that her interceptor's comm system is tapped, recording something, and she wanted to get around whatever measures had been taken that way.
All right. Face?
She's a pretty good actress, Face said. In her line of work, she'd have to be. But there was a lot of what seemed like very genuine strain in her voice. I'd lean toward the side of her telling the truth.
Danos.
Decorum demanded that he look at them when he answered. To do that, he'd have to put his hands down. If he did that, they'd see his tears. They'd know he wasn't in control of himself. They'd know... Well, to hell with what they knew, with what they thought. He slammed his hand down on the tabletop. Shala and Solo jumped. He looked around the table, defying all to say anything about the tears on his cheeks. She was telling the truth, he said.
I need a little more than that, Wedge said. Your reasons?
That final bit. If she's luring us into a trap for Zinj, what was that last bit for? To make me feel bad? What good would that do? He took a deep, shuddery breath. If she had wanted to manipulate me, to make me come in on her side, she'd have said, if I get out of this alive, I'll come back to stand trial. That gives me everything, puts everything on me. If I just want justice, I win. She stands trial. If I want her, I win. I stand beside her at her trial, and I can dream that she'll get off light. That's the way to swing me over, but she didn't do that. She just said goodbye.
Wedge nodded. All right. There you go, General. 3 opinions, all in the same direction, for different reasons. Solo asked, why did she think Vahaba would be on our list? I looked at the data file she'd appended to the audio, Wedge said. She had done a good job of calculating the criteria we were using, except that she thought that the planets our false Han Solo would be visiting would all be former trading partners with or recipients of regular trade goods from Alderaan.
Solo leaned back.
That makes sense. It does. One of the factors we used was choosing worlds that produced certain types of materiel that are as valuable in times of war and times of peace. That would correspond to a certain degree to the types of goods Alderaan was importing after it banned all its weapons. Can you run the numbers on our projections again, substituting trade with Alderaan for what we had?
Wedge gave him a smile.
Already did. And guess which system, discounting the ones we've already visited, jumps to the top of the list? Vahaba.
Vahaba,
Solo smiled. If we can get the falsehood repaired fast enough, we can dangle it like bait for Zinj again. All right, Nelprin, Danos, thanks for coming. Lauren, I need you for a moment more.
Danos rose, offered a salute, and was the first one out the door. When the 3 pilots were gone, Solo turned to Wedge.
If Zinj wouldn't come in at Kidrift to get me, he won't come in anywhere. He's just too conservative. Protecting Iron Fist all the way. So if we can't get Iron Fist close enough to a gravity well to trap it for a while, we need to bring a gravity well to Iron Fist.
Wedge frowned.
Meaning what? An interdictor cruiser?
Those vessels, uncommon even in the Imperial fleet where they were most prevalent, possessed gravity well generators that, when activated, could keep all vessels within range from entering hyperspace.
That's right. Does Fleet Command have one available for you?
No, Solo said. He turned to Face.
That's where you come in.
Uh-oh, Face said.
I'm going to set up an appointment between you and your Imperial Admiral buddy. I want you to go ask him for an interdictor."
Face said, "Begging your pardon, sir, but you're crazy enough to be a wraith."
Solo grinned. "Until you've crewed with me for a few years, kid, you have no idea what crazy means."
14. Tonin decided that it might be a good thing to be the king of the droids. He was now a mighty leader in command of hundreds of utility droids aboard Iron Fist. He had modified many of them, with magnetic treads replacing their wheels, so that they might maneuver on the outer hull of the vessel. They clustered at the engines and the hypercom antennae, using their internal tools to chew and splice their way into external system ports and accesses. More moved within Iron Fist at Tonin's commands. Some were in the engine compartments. Others had spliced into the computer data cables. One was now in the security system that monitored Lara's quarters. It fed modified recordings of her to the observers, so she could do whatever she pleased in her quarters while they saw only footage of her sleeping. Others dragged cables and data ports through the walls, giving Lara access to more and more secure portions of the ship and the computer archives. Even so, half of the utility droids Tonin commanded confined themselves to ordinary ship's functions, for Tonin had to make sure the ship's central computer didn't notice a sudden drop in the utility droid population. If droid MSE-6P303K spent its day doing Tonin's bidding, droid MSE-6E629L would spend half its day doing the duties assigned by the ship's computer, then would visit one of the special interfaces Tonin had had installed at points in the ship, assume the identity of MSE-6P303K, and spend the other half of its day doing that droid's duties. So far, the ship's main computer hadn't noticed. This was, Tonin reflected, because Tonin was so much better at this task than the ship's computer was. Perhaps the ship's computer considered maintenance of a fleet of MSE-6 droids beneath its dignity. The droid guard in the corridor transmitted a warning to Tonin. It indicated someone was approaching Lara's door. Tonin decoupled himself from Lara's terminal and rolled hastily into her closet. But when the door opened, it was Lara herself who entered, looking tired and even dazed, but not hurt or unhappy, so far as Tonin could read human emotions.
"Good morning, Tonin."
He beeped a greeting at her, then returned to his post at the terminal and extended his scomp link once more into its data port. To the terminal's screen he transmitted, "You were gone for a long time."
"I'm sorry I had to go on a mission. I think I got a communication through to Monramonda, though."
She sat on her bed, pulled her boots off, and lay down.
"I also gave myself a mild concussion and got personally congratulated by General Melvar for tenacity and courage in pursuit of the enemy."
"The concussion was probably a bad idea."
"Don't be so sure."
She gave him a little smile.
"What have you been up to?"
"We have holocom access whenever you need it, but if you use it, they will detect it very quickly. And my droids found an unmapped section of the ship."
"Show me."
Tonin accessed this morning's most interesting recording and transmitted it to the terminal's screen. It was a very low view, as was to be expected due to the MSE-6's tiny size, of a bank of rectangular viewports seen from an adjoining corridor. Beyond the viewports were chambers that were obviously medical wards. One was an operating theater. Another held cages filled with sapient and near-sapient life forms, Ewoks, rodent-like Ranets, Billars with their stuffed doll features, but lacking the carefree expressions of most of their kind, a pink ortolan with its trunk-like nose pressed against the front bars of its cage, meter-long Chadra fan with their furry faces and gigantic ears, and more. She sat up, her tiredness apparently forgotten for the moment. "Is this everything you have on this chamber?"
"Yes, for now."
"We need more. Get a holocam droid into that chamber, assign it there permanently, and get a droid with a computer link in behind the walls. See what sort of data we can intercept. This is really important."
"It will be done."
"Now, I've got to sleep." She flopped back onto the bed. Concussions are no fun.
"Don't do that anymore."
Admiral Rogris froze with his wine glass halfway to his lips.
"You want what?"
Face smiled.
"Surely you have one available."
Rogris set his glass down with a thump.
"Available to me, yes. I can't make it available to you."
"Even to destroy Zinj?"
"Even then. Factor in the likelihood that Iron Fist will destroy her. Factor in the likelihood that you rebels will destroy her. Accidents do happen. Then append the certainty that you'll take the credit for Zinj's destruction regardless. I become a failure who at worst collaborated with the enemy and, at best, lost an interdictor cruiser. No, no, no."
"Well, we can do a lot of things to keep this from happening," Face said. "First, we'll assign 2 of our own Imperial Star Destroyers to protect your interdictor. Second, if you inform only the most trusted members of the interdictor's bridge crew that they're temporarily working with the New Republic, the majority of the crewmen will never figure it out. They'll see our Star Destroyers out of their ports and presume that they're Imperial. Later, you can say that the interdictor blundered into a fight between the New Republic and Zinj and was able to get in the killing blow while everyone else was figuring out whom to shoot."
"What will you give me?"
Face frowned. "How's that again?"
"If I do this, I'll be giving you an interdictor, even temporarily. Will you give me, say, a Mon Calamari cruiser for one of my missions?"
"I'll give you a framed and autographed holo of Face Loran, boy actor." Rogris brightened.
"Excellent. I can trade it for a framed and autographed holo of Tetran Cowell. I always preferred his holodramas anyway."
Face seized his chest over his heart.
"A good shot, Admiral. I concede the duel."
Then he gave the Admiral his most frank and evaluative stare. "Realistically, you're not giving us anything. You're joining us on a mission of mutual interest. If we succeed, we both win. If you lose your interdictor, you can be assured we'll have lost both Imperial Star Destroyers assigned to protect it, and many more ships besides. I guess it boils down to the question of what's more important, accomplishing your Zinj mission because it's good for the Empire, or because it's good for Admiral Rogris." The Admiral touched his own chest, an echo of Face's gesture.
"You shoot well yourself."
He looked away at the white bulkhead wall and was silent for several long seconds.
"I'll do it," he said.
"I'm glad."
"We must have a rendezvous point."
The Admiral held up his wine glass. Face touched it with his own.
"Good to be collaborating with you, Admiral."
Lara could almost feel the stare of Tonan's holocam eye on her. The R2 had been very solicitous since her return from the Comkin mission. Worse, it seemed to sense the way her spirits lowered as she reviewed the data they continued to receive from the secret chamber on Iron Fist. It was awful stuff. She didn't get into the worst of it in the summary she recorded for Mon Ramonda. The attached data file would give the New Republic the most gruesome details. Project Chubar is what they call the techniques used to raise the intelligence of sapient and near-sapient beings. The name derives from a character in a series of children's holos about a Bilar, a cute mammalian creature who is a clever pet of a young girl. The holos used animated graphics instead of actors. It's a twisted sort of touch that Face Lauren supplied the voice for Chubar. Maybe you ought not to tell him that one of his roles was the inspiration for the name of the project. Anyway, Chubar involves chemical treatments and a teaching regimen to bring a humanoid's mental functions up to those of human average, sometimes higher. In the case of creatures that are already intelligent, for instance Ewoks, the process enhances mental traits that bring its type of intelligence more in line with the humans. Less reliance on sensory data and more on analysis, for instance. Project Minefield derived from Chubar. It involves a second and much faster acting set of chemical treatments that affect the victim's mind on a much shorter term basis. While the chemicals are at their maximum effect, Zinj's agents can implant a delusion and a mission in the victim's mind. The delusion is usually that some awful situation is in effect and can't be stopped until the mission is accomplished. Both the delusion and the mission are associated with a trigger, usually a code phrase. Until the phrase is used, the victim is unaware of what has been done to him, in theory. Some of the doctor's annotations indicate that the victims sometimes suspect that something is wrong. But when the phrase is used, the mission pops to the top and becomes the victim's #1 priority. This conditioning wears off after a while. The length of time it remains viable varies from species to species, but seldom exceeds 1 standard year.
She scrolled through screens of data on her terminal.
The code phrase can have a variable in it. Let's say the mission is kidnap someone, and the trigger phrase is, "I need a new speeder, someone broke mine." You'd tell the brainwashed agent, "I need a new speeder, LSR Targon broke mine," and the victim would interpret that as, "Kidnap LSR Targon." It's a fairly versatile setup.
She skimmed through more screens of data.
So far, the treatment only works on mammalian species. Project Funeral is Zinj's major operation using the minefield technique. Our brainstorming session pretty much nailed its purpose and intent, fomenting suspicion between the humans and non-humans of the New Republic. Addenda to the files suggest that the project has recently been suspended, pending a new direction or a shutdown. In other words, it's been stopped dead, at least temporarily. I'm going to do what I can for the test subjects on Iron Fist. I'll end their suffering one way or another. End Session 3.
She switched off the recording and leaned back in her chair. She felt strange. Growing up on Coruscant, raised in the planet's long-standing traditions concerning other species, she'd always believed in the basic superiority of humans. Oh, it wasn't necessarily wrong to have affection for a member of another species, a household servant or a reliable merchant who knew his role in life. But Coruscant was a world for and made by humans. Imperial doctrine solidified these traditions into something like Duracrete. Then, as an infiltrator in the Rebel Navy and later Wraith Squadron, she'd run again and again into evidence suggesting that these traditions simply made no sense. With Wraith Squadron, her long-standing assumption of superiority over even the non-humans she'd liked simply wilted away. And now, with only a droid, held by the Empire in even lower esteem than non-humans, for a friend, longing to return to a society full of what she'd once considered aliens, she once again knew that the Gara Petithel that had been her childhood identity was dead. Dead and unmourned. And the non-humans in their cages, deep in Iron Fist's belly, were beginning to haunt her dreams. Words popped up on her screen. "Are you sad?"
"No,"
she lied.
"Just tired. But it's time to get back to work."
She leaned forward again.
"What's our situation with the hyperdrive?"
"We have units in place all over the engines. They can begin their sabotage at any time. But there are not yet enough in critical positions for us to be certain that they can disable the hyperdrive."
"Keep pouring on resources," she said. We have to be able to bring those engines down when we want to. Let's see here. Even though we have some access to the ship's computers, we can't afford to play around with them too much. We'll be detected. Zinj's slicers aren't bad. So I've been thinking about the most efficient way to give Solo's force an advantage in any direct confrontation with Zinj's fleet. To me, that suggests messing with Iron Fist's strategic coordination of Zinj's fleet. We might be able to flag friendly ships as enemies temporarily, and enemies as friendly. Can we proceed that way?
Yes.
Chance of being detected?
Very low in our initial phase of manipulating the programming. Once the program is activated, detection chance is 99% in the first second of operation, with odds increasing each additional second. Probable duration of program, once it is running, about 12 seconds.
Not good enough. How about something to lower the ship's shields?
Probability of such a thing surviving, even in latent form, for more than a few moments is very low. The main computer's security measures look for problems that catastrophic.
So most forms of self-destruct are not even worth looking into.
That is correct.
Well, then what?
She stopped as a new idea occurred to her.
Oh.
The document on Wedge's screen was labeled Routine Examination, but Wedge knew it to be anything but. It was a fitness report, the accumulated conclusions of Mon Ramonda's most experienced medics and analysts, about Min Danos. The review board had been unable to confirm or deny that the torpedo launch was an accidental discharge. That was a break in his favor. However, the medics collectively pronounced him borderline. One medic said it was a certainty that he'd lose control again. The trauma from the loss of his squadron and his conflicting feelings concerning Lara Notzel made it inevitable. The others disagreed, but indicated that his stress levels made him a less-than-ideal candidate for missions. It was the sort of database torpedo that could sink a career. All Wedge had to do was accept their conclusions, scrub Danos permanently from the active flight list, and the problem he represented would go away forever. But one party hadn't voted yet, and that was Wedge's gut instinct. A knock sounded on his door. "Come," he said. Danos entered, saluted.
"Reporting as ordered, sir."
His expression was somber, but was not the rigid mask Wedge remembered from most of their earlier interviews. "Have a seat." Danos complied, then quirked a smile.
"Shall I take off my boot, sir?"
"Not this time. Lieutenant, I've asked you in here to find out what role you'd like to play in the Vahaba mission."
"If I could do anything I wanted?"
"That's right."
"I'd be back in my X-Wing. That's where I feel I belong."
"And if that were denied you?"
"I'd like to be put in command of the Millennium Falsehood."
Wedge leaned back. Danos's comment had taken him momentarily off guard, though he believed he'd kept his surprise from his face. "That has been my role."
"I expect you'd rather be back in your X-Wing, sir."
"I don't recall inviting you to attempt mind-reading, Danos."
Danos's expression became more serious. "No, sir, but we've flown in the same squadron. Learning to anticipate the reactions of your squad mates, emotional ones as well as physical reflexes, is a survival trait. Maybe you find it a gross insult for me to make predictions this way, sir, but I'd say you wanted to get back in your X-Wing cockpit and were doing these falsehood runs because of duty. Because you're most qualified, second perhaps to General Solo. If I can't fly my own snub fighter, I'd be happy to free you up to fly yours."
"Very generous of you. What if you couldn't pilot at all?"
"Then I'd volunteer for a gunnery position on the Falsehood."
And in any of these three roles, what would you do about Lara Notzel?
Danos hesitated, and his expression went from somber to melancholy. I'd follow orders, sir.
What orders would you prefer?
Let her go.
And if you were ordered to fire on her?
I'd do it. I've sworn an oath to the new republic, to hold its needs above my own.
And if you killed her, what would you do then?
I don't know, sir.
Danos's eyes lost focus as they stared off into the distance, perhaps to some future. His expression suggested that this future was not appealing to him.
I don't know who I'd be then, sir.
Fair enough.
Wedge regarded the lieutenant for a moment. This wasn't the Danos he'd met several months before. Not a man whose every worry, every crisis, was kept bottled up inside. Wedge typed a few words into his terminal and sent the file on to the ship's central computer.
Danos, for your information, you were right. I'd rather be in an X-Wing, and for the upcoming and future engagements, I plan to be. And so will you. I'm certifying you fit to fly. You'll be back with the Wraiths at Vahaba.
Danos's eyes opened wide. Thank you, sir.
Thank me after you've performed your duties to my satisfaction. That's when I'll know I haven't made a mistake. Dismissed.
Vahaba was a red giant circled by numerous planets. At some time in the past, a celestial catastrophe had destroyed the largest of those worlds and scattered its remains in a thin ring around the sun. The asteroids were spread across such an enormous distance that the Vahaba asteroid belt was not a hazard to navigation. Any capital ship could blast through it at full acceleration with minimal worry about collision with one of the belt's misshapen, stony satellites. Not that Mon Ramonda was close enough for her handlers to feel even that minimal worry. To Han Solo's eye, Vahaba was a distant red dot, and none of the system's planets was visible to the naked eye. Solo's fleet hung in space so far out that no set of Imperial sensors within the planetary system would pick them up. Meanwhile, pairs of X-Wings off Mon Ramonda and his fleet's other cruisers scoured the system, and found nothing. He resisted the urge to gripe, to drum on his chair arm, to ask once more if there were any updates, or to tell the new sensor officer to quit looking at him. He'd felt the woman's curious gaze on him ever since Stellar Webb joined his fleet. To the bridge crew, Stellar Webb was an unknown, tagged Contact M-317. It hovered some considerable distance from the rest of the fleet, far out of the range of the most capable visual enhancer. Messages from Contact M-317 were supposed to be sent directly to Solo, and the communications officer was under direct orders not to monitor, not to record them. Solo and a few others knew the distant ship to be an Imperial Interdictor-class cruiser, the new flagship of Admiral Rogris. But it would be best for that information not to spread. "New contact, sir." The sensor officer's quiet words nearly jolted Solo out of his seat.
"Let me see,"
Solo said, and brought up his own chair's terminal screen. It lit up with a wobbly visual image. Distant ships forming up slowly into an attack group. Solo nodded. 2 Star Destroyers, 1 Imperial class, 1 Victory class, 2 Dreadnoughts, 1 smaller ship, a featureless needle at this distance. Solo couldn't recognize it.
"Standard for a Zinj group," Solo said. "The question is this all he's deploying to Vahaba, or is it just part of his fleet?"
He raised his voice.
"What's the source of this recording?"
"A wing pair from Corsair Squadron off Mon Caron," said the comm officer. They recorded this using only visual sensors so they'd be harder to spot. Then one of the pair returned with the data while the other stayed out there to monitor.
Where is this?
At the approximate orbit of the outermost planet, on the approach from Halmad.
Reinforce the X-Wings monitoring this group with another pair. As our reconnaissance units come in for refueling, assign half of them to concentrate on the orbit of the outermost planet, on the direct line approaches from the other surrounding stars.
Yes, sir.
Solo settled back. His heart was pounding just a little faster.
Sick of it yet?
Face asked his temporary wingman.
We are growing absolutely sick of it, Face, said Runt. The need for hyperdrive-equipped reconnaissance pairs had placed him with Face for this mission. The starfield outside their cockpits was brilliant, unchanging. They cruised at sublight speeds at what would be considered the boundary of the Vahaba system. Good. Face changed the timbre of his voice, dropping it a register, making it smooth, insidious.
Please don't insult my intelligence. Please don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. He forced a falsetto.
I don't. I really don't. Please put down the blaster. You're frightening me.
He dropped into the lower register again. Fright is the least of what you will suffer.
Are we wrong? Runt asked. Or is this as terrible as we think? The writing is awful. You are not improving on it.
Sometimes you rise above your material, sometimes you don't. I had to learn this when I was 7. It has never left me. He dropped his voice again.
Now, tell me where the map is, or I... New contact. Course 13 degrees, down 82.
Runt's voice was suddenly crisp, professional.
Roll for visual inspection. Kill forward thrust. Kill cockpit lights. Passive sensors only. Acknowledged 1.
Face rolled his X-Wing upside down. It would have been an unsettling experience in a vessel not equipped with an inertial compensator, but to his perspective it appeared only that the universe rotated around him. He shut down most of his vehicle systems and visually scanned the area of space Runt had indicated. Nothing. The target was too far away. He brought up the visual enhancer on his sensor board and directed it toward the target area. A minute's worth of careful panning and searching yielded the target. A group of 4 ships in close formation. The smallest of them was too tiny to identify by class, but the other 3 were not. 3 star destroyers, one of them an ancient Victory class, one an Imperial class, and the other...
We have her,
Face said.
Iron Fist. Give me a minute while I calculate range, 6. Yes, sir.
Face ran numbers through his navigational computer and compared them with what he knew about the likely sensor ranges of Imperial capital ships.
All right, he said. 6, I want you to run ahead at 1/3 acceleration for 10 minutes, then set your course to Mon Ramonda's station and transit back there. You were recording, weren't you? Yes, sir. Wait, let us check. Yes, we have it. Good. Go.
The news hit Mon Ramonda's bridge like a concussion missile. Solo came up out of his chair, began issuing orders. Captain Anoma did the same. Often their words overlapped one another. "Recall all starfighters in close range," Solo said. "Launch our hyperdrive-equipped shuttles to the regions we sent recon units to and have them transmit the new coordinates."
"Battle stations," Anoma said. "All space-tight doors to be closed in 3 minutes."
"Transmit our course to contact M-317, Solo said. "Dispatch Skyhook and Crinid to form up with M-317. They're to shadow her at all times, protect her at all costs, not to interfere with her operations. Bring our course to 106.224, elevation 36.099. Transmit same to fleet. Tell the Falsehood crew to stand down and go to their secondary mission parameters. We won't need them as bait."
A low, unsettling rumble filled the bridge. Solo felt the hair on his arms and the back of his neck rise. He swung around to see Chewbacca standing in the doorway, his expression happy, uttering the jubilant hunting call. "That's right, Chewie," he said. "It's our best shot yet." 15. Lara was nearly jolted out of her seat by the high pitch and panic in the voice of the sensor officer 3 seats down from her in the crew pit. "Contact! Contact! A drop out of hyperspace. I read 4, 5, 7 vessels, cruiser size or better, total fleet size 13 vessels. They're already deploying starfighters." Boots clattered on the command walkway overhead, and Lara saw Zinj, General Melvar, and Captain Veller. The stern-faced man who would have been Master of Iron Fist had not Zinj chosen the vessel as his flagship, running forward toward the main bow viewports. Zinj skidded to a sudden stop halfway there, and Melvar nearly crashed into him. It was obvious that Zinj could see the enemy with the naked eye. They were close. Lara rolled her chair back to get a look at the sensor officer's terminal screen. It was filled with red blips, outnumbering Zinj's group more than 3 to 1. "Return to original course," Zinj shouted. His face was red. "Prepare for hyperspace. Signal the group. Inform groups 2 and 3. Tell them our situation and instruct them to stand by to jump to the abort rendezvous locations." "Yes, sir." Lara rolled back into place and nudged the technician next to her, an intelligence operative dedicated to analyzing patterns in comm traffic. "Why is he running?" she asked. "They outnumber us, but they couldn't possibly destroy us before the rest of our fleet jumps in." The analyst gave her a look of scorn. "Zinj's doctrine," he said. "No matter what the odds look like, if the enemy has chosen the battleground, he has more resources than we're aware of. It becomes imperative to choose a new battlefield, one the enemy can't have prepared. Don't mistake that for cowardice." "I never would have, sir." She returned her attention to her terminal, then typed a command, 16 characters of gibberish, into her keyboard and sent the command. Somewhere under the floor beneath her, a utility droid that was spliced into the data cables should be intercepting the command, interpreting it, then switching the terminal over from its analysis duties to a direct connection with her quarters, a connection the ship's computer was not set up to monitor. "Hello, Kearney." She donned a set of goggles and plugged it into the terminal. "Hello, Tonin," she whispered. "Are we set to disable the hyperdrive?" His next transmission showed up on her goggles. "Yes, but from the moment you issue the command, it will take a few minutes to take effect." "Understood. On my command, we pin him in place and make our run for it. 3, 2, 1. "Sir, we're in a gravity well," the sensor operator shouted. "Hold it, Tonin." Zinj leaned down to look into the crew pit. "We're not even near. Damn, sensors identify the interdictor. Captain Velar, that's our primary target. Dispatch Red Gauntlet and Serpent Smile to annihilate that nuisance. Keep Blood Gutter in tight to us. Communications, new message for Groups 2 and 3. Send them to our current position, updated constantly. Tell them to hold in readiness to jump to our position on my order. If we're not able to jump out of here before we're likely to be disabled, we'll just have to bring the fleet in here and fight on Solo's preferred playground." "I'm disconnecting, Tonin. We may not have to reveal ourselves yet." She typed and sent the counter command, restoring the terminal to its proper function, and got back to work. Wedge led his group in a wide loop around Skyhook, Crinid, and Stellar Web, the lead ships of Solo's fleet, around Red Gauntlet and Serpent Smile, the Star Destroyers coming in to eliminate the interdictor, and then straight in toward the retreating Iron Fist. Wedge was lead fighter in the lead squadron of 24 squadrons of fighters, every fighter in Solo's fleet except those from the Skyhook and Crinid, which were charged with the defense of Stellar Web. Several of the X-Wing squadrons were light, with pilots still scattered across the solar system, awaiting word that the battle had materialized. But the group was still imposing, the largest force he'd led in quite a while.
Rogue Leader, this is Mon Ramonda. Still no sign of starfighter deployment from your target. Thanks, Mon Ramonda. X-Wings, set your S-foils to attack position. All fighters, arm your weapons.
Wedge looped around so he was lined up more perfectly with Iron Fist's long axis. The lack of starfighters didn't surprise him. Zinj was hoping to make a jump to hyperspace and didn't want to lose time and pilots by deploying his ties and then summoning them back in. But that decision was about to cost him. Ahead, the Superstar Destroyer's turbo lasers and other weapons flared into life. Space around the group was suddenly bright with laser flares and the ball-shaped detonation of concussion missiles.
Leader to group. Make a trench.
Wedge threw more power to acceleration, and Rogue Squadron leaped out ahead. The X-Wing squad to his starboard, the gauntlets off the Allegiance, dropped back and side-slipped in directly behind. The Y-Wing squad to his port, Lightning Squadron off Battle Dog, slid in just as neatly behind them. In a matter of seconds, the broad wing of starfighters became a single concentrated line. Wedge brought them down low over Iron Fist's stern and fired down at the Star Destroyer's top hull, his lasers striking into but being dissipated by the great ship's shields, his proton torpedoes detonating on impact with those defensive screens rather than against the hull itself. Still, every shot he took battered away at shield integrity and drained badly needed energy resources. And more than 200 fighters strung behind him were doing exactly the same thing. He veered from side to side, varying his altitude as he came, and turbo cannon fire was so dense his cockpit interior was constantly illuminated by its brightness. Then Iron Fist dropped away beneath him. He'd run the gauntlet. Tycho was still tucked in beside him, and his sensor board read all rogues still accounted for.
At the end of your run, he said, break by squadrons and make further passes at your discretion.
Zinj knew from the way Iron Fist rattled that some of those detonations were taking place at the hull, not above it. The beeps and wails of damage reports began to sound. A near-constant line of starfighters flashed forward past the bridge viewports.
"What was that?"
he asked of no one, then leaned over the edge of the command walkway.
"Pedithel, what is he doing?"
His new analyst looked up. "He's concentrating fire on your center line, since you don't have a starfighter screen out to prevent such a move. But he won't do it on his second run. He knows you'll concentrate your gunnery crew's attention on the center line now, so he'll break his group up for more standard strafing runs. Don't be fooled."
"I ask for your analysis, not your advice,"
Zinj said, and was surprised by the snap in his voice. He turned to Melvar.
"Prepare for them to come back by way of the bow, the same way. Alert the gunners on top and below for a repeat of the same tactic."
Melvar looked uncertain. "Yes, sir." On the sensor screens, the deadly line of starfighters emerged from its strafing run off Iron Fist's bow, then broke up into individual squadrons and looped back toward the ship, a broad cloud of enemies. Lara allowed herself a small smirk of triumph. She'd thought that if she phrased her reply a certain way, suggesting that Wedge Antilles could outthink the warlord, Zinj would respond with pride instead of with his tactical ability. And she'd been right. It didn't make much of a difference in this situation. The gunnery crews were now receiving corrections, being told to abandon the previous orders. But Zinj's response meant she might be able to manipulate him again. If only she could persuade him to abandon his group, leave them behind. Then, wherever he emerged, she could shut down his hyperdrive and summon Solo's fleet for the kill. She sat upright. Wait a second. Maybe she could get Zinj to abandon his fleet. It wouldn't take persuasion either, just a minor course correction. She switched her terminal over to direct communication with Tonin and plugged her goggles back in. "Has Iron Fist already transmitted its jump course to the rest of the fleet?" she asked. "Yes." "Can you enter a course correction? I don't mean enter it as a new course. They'd notice that. I mean like an automated minor correction as the nav computer continues to process new data." "Yes." "Is there a star within range of the kind of variation you can enter?" "Yes, Salagas, just within Zinj-controlled space, a few light years away. A yellow star, 7 worlds." "Never mind the almanac data. Correct Iron Fist's jump course so that the distance is unchanged, but the destination is on the far side of a direct line through Salagas's sun." "Collision detection in the navigational software will prevent it." "Oh," she sagged. "Unless I delete Salagas from the star map." "Do it." "Done. We are now bound for Salagas." "Tonin, you are wonderful. Kearney out." Perfect. Either Iron Fist would remain here, trapped by the interdictor, until Solo destroyed it, or it would jump to Salagas, where Solo's fleet could finish it off. She didn't switch back to normal terminal functions. Instead, she lifted her goggles and glanced right and left, making sure that the analysts on either side of her were fully occupied with their tasks. Then she began recording. Zinj watched in pained fascination as the battle unfolded. Red Gauntlet, the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, and Serpent's Smile, the Victory-class, had now dropped behind far enough to engage the interdictor cruiser and her 2 escorts. His forces were somewhat overmatched. The interdictor's screen consisted of 2 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, and they had their starfighters deployed to offer additional damage to Zinj's ships. But Red Gauntlet and Serpent's Smile didn't have to destroy the enemy. They merely had to make one ship driver flinch. They had to do it quickly, too. Zinj took in the broader range of the sensor data available to him. Mon Ramonda, 2 more Moncal cruisers, another Imperial Star Destroyer, 2 frigates, and a swarm of smaller ships were converging on Iron Fist. Already swarming with rebel starfighters, Zinj could see the tiny flashes of their lasers and torpedoes in the long-distance visual feed. His vessels dropped within range of the enemy capital ships' guns. Brilliant streams of light lit up between them. Red Gauntlet began a stately turn to starboard, bringing her main batteries to bear on the enemy ships. Her flank offered more firepower than the bows of all 3 rebel vessels, and more target area, too. Zinj bit his lip. "Bring up damage and diagnostics holos for Gauntlet and Smile," he said. "Yes, sir." The starboard viewport was replaced by the giant-sized holoprojection of a data screen. It showed both his ships with shields intact, minor damage accumulating throughout their systems, especially on the older Serpent's Smile. But that ship had a canny captain who was a fine pilot. As Red Gauntlet rained destructive and distracting fire down on the enemies, Serpent's Smile rotated 90 degrees on her long axis to narrow her approach profile and side-slipped between the rebel Star Destroyers. As they advanced, the rebel ships unloaded only a portion of the full might of their flank batteries against Serpent's Smile. Any miss might continue on to hit the other rebel ship. And though Smile had only a few stern guns to bring to bear against the interdictor, she had one other weapon, her considerable mass, which was decelerating right in the interdictor's path. "Flinch," Zinj said. All the interdictor had to do was veer away from the collision. Then Iron Fist and ultimately all the ships in Zinj's group could get enough distance from the interdictor to jump into hyperspace. The interdictor came on, her own guns now firing on Serpent's Smile.
"Flinch, damn you,"
Zinj said.
Melvar said, "We've identified the interdictor. She's Stellar Web."
"Stellar Web? Nonsense."
Zinj shook his head.
"That's an Imperial craft, captained by Bar Mootle. He doesn't have the nerve to do what that captain's doing."
"You were the one who said the rebels and the Imperials were cooperating against you," Melvar reminded him. "And Stellar Web has been observed to be part of Admiral Rogris's task force."
"Rogris."
Zinj took a look at the sensor board. Stellar Web still came on, straight at the Victory-class destroyer, decelerating into its path.
"If he's transferred his flag to the interdictor, he has more nerve, better timing than my man. My captain will flinch first. We may have to summon the other groups and fight this one out, on their chosen battlefield."
The communications officer called up.
"Communications lost with Serpent's Smile." Zinj scowled down at him. "Nonsense. We still have data feeds."
"Sorry, sir, I meant bridge communications." Zinj looked at the enhanced view of the battle zone. The top hull of Serpent's Smile was afire, with much of the flame concentrated around the command tower. Increasingly, the old destroyer looked like something a giant beast had chewed upon.
"We're getting communications from their auxiliary bridge. They're requesting orders."
Zinj felt a sense of loss as he realized what needed to be done.
"Tell them to lock down their current course, launch all starfighters, and abandon ship."
"They say they can save her, sir."
"Do as I ordered."
Zinj turned to Melvar.
"It's a heavy loss, but now they can't flinch."
Melvar nodded. Solo watched as the stern of Serpent's Smile slid ever closer to the bow of the oncoming Stellar Web. He was unconscious of the fact that he was rocking forward and back in his seat. Games of head-to-head between capital ships tended to result in disaster for both participants, and disaster was almost upon the two ships he watched.
"They're going to hit," Onoma said. "They cannot avoid it now."
Stellar Web finally vectored, her bow turning slowly away from the oncoming destroyer wreckage. Solo waited for the inevitable collision between ships, but Serpent's Smile seemed to slow as it approached the interdictor. Stellar Web shot away from the destroyer, her course taking her dangerously close to Crinid, then vectored away from that vessel as well. Suddenly, she was heading out to space, away from the surviving Imperial Star destroyers.
"How did she do that?"
Onoma said.
"I'm not sure," Solo said. "But if I were driving a drag ship in that situation, I'd reverse the gravity well generators so they pushed instead of pulled. That would give me extra propulsion to bounce away from any mass in the area. Must have wreaked havoc with the ship's artificial gravity, though. She can't be set up to do such a thing normally."
He couldn't keep dull disappointment out of his voice. Stellar Web's course was now at an angle to Iron Fist's. Distance increased between the two ships.
"Weapons, how soon before we overtake Iron Fist?"
"They'll be within firing range in 38 seconds, the weapons officer said. "Within effective damage range in a minute 10.
"Sensors, how soon, assuming optimal piloting by Stellar Web, before Iron Fist is out of her projected mass shadow?"
2 minutes 15, sir."
"Weapons. Ready your guns."
Wedge brought the rogues around for another pass. Casualties had been high in his group owing to the sustained effort against Iron Fist. Of the rogues, Hobby had been hit by an ion cannon, and his snub fighter was out of combat. though he was undamaged, and Acer Salar had been forced to punch out when turbo-laser damage sent her X-Wing into a fatal spin toward Iron Fist's hull. A shuttle off Mon Carin was now endeavoring to pick her up. Losses had been even more severe among many other squadrons, especially the slower-moving Y-Wings and the cloak-shaped fighter squadron off Battle Dog. But Iron Fist was starting to look bad, portions of her deck gouting flame. Mon Ramonda reported Serpent's Smile destroyed, and Red Gauntlet sustained heavy damage from the 2 Imperial-class Star Destroyers she faced.
"Rogues, stay on her bow," Wedge ordered. "Solo's group is coming off her stern, and we don't want to get caught in the crossfire."
He rolled toward the Superstar Destroyer, evened out his shields, and opened fire once more. His lasers plowed into Iron Fist's shields and through. He saw hull plates explode out under the pressure of the atmosphere they'd once contained. As he looped around from this side-to-side strafing run, he saw the guns of Mon Ramonda, Mon Carin, and Mon Delindo chewing away at Iron Fist's stern, the destroyer's batteries returning fire against the Mon Cal cruisers. Then Iron Fist became a single streak of light, leaping out into space. A moment later, the destroyer was gone. Only the battered-looking cruiser that had been hugging her belly remained, and a second later it disappeared as well. Wedge set his jaw. This wasn't the sort of victory they needed.
"Rogues, form up. Let's assess remaining threats."
But the flaming wreckage that was Serpent's Smile was no threat. Then neither Red Gauntlet nor the 3 ships around her, Crinid, Skyhook, or Stellar Web, was firing. Zinja's other destroyer had surrendered.
"I can't beat him,"
Solo said. His voice was duller than before, even to his own ears. He couldn't seem to muster the energy even to pretend to be enthusiastic.
"We've lost."
Captain Anoma regarded him steadily. The Mon Calamari's eyes were wide, evaluative.
"We have reduced him. He'll swell up again, and there we'll be locked in this struggle forever."
He heaved a sigh.
"All right, recall the starfighters. Assemble the group. Secure Red Gauntlet and put a crew aboard her. Maybe we can draft her against Zinj until Fleet Commander decides to reallocate her."
"Yes, General." The communications officer said, "Message from Contact M-317.
"Put it through."
Admiral Rogris's face came up on Solo's private screen. He looked unshaken, undismayed by the events of the last few minutes.
"General Solo." "Admiral, let me compliment you on your flying." "Thank you. I think we're done here, however."
"A shame." The Admiral shrugged. "It was a trap that could have succeeded."
Solo nodded. "Let me ask you, would you do it again?"
Rogris froze. After a moment, he gave a slight nod.
"I imagine I would. You have my frequency." "I do. Good luck. Against the Warlord, anyway."
Rogris laughed. Then his image vanished from the screen. A moment later, Stellar Web made the jump into hyperspace and was gone. Solo sat, alone with his thoughts, his crew choosing not to disturb him. In the murmur of their voices, he could pick up details of their status. How many pilots lost? How many starfighters temporarily out of combat? How many permanently? Damage tallies, reports on reconnaissance pilots finally rejoining the group. Then his communications officer said, "Sir, we're receiving holocom traffic."
"That will be Zinj," Solo said. "Calling to brag."
"No, sir." Long before she was supposed to, Iron Fist dropped out of hyperspace.
Directly ahead, though at a sufficient distance that they were in no danger, was a yellow sun. Zinj leaned over to bellow down at his navigator.
"What is this?"
"A star, sir," the navigator said, then wilted as he realized how unnecessary the statement was. "Name unknown. It's not on my charts."
"Not on your charts?"
The words escaped Zinj in a bellow.
"Just how incompetent are you? How far did we travel?"
"Less than 8 light years, sir." Zinj felt himself gaping like a fish.
"There are no unknown systems 8 light years from Vahaba."
He turned to Melvar, dropped the volume of his voice to a whisper.
"Are there?"
"Well, if we knew," the general said, "they wouldn't be unknown. But to answer the question more appropriately, no yellow sun like this could exist 8 light years from Vahaba without the people of Vahaba knowing. And so it would be on our star charts." Zinj returned his attention to the navigator.
"Well, turn us around. Get us out of this gravity well and into hyperspace, and get us to our rendezvous point."
He didn't bother to keep anger out of his voice. "Sir?" Another voice, the officer in charge of engineering. "New damage reports. We're experiencing a progressive failure in our hyperdrive system." Zinj felt his gut turn cold.
"Define progressive failure."
"Primary subsystems are shut down, and secondary systems and optional reroutes are failing. But it's not instantaneous. It's spreading like a disease."
"How long before the system is inoperable?"
1 minute, maybe 2.
"Navigation. How long before we can make our next jump?"
The navigator looked up and slowly shook his head.
"Fix it," Zinj said. "Now! Now! Now!"
"We have a holocom message," called the communications officer.
"Directed to whom?"
Zinj asked. "I don't know, sir. It's not to us. It's from us."
"I didn't authorize—" "Oh, Melvar, we're in trouble. Communications, put that message up where I can see it."
The holoprojected status board was replaced by a face, that of Gara Petithal. She had goggles pushed up on her forehead and was leaning in close to the holocam. Her expression was somber. The view behind her was of the back wall of the crew pit. Zinj looked down at her seat in the pit. It was empty. "General Solo," the woman said, "if everything has gone correctly, Iron Fist is now in the Selagus system with her hyperdrive inoperable. Other portions of Zinj's fleet are continuing on to their rendezvous points and won't be able to get to him for a little while. Minutes in some cases, hours in others. I recommend you come by and take a look. Oh, bring your fleet, too. Lara Notzel out." The image faded. Zinj stood there a moment, his mind a blank. For the first time in years, he couldn't think of anything to say. He did notice the deadly quiet that had fallen on the bridge. Finally, he turned to Melvar.
"Dispatch security. Have her found and brought to the interrogation chamber."
He took a deep breath.
"I intend for her death to be so horrible that it will give me nightmares."
Melvar nodded and brought out his comlink. Zinj addressed the navigator.
"We're at Selagus. Selagus is normally on our charts. What does that suggest to you?"
"Our charts have been tampered with, sir. I'm already restoring them from our archives."
"Very good. You just saved your own life."
Zinj turned his attention to Captain Velar.
"How soon can we reassemble the fleet here?"
"If they've already launched for the rendezvous points," the man said. "About 6 hours for the other units of Group 1, 4 for Group 2, 2.5 for Group 3. But, sir, Groups 2 and 3 had no urgent reason to leave Vahaba.
If they've lingered, they're only minutes away.
Communications. Direct a holocom signal to any remaining units at Vahaba. Bring them here.
Zinj returned his attention to Velar.
Bring in Second Death. We may actually have to use her in her primary role. Bring in any stray vessels under my command in this region. Bring in any pirate or mercenary forces we've used in the past. Hire any vessel of any sort operating in or near this system. Find a good spot in this system for us to hide until our reinforcements arrive or our hyperdrive is fixed.
He took a deep breath to calm himself.
And prepare all our starfighters to launch. We're in for a fight.
At a half-trot, Lara followed the tiny utility droid down the busy corridor, and Ensign Gatterweld followed her.
"Should you be doing this?"
Gatterweld asked.
"Aren't you supposed to be on station?"
"No, I'm not," she said. "I'm tending to an emergency."
"What's with the droid?"
"It knows where to go."
The droid pulled over to stop beneath a utility access hatch.
Lara typed numbers into the keyboard beside it.
"If this weren't authorized, would I be able to open this?"
The hatch offered up a clank of confirmation and swung open. Beyond, in the narrow access shaft, waited another utility droid. A broad box was strapped to its top.
"I suppose not. Where are we going?"
Lara reached in, opened the box part way, and fumbled within it. Her hand rested first upon a trigger housing. She grabbed the weapon's grip and switched the weapon over from blast to stun settings.
"I'm going to go get killed.
If you're not smart, you will too." She reached back with her free hand to give him a shove, rocking him back on his heels. Then she turned and shot him. The stun beam caught him in his midsection. He fell backwards, hitting the corridor's metal flooring with a clang. Passers-by, officer, crewmen, pilots rushing toward their launch bays, stared in momentary surprise, and some lunged toward her. She stepped into the access shaft and yanked the hatch closed. The hammering of fists sounded against the hatch. Lara pulled the empty package from the utility droid's back and discarded it. Then she tapped the droid 3 times. It turned obligingly and headed off into the shaft, Lara close behind it.
"But can we believe her?"
Solo asked.
Captain Anoma gave him a shrug. "Your analysis team believed her before, and our engagement here at Vahaba confirmed the data she gave us."
"True, but it could still be a plan to draw us into some trap Zinj has set up at Salagas. Trusting her could mean the end of the fleet."
Solo sat back, frustrated, struggling with conflicting impulses.
"Sir," the comm officer said, "we have more holocom traffic. A recorded message, not a live transmission."
Solo sat up.
"From Nozzle again?"
"No, sir, from some sort of automated router in the Hallmad system. It didn't come straight from there, though. The route data says it went to a holocom relay satellite in New Republic space first, then Coruscant, then to a high-security fleet satellite, then to us. It's eyes only for Commander Antilles or Captain Lauren."
Solo frowned.
"Well, that's odd. And Hallmad is so close the timing can't be coincidence. Captain, is either Wedge or Lauren back on board?"
Anoma nodded.
"Both are."
"Get them up to the closest conference room right now."
Solo met the 2 pilots in the conference room. As soon as the door was shut, he said,
"Bring up the message."
The room's comm terminal responded in what sounded like a recorded female voice.
"State your name and rank for verification purposes."
Wedge looked at the general, who nodded, and said,
"Wedge Antilles, Commander, New Republic Starfighter Command."
"Thank you."
The room's holoprojector activated, and a hologram swam into focus in the center of the conference table.
It showed Warlord Zinj against a neutral gray background.
"General Kargan and the Hawkbats, greetings," the Warlord said. "It's a recording," Solo said. "You're not compromised." "I have a proposition for you," the Warlord continued. "It's my hope that you're still stationed out of the Halmad system, because if you are, I can offer you a considerable sum to join me on a sort of impromptu exercise. If you're available, please transit immediately to the Selagus system, practically your next-door neighbor. However, our window of opportunity is very narrow. In a very few hours from this message's timestamp, it will close. I hope to see you soon."
With a confident smile, the Warlord closed down the transmission, and his holo-image faded.
"Notzel was telling the truth," Solo said. "Zinj is trapped at Selagus."
His expression transformed from tiredness and premature age to his familiar cocky appearance. "And he's desperate for troops," Face said. "He's calling in the Hawkbats and probably every pirate he's dealt with within a few light years. We've got him."
"Do you want to go in as the Hawkbats?" Solo asked.
Face shook his head. "We'd have to put on the makeup, repaint some of the interceptors, call it a half an hour to an hour's delay, and all it would get us is proximity to Iron Fist in a half-dozen ties."
"Where do I know the name Selagus from?" Wedge asked. "Another Zinj strike zone," Solo said. "One of the first I looked at after I assumed command of this task force. One of the moons of Selagus 6 was colonized. I guess Zinj decided to make a lesson of someone colonizing on his border without his permission. Iron Fist wiped out the whole colony. I think it would be very appropriate if he were wiped out in the same system." "Right. Get back to your squadrons," Solo said. "We'll jump immediately."
He raced from the room, showing haste inappropriate for a general. Wedge and Face headed back for their hangar at a trot. "Shala is going to be so relieved," Face said.
"How so?"
"Her assault on Netbers back in the Saphalor complex. She's been beating herself up for a while, wondering whether she should have risked all our lives to keep the Wraith Squadron Hawkbats link a secret. Now she gets to know she was right."
16.
"Second Death is on station," announced Iron Fist's communications officer.
"Very well,"
Zinj said.
"Sir."
Zinj turned around at the sound of Velar's voice.
"Captain, what is it? You're almost smiling."
Velar did in fact smile.
"I got through to the chains of justice. Group 3 had not yet entered hyperspace at Vahaba. The entire Group 3 is en route to us now."
Zinj beamed at him.
"We might not only survive, we might have just won this engagement, Captain. Thank you."
Mon Ramonda and the New Republic fleet dropped out of hyperspace well within the Selagus system.
"Contact," announced the sensor operator. "Multiple contacts moving well ahead of us. Their course takes them towards Selagus 6.
"Show me," Solo said. The holo-image, brought up to hang before Solo's chair, jerked and flickered, the result of the extreme visual enhancement needed to offer any detail at this range. It showed a gradually lengthening line of ships headed toward a distinct yellow-orange world. The closest ships, those at the rear of the formation, were 2 Star Destroyers, 1 Imperial, 1 Victory, and a smaller vessel. Like Carrack-class cruisers, the small ship looked like a thick bar with thickened areas fore and aft, but Solo recognized it as a Lancer-class frigate. Smaller than carracks, the Lancers were configured to repel starfighter squadrons. Stretching out ahead of these vessels were two dreadnoughts, and in front, a smaller craft that would have been difficult to identify if seen from an above angle, where it would look like a simple triangle. But Monramonda's position was slightly below the flight path of the outbound ships, and from this perspective Solo could see the teardrop-shaped command pod hanging from the bow, the boxy starfighter bay depending from the stern. It was a Quasar Fire-class starfighter transport. Solo had one in his own fleet. Solo ran the numbers through his head. It was a habit he'd gotten into as a general. The Corellian habit of ignoring odds until one crashed right into them was inappropriate for an officer who had lives depending on his decisions. "If they join up with Iron Fist, they will outgun us," Captain Anoma said, confirming Solo's calculations. "But not by an impossible amount," Solo said. "We'll just have to be better than they are." The world the enemy forces approached, Solo knew, was a gas giant, a beautiful yellow-orange thing whose atmosphere was characterized by constant storm activity. The storms unceasingly changed the planet's patterns of swirls and lines of color so that each new day offered variations in the worldscape. It must have been an ever-changing work of art for the colonists on one of the world's moons. Solagas 6 also had a heavy debris ring, thought to have been another moon at one time. Solo nodded. "Solagas 6 is the perfect place for Zinj to make a stand. He can use the terrain to his advantage. An asteroid ring to hide in, a planetary atmosphere he might even be able to bring Iron Fist into for cover. That's our destination, Captain. Follow that group." Leaving Tonin behind, Lara stepped out of the turbolift onto a deck of Iron Fist that wasn't supposed to exist. She'd only seen it through holocam recordings taken by utility droids. It didn't seem quite as cavernous from a human perspective. Ahead was a long, dimly lit corridor. To the right was a bank of viewports showing more brightly lit chambers. The first chamber she passed was the one she thought of as the zoo. In it were a couple of monitoring consoles and an entire wall of metal and transparasteel cages, stacked 3 high, the upper ones accessed by a sort of portable turbolift, a metal floor in an open-air upright frame. Most of the cages still seemed to be full. 2 human men were seated at a desk, one typing away on a large terminal. Neither noticed Lara. She wasn't surprised. Inside the more brightly lit room, the transparasteel of the viewport would be very reflective. If they did see her, all they'd see was a naval officer walking at a slow, measured rate. It was making her crazy, having to pace herself now that she was within sight of humans and holocams again, though Tonin's measures should have rendered those holocams ineffective. She wanted to dash down to the end and do her business, but she couldn't afford to attract attention, not now. The next chamber was a surgical theater. The operating table featured an inordinate number of straps and fasteners of varying sizes. There were also injectors on robot arms, monitor screens, tools she couldn't recognize. She suppressed a shudder. Then the office. Within it, another 2 men, medical technicians. One looked up as she passed, squinted, and shaded his eyes to see her through the partial reflection. She rounded the turn to the right and punched the combination Tonin had given her into the door keypad there. The door slid open. The 2 technicians, dark-haired men of ordinary appearance, their features so similar they were probably brothers, glanced at one another, and their expressions brightened. "A new liaison officer?" asked one. "That's right." Lara entered and shut the door. "Would you please," said the first. "Please, please, please," said the second.
Tell us what's going on with the ship."
"We were in a battle, weren't we?" said the second. "I could feel the vibrations even down here."
"I felt them first."
Lara looked between them. "You two and the men in the containment chamber are the most vomitously despicable creatures I think I've ever met." The two men looked at one another.
"You haven't even gotten to know us yet,"
said the first. From where she'd tucked it into her belt at her back, she drew her blaster. Both men flinched. "Take me to the containment chamber," she said, "or I'll kill you." In moments she was in the largest chamber, 4 prisoners standing splayed against one blank wall, while she examined the cages at ground level. Inside the nearest was an Ewok. "Do you understand Basic?" she asked. It nodded, its motion quick and very human. Its eyes looked like those of an Ewok, but possessed an understanding that was unsettling. "I'm going to free you and get you off this ship, so you can go home or live where you please. Would you like that?" It nodded. One of the medics said,
"Zinj will kill you for this."
"No, he's going to kill me for several other things." The lock on the cage was simple, mechanical. She lifted it, and the Ewok emerged. The creature looked at the medics and uttered a low, rolling growl. Then, to Lara's discomfiture, it spoke, its voice rising and falling in a sing-song that did not belong to any basic dialect she'd ever heard. "I will kill them." "No," she said. "You will go to each cage. Ask each prisoner if it will refrain from attacking me if it is freed. Tell it that I will get them off this ship. Then free the ones who agree." The Ewok looked up at her, so obviously considering her command and his other options, that Lara could almost see a strategic program running behind his eyes. Then he shrugged, like a human, and moved to the next cage. Out the forward viewport, Zinj could see little but tumbling asteroids and brilliant flashes of light as Iron Fist's forward guns blasted the largest of them. The communications officer said, "The shuttles report our explosive packages being planted on schedule." "Good." "And Chains of Justice reports sensor contact with Solo's fleet, sir." "Very well." "And we have a report from the chief engineer." "Hold on." Zinj stepped back to his hologram pod in the security foyer directly behind the bridge. "Send it to me here." The face and torso of the chief engineer, whose light build and scrupulous cleanliness belied his profession, swam into focus in the air. "Sir, we've identified the trouble. The engineering compartments are swarming with, well, saboteur droids." Zinj gave him a look to suggest the man shouldn't make jokes. "Would you like to try again?" "Standard MSE-6 utility droids, sir. They've gone mad or been reprogrammed. With their internal tools, they're opening access hatches, chewing their way into wire clusters, sending false data, dragging chips out of their housings, all in the hyperdrive systems." The absurdity of what the man was saying hit Zinj, and he almost snorted. "And what are you doing about this?" "We're, kicking the things to pieces with our boots, Warlord. Between the primary and redundant systems, we're restoring the system to functionality. But when we jump, we'll need to make it a careful one. There won't be any backup systems in case of component failure." "Understood. How long?" "Pessimistically, an hour. Optimistically, somewhat less. I don't know how much less." "As much less as possible, if you please. Out." The image faded. Zinj turned to Melvar. "Very clever. I wish our analysts had anticipated such an approach to sabotage. We need thinkers like her in my organization, General."
Are we not going to kill her, then?
I said thinkers like her, but loyal ones. Her fate will serve to reinforce that loyalty.
The starfighters of Solo's fleet finished forming up, then broke off by task. Wedge's task force included 4 X-Wing squadrons, 1 A-Wing, and the Wraiths. They turned toward Solaga 6 and leaped forward, drifting a little out from the path taken by Zinja's group, their intent to pass it by and reach the planet first. Other groups of starfighters would head straight for the Star Destroyers at the rear of the formation, hoping to get some early licks in, while still others remained on station with Solo's fleet as a defensive screen.
Group, this is Leader. When we reach the ring, we'll break by squads to our assigned task. Rogue and Wraith squadrons will head counter-spinward and spread out the width of the ring for reconnaissance. Corsair and High Flight squadrons will do the same spinward. Polearm and Shadow squadrons will break by wing pairs and do recon runs on the moons. First pilot to spot Iron Fist gets an extra 3-day leave.
Iron Fist's communications officer announced, "Chains of Justice reports starfighter launch and deployment from Mon Ramonda. X-Wings incoming. Y-Wings remaining behind as a screen."
Zinj smiled. "Launch all our squadrons, except the 181st and the experimentals."
He turned to Melvar.
"While they send their fastest fighters looking for us, we can concentrate ours on them. Mon Ramonda is in for the beating she deserves."
"Incoming starfighter squadrons from Solaga 6, the sensor operator said. Solo nodded.
"Bring the Y-Wings up front. Let them think that's all we have. Array the rest behind Mon Ramonda."
He had 4 squadrons of Y-Wings, 2 each from Mon Caron and Mon Dolindo, plus 2 more Y-Wing squadrons and a cloak-shaped squad off the Battle Dog. The Y-Wings were good at hammering large targets, and rugged enough to sustain a lot of damage from enemy starfighters. But they weren't fast or nimble enough to keep TIE fighters from bypassing them and hitting a target like Mon Ramonda. However, the last ship in Solo's formation, the Imperial Star Destroyer Skyhook, after its capture from the Empire, never had its complement of Imperial fighters replaced by the New Republic's ubiquitous Y-Wings. Instead, it retained its original complement of 6 TIE fighter squadrons, crewed mostly by former Imperial pilots who joined the Alliance over the years. The approaching force, 9 squadrons of TIE fighters and interceptors, came on in a spread pattern toward Mon Ramonda, ignoring the other ships in Solo's group. Several kilometers out from Mon Ramonda, as they reached maximum firing range from the Y-Wing squadrons, they opened up with a salvo of lasers, then broke around the Y-Wing force in 4 groups, leaving the slower New Republic starfighters to turn awkwardly in their wake.
"Open mass fire," Solo said. "Forward guns only. Prepare to drop them at my command. Bring up the TIEs."
The cruiser's forward turbo-laser batteries and ion cannons flashed into life, and Solo could feel vibrations in the heels of his boots as wave after wave of destructive energy poured out toward the enemy. On his sensor board, the cluster of TIEs waiting to Mon Ramonda's stern, colored blue to indicate their friendly status, suddenly leaped into motion, half moving up over the cruiser, half under her hull. Off the cruiser's bow, the incoming TIEs began reaching effective fire range. The cruiser throbbed and vibrated as her shields absorbed concentrated laser fire from 100 starfighters. The friendly TIEs reached Mon Ramonda's midway point. Solo said, "Cease mass fire. Begin individual defensive fire by sensor only. With friendly TIEs out there, they can't rely on visuals. Good luck to the pilots." Then all he could do was wait and watch. He saw a collective waver along the line of enemy ties as their pilots, momentarily freed from the distraction of the turbo-laser barrage, recognized that the incoming ties were not friendly. Some looped back the way they'd come. 2 red dots vanished instantly, destroyed by incoming fire from the pursuing Y-wings. Then the clouds of red and blue targets became hopelessly intermixed. The turbo-lasers opened up again, their fire more intermittent, their gunners firing more discriminately now that friendly and enemy forces were in such close proximity. Far ahead, Solo's X-Wing reconnaissance squadrons should be reaching the ring of Salagas 6 about now. "Come on, guys," he breathed. "Get me what I need, fast."
"Group Leader, this is Polearm 1. I have the Iron Fist."
Captain Todra Main, once of Komenor, now a Starfleet Command lifer, had only to glance out her port viewport to see the mighty vessel.
"I'm flying parallel to the center of the interior rim of the debris ring. Iron Fist is about 40 kilometers deep in the ring. She seems to be blasting herself a channel parallel to the edge. It's the turbo laser flashes that let me spot her."
Polearm 1, Group Leader. Good work. Stay in position and we'll form up on you.
Iron Fist didn't alter course in the minutes it took Wedge to form up his group of 6 squadrons.
Group Leader. Any guesses as to her intent?
"Leader, this is Shadow 1. This sort of ring includes particles much finer and closer than we see in normal asteroid fields. Most of them won't worry a shielded Star Destroyer, but even finger-sized bits can wreck an X-Wing at high speeds. I think he's giving himself a second set of shields here."
"Good point," Wedge said. "But space around the larger asteroids should be a little clearer. Their gravity will have drawn in some of the proximate particles. We'll take it slow going in and move from asteroid to asteroid until we're close. An island-hopping approach. Break by squads, each squad choosing its own approach."
He suited action to words by heeling over to starboard, descending relative to Iron Fist's orientation along the inner rim of the debris field. Rogue Squadron formed up behind him. Entering the debris field was like flying into an odd sandstorm. The asteroid debris was mostly small and was sufficiently well spaced so that only the larger asteroids interfered with vision. But every few seconds, forward shields would light up with the impact from a tiny asteroid, or Wedge would hear a metallic clank as something hit his hull. His diagnostics continued to register full atmospheric pressure, though. He set his course from large asteroid to large asteroid. Some of them were the size of small moons, the others merely as large as good-sized houses. His comm unit crackled. "Group Leader, this is Wraith 1. Wraith Squadron is in position to begin assault run."
"Wraith 1, Leader. Good flying. Stand by until all squadrons are in position."
"Acknowledged." Rogue Squadron finished a half-orbit around one of the larger asteroids, and suddenly Iron Fist was in full view again, less than a kilometer below. Other than the bow guns being used to clear a path for her, the ship's weapons were not active. A few large asteroids floated between the rogues and their target, partially obscuring Wedge's view.
"Maintain this orbit," Wedge said. "Rogue Squadron in position."
"Shadow Squadron in position."
"Corsair Squadron in position."
A minute later, the remaining units had reported in. At the end of another quick orbit, Wedge said,
"Leader to group. Set S-foils to attack position. Begin your assault runs."
He looped away from his orbital path and dove toward the Superstar Destroyer. As Wraith Squadron formed up to begin its assault run, Dono suddenly felt uncertain. More than that, he felt awash in unreality. He'd been here before. He knew he had. The last time he'd felt this way above a moon circling the third planet of solar system M2398, he'd witnessed the destruction of his astromech Shiner. Then the sense of unreality had claimed him, and he'd found himself back in the ambush at Graven 7, the one that had cost him his squad and his sanity. It was happening again. He clamped down on his feeling of desperation. But neither Graven 7 nor M2398 had an asteroid field. Neither resembled the space around him. What was here that threatened to send him back into a state of collapse? "Break off! Break off! It's an ambush!" Wedge grimaced. The voice was that of Donos. Wedge had been wrong. The pilot's mind had snapped back to the Graven system ambush yet again. "Group leader, this is Wraith 3. Donos's voice was in control again. "Please order an abort on the assault run. This is an ambush."
"Group, abort. Pull back and regroup."
Wedge hauled back on his yoke, veering away from Iron Fist.
"Wraith 3, this better be good."
Abruptly, the Star Destroyer's gun batteries went active, pouring laser blasts into the asteroid field all around it. Wedge could see bright flashes as dozens of asteroids detonated. Comm traffic told the story of the other pilots' conditions. "This is High Flight 3. I'm hit by debris. Experiencing engine shutdown."
"Shadow 12 is gone. Repeat, gone. He ran right into a chunk of asteroid." "Wraith 3, that's 2 casualties, and all we did was break off," Wedge said. "You'd better have a good reason." Well out of range of Iron Fist's guns, he put Rogue Squadron into orbit around another planetoid. "Yes, sir. I thought I was going crazy for a minute. I distinctly remembered going through this exact raid once before. I hadn't, really. It was a simulator run back when I was first getting pilot training with the Alliance." "Go ahead."
"The sim was based on a story, a lesson from one of my instructors. He'd been a Y-wing pilot. His unit encountered an old Victory-class Star Destroyer in a debris field like this one. Took the same kind of approach in, island hopping from big asteroid to minimize damage from debris. When they got close enough, the destroyer opened up, shooting the asteroids they were nearest. The rock debris superheated and exploded like bombs. It was a disaster for the Y-wing unit. I ran through the simulation of it several times. It was a nightmare." Wedge thought about it. Their target's barrage had seemed to hit a lot of the asteroids near his starfighters.
"Which Victory-class Star Destroyer was it?"
"Iron Fist, sir. The original one. Zinja's first command."
"Good work, Wraith 3. Group, we have a new plan. Squads who feel up to it can still approach laterally, but stay away from any asteroid large enough for them to target and blow up. Say anything half the size of your vehicle or larger. The rest drop down into Iron Fist's wake, into the path they've already cleared out for us, and strafe her stern. Resume your assault runs."
He heeled his X-wing over, choosing a path between asteroids, and began another run, Rogue Squadron following close behind. Deep in the automated processes of Iron Fist's main computer, a watchdog program recently activated detected the fact that the ship's laser batteries had recently fired on targets in a non-drill fashion. A timer associated with the program started up, counting down from 3 minutes. Zinj offered up a heavy sigh.
"The starfighter trap appears to have failed," he told Melvar. "Bring back our own starfighters from Ramonda. We'll need them."
"They suffered substantial losses before they understood what they were facing there," the general said. "It'll be even worse when they have to disengage and run home."
"I know."
Dispirited, the warlord looked down at his feet. a neutral image that could bring him no bad news. I'm getting tired, Melvar. Making mistakes, not anticipating my opponent's moves the way I should. And I'm going to have to sacrifice more if I'm to win this engagement. I'm pouring credits on this problem instead of solving it with ingenuity. He looked up at his general. Bring them back. The 4 medics lay with their limbs tied, their mouths gagged, as Lara assembled the humanoids she'd freed. There were 2 pachydermal ortolans, 3 Ewoks, male and female Gamorreans, 3 Billars, looking like large children's toys, 2 knee-high Rannots with suspicious eyes and frequently bared incisors, 1 huge white-furred Tals with 4 pain-racked eyes, and 5 waist-high Chadra Fan, whose ears flicked back and forth between listening to Lara's words and to the struggles of the medics. "We can get you out on escape pods," Lara said. "Unless... Can any of you pilot a shuttle?" One of the humanoids raised a paw. The Ewok. Lara stared at him. "You're kidding." "No," he said. "Doctors put me in simulators. See if Kolot can learn to fly." "And you can?" "Yes." "Kolot, you can't even reach all the controls." "Warlord had mechanics make me prosthetics for hands and feet." "Stop it!" The words emerged from Lara as a shout, and she buried her face in her hands. "I know this joke already." "Joke?" After a moment she uncovered her face and knelt before the Ewok to look at him from his own altitude. "Kolot, we're the same thing, you and I. We're both lies that eventually became the truth." The Ewok shook his head, not comprehending. "Don't worry. You'll understand someday. Let's go." Tonin was still in the turbo lift, his scomp link inserted into the lift controls. He uttered a relieved whistle when he saw Lara returning safely. She counted heads as her rescuees entered the turbo lift and came up too short. "Where are the Gamorreans?" She saw them now, down at the end of the corridor, coming toward her at a trot. As they got closer, she could see something different about them. Blood. It was splashed across their chests and dripped from their tusks. She looked at the viewport into the zoo. She couldn't see much of the containment chamber, certainly couldn't see where she had left the bound medics, but she could see the splash of blood across the inside of the near corner of the viewport. She looked at the Gamorreans and could think of nothing to say. How could she protest their actions, not knowing what was happening behind their eyes, not knowing what the medics had subjected them to? As they entered the turbo lift, they regarded her steadily, with no hint of regret or apology in their eyes. Her voice emerged in a whisper. "Let's go." Zinja's fleet moved out over the broad portion of Salagas's debris ring, then turned back toward Solo's. 2 of the ships, the anti-starfighter frigate and the bulk cruiser, acting as a TIE carrier, continued on toward the inner edge of the ring. The stream of TIE fighters fleeing Mon Ramonda and the starfighters pursuing them caught up with the 2 smaller ships, passed them by, then dove into the debris ring. "That's where they're making their stand," Solo said. "All right. Bring up Allegiance, Crinid to Devium, Etherhawk, and Ession Strike to engage and hold Zinja's fleet. The rest of our fleet will bounce around them and head on straight for Iron Fist. Except Warder. Keep the medical frigate out of the engagement zone." Solo's 2 Imperial-class star destroyers, one of the frigates, his Marauder-class corvette, and his Corellian blockade runner surged ahead, a spear point aimed at Zinja's fleet. Solo waited until they were well ahead, then directed the navigator to enter the angled course that would take the 3 Moncal cruisers, remaining Star Destroyer, and Quasar Fire carrier toward Zinj himself. Within Iron Fist's computer system, the 3-minute countdown ended. The program looked for and found the fleet diagnostic data being piped to the ship's bridge, damage analysis from each ship in Zinj's fleet. It was already assembled in a convenient package to be displayed as a holo image for Zinj's use. The program took the package and encrypted it under a Wraith Squadron communications scheme. Then it checked Iron Fist's threat board, identified the distant target Mon Ramonda as the chief designated threat, and broadcast the package to that cruiser as an ordinary data stream.
"Com transmission from Iron Fist, sir." "Chewie, your favorite correspondent is calling you again."
"No, sir," the comm officer said. "It's a data stream." His voice indicated confusion. "It's diagnostic data, sir, for all the ships in Zinj's fleet. It's being broadcast under a recent Wraith Squadron encryption on New Republic frequencies." Solo looked up at his comm officer, then glanced at Captain Anoma, who regarded him with one eye turned back toward him. "That would be Notzel again," Solo said. "Probably. Are all our ships getting this data?" "No, sir." "Send it to all our ships. They're to use the data until I say otherwise." "Yes, sir." Solo allowed himself a smile. Zinj's comm link beeped. He brought it up. "Yes?" "Sir, engineering. We have the hyperdrive functional again." Zinj checked his chrono. 38 minutes. Excellent. Continue with repairs. Perhaps you can get some of the redundant systems functional and improve the odds that we'll survive a hyperspace leap. Already on it, sir. Zinj pocketed the device. Put him down for extra leave time and a raise in pay. I approve of efficiency. Melvar nodded, but did not look at the warlord. His attention was fixed on the holo showing the damage Iron Fist had sustained and was continuing to suffer. The primary projection showed a series of wireframe renderings of the destroyer as shown from above. Blinking red zones indicated damaged areas. A secondary list indicated system failures. We have a radiation leak on Deck 4. Zinj grimaced. I see 6 radiation leaks. There was a tremendous bang from overhead, and the bridge lights momentarily dimmed as a nearby torpedo strike momentarily overloaded some ship's systems. 7 now. Deck 4 is the least of our troubles. Yes, sir. Still, I want to check it out personally, on a hunch. The general bowed and headed back toward the bridge exit. Zinj followed him, but stopped at one of the secondary communications consoles in the security foyer. He leaned over the shoulder of the man there. The officer didn't turn, but said, Our ties have returned to Iron Fist, now making an attack on the squadrons assaulting us. Good. Is any of the units assaulting us now confirmed as Rogue Squadron? The man nodded. Yes, sir. 83% probability. We haven't cracked their current transmission scramble code, but based on performance, we still get a better than 50% probability that Antilles is leading them. Excellent. Zinj pulled out his comm link again. Zinj to Baron Fell. Fell here. Prepare to launch. Don't worry about defending Iron Fist. We'll give you a course that will take you within visual range of Rogue Squadron. Then you can head out to an engagement zone of your own choosing. Do whatever it takes to draw them away, far away. And then? I'll send a support squadron a couple of minutes later. Between your pilots, your special systems, and this support, you should be able to kill Antilles. Please do so.
Warlord, it'll be a pleasure.
Zinj pocketed the device and moved slowly back up to his preferred station on the command walkway. It was time, almost time, to decide. The next few minutes would show him whether Solo's fleet or his own would prevail in this battle. In the latter case, he would send Solo yelping back to rebel space, or, best of all, kill him. In the former, he would have to destroy Iron Fist. Temporarily, at least. Solo's Star Destroyer group closed with Zinj's force. Even at this range, Solo could see the needles of laser light flash between ships engaged in that action. His sensor operator kept data on the status of all his ships, projected as holos up on one of the bridge viewports. But now those images were smaller than usual, joined by similar data being broadcast from Iron Fist. Solo saw red areas creeping through the engine compartments of the data screen labeled Flashfire. The captains of his own ships, Tedivium and Etherhawk, began concentrating their fire on the stern of the dreadnought, and the redness spread even faster. That engagement was visible through his starboard viewport. Ahead was the glorious color pattern that was Salagas 6. Below was the debris field that, from a distance, was just a ring, an attractive ornament for the planet. "We're above Iron Fist now," the navigator said. "Very well," Solo said. "Make your course straight for Iron Fist. Bow shields to maximum. Sensors relay data to gunners on all asteroids in our path that could conceivably harm us. All other ships in the group are to line up behind Mon Ramanda. We're going to drill a hole straight to Iron Fist, and we're going in fast." Wedge and Tycho whipped across a massive stone ridge on a city-sized asteroid. The instant they knew the pursuing TIEs had lost sight of them, they decelerated. Their pursuers came around at full speed, hugging the asteroid's surface more closely than they had, and overshot the two X-Wings. Wedge fired, saw his twin-linked lasers hammer the side of his target. The TIE, not penetrated, struggled to return to its original course, but the blast had sent it tumbling too close to the asteroid's surface. It veered straight into a hill-sized projection and detonated. Wedge glanced at Tycho, then at his sensor board. His wingman was intact. The other TIE was a ball of orange and yellow gases half a kilometer back. The other starfighters of his group were holding up well, in spite of the sudden arrival of several TIE fighter squads, and not all the new arrivals were enemies. Some were friendlies off Skyhook. Wedge looped back around toward Iron Fist for another strafing run, or another head-to-head with TIEs. A new cloud of TIEs, 2 squads of interceptors, rose from the destroyer's belly and veered off into the asteroid field. All wore red horizontal stripes on their solar wing arrays. Wedge checked their course. It took the interceptors away from Iron Fist, away from Solo's engagement, toward Salagas 6's once-occupied moon. "Leader 2. I don't like the sight of that." "Me either, 2. He switched his comm unit to the group frequency. "Group, this is Leader. Polearm 1, take command of the group. Rogues, Wraiths, form up on me. We have something to check out." Lara pushed open the access hatch just a few centimeters and peered out into the corridor beyond. It was empty, echoing with a radiation alarm, flashing with the red lights appropriate to such a dangerous condition. Opposite the hatch was the door into the hangar bay she wanted. She stepped out and helped haul Tonin over the hatch lip. "Give us a minute to get the door open," she told the non-humans crowded into the access shaft. "Then look both ways to make sure no one is coming, and join us." They nodded, a little excited but confident, like a room full of business folk just before an important meeting. She was left with the unsettling impression that she was leading a horde of humans dressed up, for no particular reason, in humanoid suits. The hangar door opened to their approach. She breathed a sigh of relief.
She and Tonin wouldn't have to run a lengthy bypass on the door controls. She toggled the control so the door would remain open for the humanoids following. Despite their human-level or genius-level intelligence, they might still be startled by the suddenness with which ships' doors tended to shoot up into their housings. Within the hangar, only 3 vehicles remained: Lara's X-Wing, a Lambda-class shuttle, and a larger shuttle of similar design, an Imperial landing craft. "We'll give them the landing craft," she told Tonin. "I'll get it prepped for launch. You still have the file on my X-Wing?" Tonin tweetled an affirmative. "Open it up, disable all transponder systems, and disengage whatever else the file says they've done to it. I don't want them to be able to detonate it remotely."
"They won't need to." The voice, cultured and self-assured, came from behind her, from the hangar corner nearest the door. She whirled. General Melvar stood there, a blaster pistol in his hand, and Ensign Gatterweld, looking surly and betrayed, held a blaster rifle at the ready beside him. Both men moved toward her. "You had to come back here for your souvenir X-Wing," Melvar said. "Perhaps your only mistake in a skillful escape attempt. I knew your arrival was pending when you or your droid falsified the radiation leak for this deck."
Lara saw shadows congregating behind the 2 men at the door into the bay. She raised her hands. "That's why the hangar doors were not secured. You were waiting for me."
"Correct."
"Will you be killing me now?"
"No, that's the warlord's prerogative."
Melvar looked sad, and Lara had the unsettling feeling that the emotion was genuine.
"I do wish you'd been faithful. You could have helped the warlord lock down this quadrant of the galaxy. He's generous with those he respects."
"You could have owned a world." "I wish I had something witty to say to you," she told him, "but the thought of helping Zinj is turning my stomach." The humanoids moved forward, a non-human mob, the sounds of their passage masked by the alarm sounding in the corridor.
"I think—"
Melvar stopped, his eyes darting right, where one of the Gamorreans had just moved up within his peripheral vision. He turned, brought the blaster around. The other Gamorrean, the female, grabbed his forearm and slammed him to the hangar's metal floor. Gatterweld spun, panic on his face, and then the non-humans were all over the 2 men, pounding them, raking claws across their faces, biting at limbs and heads and torsos. "Stop it!" Lara yelled. The humanoids looked up at her. "Just bind them. Leave them. They'll die when Iron Fist is destroyed." They looked at each other, then rose from the downed men. In minutes, she and Tonin had the 2 vehicles ready for departure. She fitted a ladder to the side of her X-Wing. "You're sure you can fly this thing?" The Ewok, standing at the base of the shuttle's boarding ramp, nodded. He carried the objects he'd brought with him from the hidden medical facility, 4 prosthetic extensions, 2 with articulated hands at the ends, 2 with long-toed feet. Tonin rolled up to her and whistled a question. She didn't have to know the musical speech of droids to understand. "No, Tonin, you're going with them. You have to broadcast all the data I recorded about Zinj's projects, the medical data." He whistled again, more urgently, shrilly, a complicated message. She drew her goggles from her pack, put them on, plugged the trailing wire into Tonin's side. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to rejoin my unit." "You said they hated you. They will be your enemies. The warlord's forces are your enemies. You'll die if you do this." "Maybe," she said. "Probably." "Don't."
She stared down into his holocam eye and suddenly found it and Tonan's stance to be as expressive as any human mannerism. "Oh, Tonan, I have to. I have to do this to be who I decided I want to be. Do you understand?" "No. You've already reprogrammed yourself. That's enough." "I wish it were. But an intention isn't anything unless you carry it out." She knelt, wrapped her arms around the droid, gave him a squeeze she knew he could not feel. "You will tell us if you need help. We will help." "I have my comlink," she said. "I'll tell you." Tears blurred her vision for the first time in days. She rose, pulled her goggles free of Tonan's jack, and hurriedly climbed up into her cockpit, unable to face the droid again. Tonan wheedled one last sad sound and rolled toward the landing craft. 17. On Wedge's sensor board, the interceptors of the 181st had a commanding lead. They were already entering the atmosphere of the moon, once home to Selagas's colony. 4 friendly starfighters trailed the 181st, not losing ground to them. Kel, Elisar, Shala, and Jansen, flying 4 of Wraith Squadron's own TIE interceptors. The X-Wings of Rogue and Wraith Squadrons trailed by a distance that increased with every minute. "Wraith 5 to leader. They're descending toward the west coast of the primary continent. I think that's where the colony used to be. Atmospheric conditions not helpful. Heavy rain, heavy winds."
"Acknowledged, 5. Do not engage. Continue to update us on their progress. Transmit us your sensor data."
Wedge suppressed a curse. He preferred the X-Wing to every other starfighter ever made for its nearly ideal balance of ruggedness, speed, and firepower, but sometimes, such as now, he devoutly wished for more speed. "They're banking toward a set of ruins. The colony, I guess. No sign of life in the ruins. They're strafing. There has to be a living target down there, leader. Permission to engage." Wedge closed his eyes. He'd already confirmed that there was no native comm traffic from Selarkon. Mon Ramonda's records had reported no survivors from Zinj's barrage of 5 months ago, and yet Zinj was dedicating his best pilot, his best-trained starfighter unit, to pound those ruins flatter. It had to be a trap. Had to be. But if it wasn't? The New Republic wasn't here to protect itself, but to protect innocents. There might be colony survivors down there. It was that simple. He opened his eyes again. 1 second had clicked by on his console chrono.
"Permission granted."
Kel banked and dove toward one of 2 rearmost pairs of interceptors. It was difficult to see them. The sky was overcast, and fierce winds blew sheeting rain almost horizontally across his path. His heart hammered. In his throat, it felt like, and he knew that he might at any moment introduce his lunch to the inside of his helmet. The old fear. It had paralyzed him at the implacable fight. In the months since, it had never entirely left him. It might never leave him. It made him feel like hell. He decided to take it out on the enemy. The rearmost interceptor of the wing pair he'd targeted chittered for a split second in his targeting brackets, then broke to starboard. Its wingmate made a sudden deceleration, seeming to blast backwards past Kel's port side, preparatory to setting up an attack on him. It exploded, vanishing from his sensor screen. "Good shot, 9. He banked tighter, trying to stay inside his target's turn radius, but the enemy interceptor's maneuver was sharper than any Kel had ever made. A moment later, the interceptor came up behind him, a quarter click back. Kel heard his sensor system howl with the confirmation of his enemy's targeting lock on him. He dove toward the ground, a 2-tone surface, gray seas to his port, brown soil to starboard,
the wreckage of prefabricated dome buildings where the two colors met. Lasers flashed above him, visible through his top viewport. He angled over toward the sea, dropping almost straight toward the shoreline. As the range meter dropped, he felt wind kicking him to port. He struggled with the piloting yoke, heard the howl of his sensors again, and juked to throw off his pursuer's aim. He was kicked to port again, and from the sensor's unmusical complaints, this time it had to have been from a laser graze rather than atmospheric conditions. At a mere couple of 100 meters from the ocean's surface, he fired his lasers and hauled back on the yoke. The lasers hit the water's surface, boiling it, sending up a column of steam. He flashed through it, actually felt the drag of the mist as his interceptor hit the column, and banked to port, a maneuver so fast and tight his vision began to gray out. His pursuer emerged from the column of steam, not banking instantly. Its pilot had to be taking a moment to find Kel. That was the moment he needed. He held his turn, struggled against the centrifugal forces trying to slam him into the starboard side of his cockpit, and came around behind his enemy. The tie vibrated in his targeting brackets, and he fired. The tie exploded spectacularly, transformed into the biggest fireball Kel had ever seen yielded by an interceptor's detonation, a 100-meter diameter ball of destruction. Kel climbed to stay above the rising cloud of smoke and flame, then shook his head to try to clear his vision. 2 down, he said. 22 to go. 20! That was Jansen's voice. But they're changing tactics. Kel looped around back toward the ruined town, and Elisar fell in beside him. Ahead, the interceptors of the 181st continued with their low-level strafing runs against the ruins. They seemed to have no particular target. Their aim seemed to be the transformation of the entire set of ruins into smaller rubble and dust. Kel saw Jansen and Elisar come in from the east, aiming for a pair of interceptors near the ruins' border. Their targets shied away toward the colony center. 2 more turned in the direction of Jansen and Elisar for a head-to-head. Jansen and Elisar banked toward the newcomers, but those targets too looped away as a third pair maneuvered to engage the wraiths. It was a deadly game of keep-away, flyers of the 181st turning to engage the wraiths just long enough to get their attention, then breaking away to return to their strafing. As Kel and Elisar neared shore, 2 interceptors turned toward them. "If they come at us," Kel said, "standard head-to-head. If they bank away, don't follow." "Acknowledged," Elisar said. Their enemies banked away well before they were in targeting range. A new pair angled in from the north, timing their approach so they'd hit Kel and Elisar from the side if the wraiths continued their straight-line approach. "Up," Kel said, and drew back on his yoke. His interceptor rose at a dizzying pace. "I don't get it. They're playing defensively." "They're waiting," Jansen said, "for the rest of the rogues and wraiths." Zinj watched in mounting disbelief as his fleet's damage displays grew ever redder. "Melvar," he said. Captain Velar looked over from his position on the command walkway. "He's not back from his errand. Did his errand involve a shuttle launch? We have a landing craft taking off from the personal vehicles bay. It seems to be in pursuit of an X-wing." Zinj shook his head, unconcerned. "Never mind that. Velar, are they that good? Oh, Sith spit, we just lost Venom." Red flashes crossed and crisscrossed the display of the Victory-class Star Destroyer like a flash fire. "They seem to be, sir," the captain said. There was tension in his voice, but his expression was unwavering. "Mon Ramonda is almost in position to engage us." "Your opinion?" The captain gave the sensor holoprojections a long look. "Our group isn't going to defeat their secondary group. They're being pounded to pieces. Solo's main group, which is almost unhurt, is going to hit us in just a minute. We're damaged, and we don't know the extent to which we may have been further sabotaged. Eventually, Solo's secondary group will reinforce the main group." He turned a regretful face to Zinj. "Sir, we're not going to win this fight."
"All ahead full," Zinj said. "Get us out of the debris field. Set your course for second Death's position. Bring in all starfighters from all ships, except the 181st and their support, to harass Solo's group."
"Sir, that will accelerate the damage the rest of our group is taking."
"You don't think I know that?"
Zinj couldn't keep the venom out of his tone.
"As soon as we're free of the debris ring, issue orders for the ships that survive to flee at their discretion."
He felt something sharp in his chest, a pain that had everything to do with the sudden loss of his reputation for infallibility on the battlefield. Rogue Squadron and Wraith Squadron broke through the high cloud over a dark world lashed by rains. They dove toward the colony ruins, breaking by wing pairs, each pair of pilots seeking out prey, starfighters that were frailer but far faster than theirs. They saw the enemy interceptors scatter by pairs, each trying to find an advantageous angle to repel the X-Wings' assaults. Wedge tried to pick out by eye which of the enemies was Baron Fell. He needn't have bothered. A pair of interceptors rose straight toward him and Tycho.
"Fell, is that you?"
"Antilles," came the familiar voice. "So good to see you at last. Again at last."
"Iron Fist isn't doing so well. You can save yourself some trouble by surrendering."
The interceptors came on straight at them. The range meter dropped below 2 kilometers, and the interceptors fired. Wedge sideslipped, sending his X-Wing into a defensive dance, and pressed his own laser's trigger. Then the ties were passed, roaring back the way Wedge and Tycho had come. Oddly, they didn't immediately loop around to gain an advantageous position on the X-Wings' tails. They continued their run eastward, then looped around south, headed once again toward the coastline. Wedge and Tycho turned to pursue. The maneuver was made a little more difficult by a ferocious crosswind that threatened to drive them eastward.
"Fell, let's not do this. You've been a rogue. I don't really want to kill you."
"Why ever not, Wedge? I don't share any such sentiment about you."
Wedge gritted his teeth.
"Because you haven't yet told me where my sister is. Tell me that, and I may lose all compunction about vaping you where you fly."
Kel and Elisar veered in opposite directions, the Deveronian to rejoin Face, his regular wingman. Kel swung around and came up behind Runt's X-Wing.
"Welcome back," Runt said. "Good to be home. Let's get 'em."
They turned toward a new pair of interceptors. The 181st seemed to have abandoned their defensive, scurrying tactics. Now they seemed eager for runs against the rogues and wraiths. A pair veered toward Kel and Runt, accelerating. Kel dropped behind Runt, constantly adjusting his position to keep the X-Wing between him and the oncoming interceptors. As the range closed to nearly 2 kilometers, he popped up above Runt for a snapshot against the rear interceptor, then dropped below his wingman for sustained fire against the lead tie. Incoming laser fire hammered against Runt's forward shields, diffused to a pastel green as it failed to penetrate. Kel's sustained fire finally tracked on the ball of the interceptor. He saw the green of his own lasers stitch the fuselage. There was no visible change to the interceptor's exterior, but the lead enemy dropped on a ballistic course toward the ground below. His wingman veered off at an angle seemingly impossible, even for a tie, and headed back toward the colony center.
"He's running away,"
Anoma said. Beyond the forward viewport, they could see wave after wave of TIE fighters making suicidal runs against Mon Ramonda. 3 had already come within tens of meters of crashing into the cruiser's side. Only brilliant gunnery by the turbo-laser handlers had prevented collisions. Solo's ties were helping, but they were outnumbered by the enemy force, which had been bolstered by squadrons diverted from the other engagement zone. And Zinj's choice of a battlefield was proving to be a good one for the warlord. Solo's Y-wings, tough as they were, weren't nimble enough to handle the debris field at dogfighting speeds. Report after report came in of pilot loss because of an injudicious turn into the path of an asteroid. Between the speed Mon Ramonda had to make to catch up to the destroyer and the necessity of diverting most of the gun batteries to anti-starfighter use, the cruiser didn't have enough laser power to clear the path ahead entirely of asteroids. Every few moments, stones, some the size of R2 units and some the size of X-wings, would hammer into the cruiser's shields or penetrate and crash into her hull. Though Mon Caron and Mon Delindo followed in Mon Ramonda's wake, Solo knew they had to be suffering worse. Their shields and hull were not up to Mon Ramonda's specs. "We're in range," said the sensor officer. "Bow batteries open fire on Iron Fist." Solo breathed a sigh of relief. At last they were in contact. The topside stern of the destroyer lit up under Mon Ramonda's barrage, but Iron Fist's own batteries opened fire, and suddenly space before the forward viewport was bright with laser flashes. Mon Ramonda shuddered under impacts against her shields. Ahead, Fel and his wingmen lost speed. Wedge and Tycho rapidly overtook them. In a moment, Wedge could see them again, two dots that grew into interceptors, blurred by rain and distance. There was only ocean beneath them. Shore a mere kilometer or two off to starboard. One of the interceptors dropped behind the other, losing ground rapidly, but maintaining the high-speed side-to-side maneuverings that was so effective at throwing off a pursuer's aim. Wedge and Tycho squeezed off ranging shots. Then the interceptor decelerated further, right into Wedge's path. Reflex took over, twitching his yoke to port so that he veered out of its path. Tycho veered in skillful mimicry of Wedge's move, right into the interceptor's path. It should not have been a problem. At their relative speeds and courses, no collision was possible. He should have been well clear of the interceptor. But the decelerating vehicle exploded into a brilliant ball of fire and debris, and Tycho's X-wing flew straight through the heart of the detonation. Tycho emerged from the explosion, his X-wing trailing smoke, its S-foils shuddering. He rapidly lost ground on Wedge. 1 to 2, come in! There was no answer. Tycho banked to starboard, back toward land. Tycho, come in! Are you all right? His comm unit hissed. Then words, partial words, emerged. Failure. Hold her. Repulsor lifts out. As Wedge watched, Tycho's starboard lower S-foil began to shake more ferociously, then to crumple under air friction. Ahead, the other TIE interceptor began to loop around for a head-to-head. Tycho, don't try to hold her together. She's a wreck. Get over land and punch out. Do you understand? Land. Understood. The other interceptor roared toward them, toward Tycho. Wedge accelerated forward past his wingman, laser straight at the interceptor. Is that Fel again, or did we get lucky? No luck for you, Wedge. This is your last engagement zone. The interceptor drifted up, firing. Wedge hit his trigger, saw his lasers pass harmlessly beneath the TIE. Fel's lasers didn't miss. They chewed into the nose of Tycho's X-wing. Fel shot past and began to bank again. Wedge saw Tycho's snub fighter shudder and begin to disintegrate at the nose. The cockpit's cowling popped up, and a moment later Tycho ejected, still half a kilometer short of the shore. Group, this is Leader. I need extravehicular pilot rescue at this position. Mark it and get someone here. Wedge wrestled his X-wing around to confront Fel once more.
but the nimbler interceptor settled into position behind him, its lasers opening up, bracketing Wedge. Wedge set his teeth and flew southward, clearing his head of distractions, letting the sensor board and targeting brackets become extra eyes. Fell settled in on his tail and would not be shaken free. But the one-time rogue had no more luck firing than Wedge did shaking him. Burst after burst of laser fire flashed to the left, the right, beneath the X-Wing as Wedge used every trick he knew to make the man miss. Another violent crosswind hit Wedge. He didn't struggle against it. He let it propel him toward shore, a sudden movement that caught Fell off guard. Then Fell, too, crossed into the wind and was pushed eastward, farther even than Wedge had been. Wedge felt his spine stiffen. That was it. The interceptors were lighter than X-Wings, with much broader cross-sections. He resumed his original course and waited until another crosswind hit him. As it propelled him shoreward, he wrenched his yoke that way, turning in the direction he was being shoved, and saw out his starboard viewport as Fell was victimized by the same wind. The interceptor rolled eastward, momentarily out of control. Wedge maintained his loop, was pressed hard into his pilot's couch as he came around. And then, for a brief moment, his targeting brackets went green around Fell's interceptor. Wedge fired and saw the red flashes of his lasers score the Squint's engines. Fell's interceptor dropped half out of control, and he banked toward shore. Wedge followed, alert for a trick. But Fell continued to lose altitude at a dangerous rate, and hit the ground in a skidding, rolling, half-controlled crash that constituted the worst landing Wedge had seen in years. He circled the down interceptor and angled in to land. Corran Horn dove toward his target interceptor, trying to bring his targeting brackets to bear over it, hoping for a maximum distance shot. These enemies were more maneuverable than even he was used to. His target continued side-slipping, dancing around, avoiding the target lock. He blinked. There was something fundamentally wrong with his target, something that turned his gut cold. It wasn't his pilot's skills telling him this, it was the other, his slowly improving ability with the Force. "Group, this is Rogue 9. Be advised, my current target is not a living being. Repeat, not living. I think it's a droid ship." He finally got a green flicker on his brackets and fired. His lasers hit the interceptor's fuselage. The Squint detonated with far more force than was appropriate for a vehicle with twin ion engines. The blast was powerful enough to engulf his target's wingman 50 meters behind the explosion. That interceptor emerged from the fireball, spinning, flaming, out of control, and smashed through the already ruined dome of one of the colony buildings. It exploded too, but in a fashion that was subdued by comparison. "Group, Wraith 8. Piggy's voice, jarring and mechanical. "I am an idiot. This is why the wingmen of each pair at the Razor's Kiss fight behaved in such a similar fashion. They have droid pilots, and they are packed with explosives. A moment, while I calculate." Corran looped back toward the fight, and Ural, his wingman, stayed tight with him. Piggy's voice came back a moment later. "Observation suggests that each wing pair is one human pilot, one droid. In free flight, the droid falls back to wingman position. The droid unit's maneuverability increases as your range to them decreases. Their performance suggests they are enjoying computerized coordination. They must be transmitting sensor data to the ship handling coordination. Who is the Rogue's communications specialist?" "That's me, Rogue 7. "With the permission of the Wraith and Rogue leaders, I offer a plan." Corran Horn's voice came back instantly. "Go ahead, Wraith 8. Faces followed a moment later. "Let's hear it." "Rogue 7 and Wraith 6 use their comm gear to jam transmissions in the area for 30 seconds. In that time, we'll either enjoy dramatic improvement in our ability to handle the enemy, or we're no worse off than before."
Wraith 1 authorizes, Face said.
Rogue 9 says go, Horn said.
Mon Ramonda dropped into the channel Iron Fist had already blasted through the debris field and began gaining on the Superstar destroyer. Still close enough for long-range fire, the Mon Cal cruiser continued blasting away at Iron Fist's stern, despite the distraction of TIE fighters making constant assaults against Mon Ramonda's bow and bridge.
Gaining, Solo said. Gaining.
Detonation ahead,
said the sensor officer.
Iron Fist?
No, she said. To starboard of her course. Something on the far side of that planetoid she's passing.
Solo brought up his visual enhancers to focus on the area she described. She was correct. Asteroids opposite a 2-kilometer-long hunk of rock were illuminated by some sort of sustained explosion taking place just on the far surface of the larger asteroid. Whatever its cause, the explosion was propulsion as well as detonation. The 2-kilometer rock began moving slowly toward the channel left in Iron Fist's wake.
Navigator?
Solo asked. The Mon Calamari navigation officer turned an eye toward him.
It will partially block the channel. We must destroy it or pass it by.
Weapons?
His weapons officer shook his head.
Too big for our guns to dismantle before we get there.
Solo offered up a rich curse he'd learned on the back streets of Corellia.
Navigator, divert our course around it. Through the debris. Alert the rest of our group what's happening. Zinj has set up at least one asteroid, maybe more, with explosives or thrusters to move it in our path. Stay alert.
Mon Ramonda began a slow maneuver, veering to starboard inside the path of the asteroid. As the bow of the cruiser entered the uncleared portion of the debris field, Solo heard ominous clankings and felt trembling under his heels. Red lights flashed across more portions of Mon Ramonda's diagnostics display. The numbers on the gauge showing the distance between Mon Ramonda and Iron Fist slowed their rapid descent. The numbers stopped and then began climbing. Mon Ramonda was falling behind. Lara's sensor board had shown the rogues and wraiths descending into Selkaron's atmosphere, and the 10 strange ties she pursued did likewise. She entered the moon's atmosphere at the angle necessary to keep air friction from burning her alive, then set her S-foils to attack position. When she broke through the cloud cover, she could see, ahead and below, the unusual fighters split up by pairs, most heading to the main engagement, 4 vectoring to the south. Her sensor board said Rogue 1, Rogue 2, and 1 unfriendly lay in that direction. Then it updated, and only Rogue 1 and the unfriendly were left. She looped around to the south and dropped nearly to the surface of the water. Jansen hit his trigger, and the distant TIE interceptor detonated in a brilliant flash, leaving behind one of the 100-meter diameter fireballs the rogues and wraiths were coming to expect. The jamming technique had been a spectacular success. This unit of droids and humans had been trained to function under coordination and fell to pieces without that benefit. In the first 30 seconds, the rogues and wraiths had reduced the number of interceptors by half. Then they sustained a 1-minute jamming period, and the last of the interceptors had now fallen to Jansen. The communications jamming fell away.
Group, Wraith 8, we have incoming traffic descending from high altitude from the east-northeast.
Jansen veered in that direction and climbed. Yes, there were more starfighters coming in. He gave them a second look. What in the world are those? Wedge swung his legs over the lip of his cockpit and slid with reckless haste to the ground. He drew his blaster and moved at a full run across the sand toward Baron Fell. Fell, evidently injured, was crawling at a good pace away from his smoking interceptor. Fell was not in a traditional TIE fighter pilot's gear. The black jumpsuit was standard, but the red featureless mask, gloves, and boots
and the poisonous yellow piping on those accoutrements were pure raptor uniform. Wedge reached him and prodded his boot with his toe. Fell rolled over on his back. His right leg did not turn the way it should have. Wedge could see it was badly broken beneath the knee. Wedge aimed his blaster. "Mind answering a few questions?" "Not at all." Fell's voice was muffled. He reached up to pull his helmet free. Wedge blinked. The man under his gun had Fell's height and build, but his blond hair and homely features were not Fell's. "Who are you?" The man offered him a pained smile. "My name is Tetran Cowell." "I know that name." Wedge frowned. "Some sort of actor. Face Lauren doesn't think much of you." "That's because he's my inferior in every way," the man said. His voice did not resemble Fell's. It was higher in pitch, though melodious. "You used computer voice enhancement to sound like Fell." "Very good." "Where's Fell?" The man shrugged. "You should know. You had him last. Where was he when you last saw him?" He gave Wedge a smirk. "Really, we have no idea." "So this was all a ploy." Wedge felt sudden exhaustion begin to eat at him. All these months, hoping that this man would have some word of his sister. And this man turned out to be the wrong one. "Why?" Cowell slowly put his hands behind his head, a posture of relaxation and contentment that was belied by the sweat on his face and the odd angle in which his right leg lay. "Well, you, actually. Scuttlebutt had it that Fell had deserted you and that you'd taken it rather personally. Had arranged for him to be looked for since then. The warlord decided that his reappearance would be a mystery you just had to solve. He put together a new 181st, half with human pilots, half with flying bombs that could sidle up next to you and detonate, making hash of the famous Wedge Antilles, despite your overly vaunted skills." "So your only job was to lure me out and kill me?" Cowell smiled. "And it worked." "Not exactly." Cowell pointed eastward. Wedge sidestepped to be sure he could keep the actor under his gun while he looked. In the distance, 2 or 3 kilometers off, TIE fighters, their outlines unusual, were looping around from east to south, obviously intending to turn northward, near or at the shoreline. "TIE Raptors," Cowell said. "New design, nice to fly. They'll be on us in a few seconds, and you can't get into the air by then. You're dead, Wedge Antilles." For a quarter second, Wedge debated shooting the man, then sheathed the blaster and made a sprint for his X-Wing. He heard the actor laugh behind him. Cowell was right, of course. He could hear the distant shriek of the TIEs. They'd be in firing position about the time he was sliding into his cockpit. He reached his X-Wing, leaped up to swing himself in, dropped into his chair. There were 3 incoming TIEs, and they were of a type he'd never seen before. They had the standard TIE ball cockpit, but lacked wing pylons. Instead, 4 trapezoidal wings, smaller than half the size of a regular TIE fighter's wings, protruded from the cockpit at even intervals. They'd rolled to port to line up along the straight section of beach and came on, their engines shrill, a second from firing. Then Wedge saw something blue flash over his head from behind, and the center TIE exploded. The other 2 broke left and right, momentarily abandoning their run. Wedge finished shutting his canopy and got his X-Wing up on repulsor lifts. He had his S-foils locked into attack position before he drifted 10 meters forward. Another X-Wing flashed by mere meters overhead. It was painted in the darker gray of Wraith Squadron and had no astromech. Wedge put power to acceleration and checked his sensor board. The X-Wing wasn't returning a transponder signal. The X-Wing looped in pursuit of one of the alien-looking TIEs, climbing in its wake. Wedge turned in the direction of the other, coaxing his X-Wing up to speed.
"Lara, is that you?"
"Sorry I was late." She was banking hard, trying to get her X-Wing around at an angle that could fire on her target. Had to hit one of these weird TIEs that was trying to strafe a downed rogue.
"Tycho, is he—"
"He's undercover now. Hopping mad, I think."
"When you come around north, you may get crosswinds. He'll get them worse. They may blow him back across your path. Hold tight."
Wedge turned after his target TIE Raptor, saw that the unusual vehicle was now looping around to get behind Lara.
"I owe you one," he said.
"I owe you," she said. There." The Raptor pilot hit a bad patch of crosswind and was tumbling eastward. Lara fired, her lasers creasing the rear of the TIE. A plume of smoke emerged from her target. The starfighter dropped tumbling into the sea, hitting with enough force to turn anything within it into something resembling jelly. But the last Raptor dropped in behind Lara and began stitching her rear with laser fire. Wedge put all discretionary energy into acceleration, hurtling toward the engagement. The TIE Raptor fired again. This was no laser. A concussion missile detonated just below Lara's X-Wing. Wedge saw her stern leap up, and then the X-Wing was tumbling, unaerodynamic, slinging components in all directions as it dropped. "Punch out! Punch out!" Wedge said, but had no time to watch. He turned after the TIE Raptor. That pilot tried an immediate roll to port, diving toward the water, a frantic effort to shake Wedge from his tail. Wedge flicked his targeting brackets back and forth, but was unable to get a lock. So he fired directly over the TIE Raptor's hull, immediately above its top viewport. The pilot dodged out of reflex, straight down. The leading edges of its odd wings dipped into the surf. The TIE rolled forward, its wings breaking free and being flung into the air with more speed and violence than anything coming off Lara's X-Wing. Wedge looped around, looking for Lara. He found her X-Wing 50 meters offshore. It was a twisted, broken thing, slowly rolling over from its belly onto its side. He cruised over it at a slow rate of speed, running on repulsor lifts, and looked into the cockpit. Then he shook his head and banked back toward Tycho and the colony.
"On my command," Piggy said, "Wraith 9 and 10 begin straight-line flight but maintain evasive maneuvering. Rogue 3 and 4 climb at a 30-degree angle. Target their pursuit and fire. Ready? Now!"
2 kilometers below him, Shala and Jansen discontinued their efforts to get around behind the unusual TIEs pursuing them. They accelerated into straightforward flight toward the west. Their pursuit accelerated, swinging into firing position behind them. A kilometer below that, Pednoscotian and Hobby Clivian rose toward the engagement now passing above them. Piggy could tell the exact moment they acquired targeting locks. Both pursuing TIEs suddenly wobbled in flight as their pilots were alerted to the danger they were in. But it was too late. Both rogues fired. Hobby's lasers sheared through the lower portion of one TIE's forward viewport and continued cycling against that target. A moment later, Piggy saw his lasers emerge from above the TIE's engines. The TIE hurtled forward ballistically for half a kilometer, then detonated. Scotian's lasers missed the second TIE. It veered abruptly upward. Shala and Jansen looped around in tight maneuvers and gave pursuit. Piggy turned away from that engagement, looking again at the swirling colored dots on his sensor board. Flight vectors, acceleration rates, probabilities ran through his mind like unregulated data streams. He saw the blip designated Rogue One returning. That would begin to figure into his calculations in 2 minutes. He saw another blip, yellow for unknown, descend from low lunar orbit toward Wedge's earlier engagement zone. He dismissed it. It wouldn't factor into his equations until it came closer to his current engagement zone. His comm system lit up, indicating reception of a recorded message. He glanced at the data portion of the screen. It was a lengthy message flagged as low priority, going to all vehicles on New Republic frequencies. He dismissed it from his mind. Numbers and formulae clicked into place in his mind. Wraith 7, 2 targets will be crossing over your space from the east in 6.4 seconds. Dia, her fusible thrust engines malfunctioning, was now running on repulsor lifts only. Face had directed her to stay under cover, and she now hovered within a half-ruined colony dome, able to swivel her guns toward any one of 3 large holes in the dome. Wraith 5, please make your course due east and come up to full speed. You should pull 2 of the new intruders. Yes, you have. Kel veered as Piggy had requested, momentarily abandoning his slower-moving wingman, and both new TIEs that had been lining up for a run on Wraiths 5 and 6 opted to pursue him. Kel blasted across Dia's position, and the lead TIE pursuing him was suddenly illuminated from the dome, painted and then penetrated by Dia's lasers. It rolled, a deceptively pretty corkscrew, and then hit rubble that had once been a Duracrete street. Piggy started to speak again, then saw Kel's TIE interceptor vector back at a sharp angle toward Runt's position. Kel and Runt closed on one another as though they planned a head-to-head, but when Runt fired, it was Kel's pursuit he hit. The unusual TIE fired too, its concussion missile flashing past Kel and hitting a ruined wall before Runt's lasers punched through the TIE's hull. It became, to Piggy's eye, a tiny, pretty ball of red, yellow, and orange. Piggy sat back and nodded to himself, satisfied. He loved math. "We're in open space, Warlord," the captain announced. Zinj offered him a tight, unhappy smile. "Make your course directly towards Second Death. Instruct Second Death to deploy the Night Cloak in a channel long enough for us to make a hyperspace jump from. And to finish this masquerade, I'm going to have to stand by in a shuttle. The fleet is in your capable hands." "Yes, sir." In his shuttle bay, Zinj and his pilot found his personal shuttle unharmed, but Melvar and Gatterweld were there in much less intact condition. Both men were tied, bleeding, unconscious. He clucked over them, but didn't delay. Time was pressing. He called in a medical team as he and his pilot prepared the shuttle for flight. "Iron Fist is outbound," Anoma said, "and as much as the debris field is delaying us, we're not going to be able to catch her." Solo looked at the damage diagnostics projections, which showed an ever-mounting damage total for Iron Fist. "Keep the starfighters on her. There's a chance they can crack her open before she can jump. See, concentrate there on the forward top shield projector and the starboard engines. Both systems are faltering like mad. Her hyperdrive is damaged, too. There's got to be a chance it will fail when activated." Mon Ramonda's own damage totals were mounting, too. Numerous asteroid impacts had reduced her shields, battered portions of the bow near the keel, and Iron Fist's starfighter screen had been insane in its prosecution of Mon Ramonda. But suddenly, the enemy starfighters were running, fleeing in the wake of Iron Fist. Solo sat, his muscles knotting, uncertainty burning at his gut. It didn't matter that he and his force had just destroyed or captured the rest of Zinj's group. It didn't matter that they'd survived each trap Zinj had set, each ploy he had initiated. Nor did it matter that they'd sent Iron Fist fleeing for the second time in the mighty destroyer's career. The only thing that mattered, the only acceptable outcome, was Iron Fist's capture or destruction. More data crawled across his personal screen. Rogue Squadron and Wraith Squadron were returning from Selkaran. They were requesting shuttles for pilot rescue and enemy pilot capture. Rogue One was among the pilots returning. Solo breathed a sigh of relief. He had few enough friends,
Win or lose, he didn't want to lose any more in this engagement.
Tengo Nur, Polearm 9, finished another pass across Iron Fist. He dumped more laser fire across the great ship's bow. Turbo lasers and ion cannons had failed to touch his A-wing. Now he banked around for another run. His wingman was dead. Most of the friendly starfighters within sight were Y-wings and even TIE fighters. Solaga 6 was growing small behind him and his target, but Mon Ramonda was coming on strong. His home was chasing him. He got lined up for another run and dove toward the destroyer, his lasers stitching destruction across her hull. Halfway across, he sensed something wrong to his port, toward the ship's bow. He glanced that way, saw nothing beyond the bow. Nothing. No stars, no starfighters. Blackness, an immense sea of blackness. It so jarred him that he ceased fire, ceased maneuvering, until a near miss from an Iron Fist turbo laser jolted him out of his surprise. Iron Fist's bow entered the darkness and disappeared. The blackness rolled across the ship's hull and swallowed Tengo Nur. All the stars disappeared, but he could still see Iron Fist's lights, still see the glows of fire from friendly and enemy starfighters. He shook off his apprehension and banked for another run at his colossal enemy.
Polearm 9 to Mon Ramonda? Something odd is going on here.
He heard nothing but the alarmed comm chatter of other pilots near him. Sensor data was strange. It showed new blips where none had been a moment ago. There were now 2 capital ships in his near vicinity. Iron Fist immediately to his stern, and something about a third of Iron Fist's size, still larger than any Imperial Star Destroyer, well below Zinj's flagship. In addition, there were 4 stationary objects arrayed in a square back the way he'd come, and 4 more, similarly arrayed, kilometers ahead along Iron Fist's outbound course. He looped around to get a look at the new capital ship.
Polearm 9 to Mon Ramonda, come in. I think Iron Fist has additional support up here.
Only static answered him. Zinj stayed on his comlink while his pilot did the work. His shuttle lifted off, moving smoothly out into the eerie darkness now surrounding Iron Fist, and headed off at a course perpendicular to the superstar destroyers.
Captain Vela, report.
30 seconds to hyperspace entry. I've transmitted the countdown to second death.
Second death, report.
Yes, Warlord. Our detonation is linked to the countdown. Countdown plus 2 seconds. We've already abandoned ship. Our crew is on the landing craft, and we've launched.
Well, get clear of here, or you'll be nothing but a dim memory and a pension bonus.
Zinj turned to his pilot.
That stands for us, too.
The taciturn pilot nodded and brought the shuttle up to speed. A few moments later, the stars returned as though they'd been switched back on by some cosmic being. Zinj checked his sensors. There was nothing behind him, no trace of Iron Fist, Second Death, or the starfighters battling around them.
No, 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 Solo said. She can't have jumped. We'd have seen the sensor signs of hyperspace entry.
The sensor officer offered him a face full of confusion.
No, sir, but she's gone. It's strange. Several minutes ago, we thought we detected a ship out there at that position. Her sensor echo wasn't anything we could identify, and she vanished almost immediately. Now Iron Fist goes out there and vanishes too. And all the starfighters on her, ours and theirs. We're not even getting comm traffic from them. We do have an odd visual.
Bring it up. The visual enhancer brought up a hologram of nothingness. A black square blotting out the stars directly ahead of Mon Ramonda, on the exact path Iron Fist took many kilometers ahead. 3 shuttles were outbound from the anomaly. Several Y-wings from Mon Ramonda approached it at cautious speeds.
What is that?
The sensor operator shook her head. It's not on any sensors but visual. It's not like anything I've ever seen.
Captain Velar stared out the forward viewport and tried to keep all emotion out of his face. It was hard. He had to focus all that energy on his task. He was a soldier. He always did his duty. This time his duty, as defined by the warlord, demanded that he be party to the murder of dozens of his own pilots.
"Captain," called the comm officer, "the starfighter group leader's asking if it's time to bring the ties in." "Tell him 1 minute," Velar said. "Then we'll open up the bay and transmit approach channels where they won't be chopped to pieces by our own batteries." "Yes, sir."
A moment later, another officer called, 10 seconds to hyperspace.
"Very well."
Velar closed his eyes. He would not bear the sight of the eyes of the bridge crew. They knew why all the pilots were being sacrificed, so Iron Fist would not be delayed in her jump to safety. So the intermixed wreckage of friendly and enemy starfighters would convince Han Solo that Iron Fist and her starfighter screen were destroyed. Tengo Nur brought his A-wing close to the misshapen capital ship. It was not illuminated and was firing no weapons. He switched on forward lights as he cruised over it. He saw an engine pod, a bridge pod, a long spar connecting them, and 3 kilometers of vehicle wreckage between bow and stern. One piece of wreckage was instantly recognizable, the triangular point of a Star Destroyer's bow. On it were painted the words Iron Fist. Apprehension seized him. Not fear for himself, but fear for his mission, his fleet's mission. He turned back toward Mon Ramonda and accelerated. Behind him, the utter blackness became pure, burning brightness. For a moment, as it swept forward across him, he thought he felt heat. As Solo and his bridge crew watched, flame gouted out from the center of the blackness, then spread to engulf it entirely. The approaching Y-wings veered away. Metal debris, brilliantly glowing, hurtled from the center of the explosion. In moments, the bright ball of explosive gas faded, and the blackness, too, was gone, the stars beyond it restored. The sensor operator blinked. "We had signs of a hyperspace entry just before the explosion, sir." "Find out," Solo said. "Find out if it was Iron Fist or that phantom ship."
"Yes, sir."
A moment later, the communications officer rocked back in his chair as if slapped. He turned to Solo. "Sir, I have a transmission from one of our Y-wings. The pilot thinks you ought to see this right away." "Put it up." The enhanced star field wavered. The stars changed, and much of the view was replaced by a tumbling piece of debris, an enormous triangle of metal trailing cables and metal spars. Portions of the debris still glowed from the heat of the explosion. Painted on the side of the triangle, rotating into and out of sight as the debris spun, were the words Iron Fist. Captain Anoma joined him. "That is her bow." "Yes." Solo let out a breath, and felt 5 months of pressure and frustration begin to leave him. If he could breathe like that for a while, expelling the nightmare of this command 1 lungful at a time, he could someday become a real human again. He moved back to his control chair and sat heavily. All across the bridge, officers began applauding, offering handshakes, exchanging embraces. "Come, let me address the fleet." "Ready, sir." "This is General Solo. Iron Fist is destroyed. We'll tell you more as we know more." He gestured for the comm officer to cease the transmission. "Sensors, communications, what about our pilots who were close to her?" The sensor officer shook her head.
"They were awfully near to the explosion. Unless they move under their own power, we won't be able to distinguish them from debris."
"I have a transmission from a Y pilot," the comm officer said. "He's injured, coming in on one engine. He was just emerging from the darkness field when Iron Fist blew. He was pretty disoriented while he was in the darkness field. He saw a second capital ship on sensors. It must have been the one that made hyperspace. He thinks most of our starfighters are gone, sir."
Solo closed his eyes. Maybe, just maybe, those were the last beings he would ever have to order to their deaths.
"Incoming message, sir, from one of those outbound shuttles. He says it's Warlord Zinj."
"Of course," Solo murmured. "He wouldn't stay aboard Iron Fist and let himself be blown up, not even if I asked him nicely." He raised his head. "Chewie, you took the last one. Come join me for this one." Chewbacca moved in to stand behind Solo. "Put it on," Solo said. Zinj's image against the background of a Lambda shuttle cockpit appeared both on Solo's private screen and as a holoprojection over the bridge's main viewport. There was no humor remaining to Zinj's expression. Sweat darkened parts of his white uniform. His mustachios drooped in what might have been, under other circumstances, a comical fashion. "I've signaled you to offer congratulations," the warlord said. His voice was low, pained. "You realize you have cost me very dearly." Han summoned up the energy to give him a mocking smile. "I don't have much to offer you in compensation. Maybe I could let you kiss my Wookiee." Chewbacca grumbled, a noise of dissent. The color rose in Zinj's face, and he spoke again. Words Solo did not know, each few syllables sounding different in character and pitch than the ones before. The rant went on for nearly a minute, and Solo was glad they routinely recorded bridge communications. He wanted one of the 3PO units to translate this multilingual composition of profanity for him. One blast of the Rhodian language he understood quite well. It described Han Solo's chemical composition in a fashion that would make any Rhodian's blood boil. Then Zinj sagged, all energy seemingly having fled him. "General," he said, "we will meet again." "I'm sure we will." Solo lost his smile. "Zinj, I'm not a rich man, not really an ambitious man. Maybe you should take that into account. It means that you can never cost me as much as I've cost you. Never." Zinj regarded him soberly for a moment. Then his holo-image faded. "Shuttles made the launch to hyperspace," reported the sensor operator. Solo nodded. Then he looked up at Chewbacca. "We got him. He's not dead, but his fleet is a shambles, and his financial empire is coming to pieces. He may never recover." Chewie rumbled a reply. "No, I never really would have asked you to kiss him." With the colors of hyperspace flowing past the forward viewport, sign of safety that was finally his, Zinj turned to his pilot. "What did you think of my performance?" The man looked at him blankly. "I suppose it was pretty good, sir?" "You obviously have no appreciation of the theater, dear boy. Oh, well, in a few minutes we'll rendezvous with Iron Fist and head on to Rancor Base, where you won't be called upon to provide artistic criticism you're not qualified to offer." He heaved a sigh. 18. Dr. Gast lay on her bed in the tiny chamber that was her cell, bored, and watched the same holodrama for the third time in as many days. It was called High Winds, and told the story of performing wirewalkers, madmen who stretched fibro ropes between the skyscrapers of Coruscant and then tried to walk across for the entertainment of others. It was a tragedy, of course. Any such account made by imperial holomakers of such non-traditional and independent behavior always ended in sadness and death.
There was a murmur of voices from outside, her guard talking to someone, and then there was a knock at her door. She paused the holo. Actor Tetran Cowell froze in mid-slip, his plunge to death delayed for a few moments, his expression wide-eyed and hopeless.
"Come in," she said.
Noara Venn entered, stared at her impassively.
"You'll launch tomorrow in the shuttle Nara for Coruscant. Nobody wants you to arrive with Solo's fleet."
He tossed a packet tied together with cord at her feet.
"Your new identity," he said. "Maharg Chulis, home decorator from Alderaan. It will stand up to any scrutiny, New Republic or Imperial."
She didn't reach for the packet.
"That's an ugly name. To accompany an ugly spirit. And my money?" "I'll give you one more chance on the money. Tell me you don't want it, that you're donating it back to the New Republic cause to save lives. That could be your very first step in returning from what you've become." "I'll take the money, thanks." "As you wish. I won't ever again try to protect you from yourself."
He offered her a toothy smile.
"We have to send out a holocom request for your money. How would you prefer your credits, New Republic or Imperial?" "Imperial, of course. What did you think?" "Imperial it is. As soon as they arrive, you'll be off to Coruscant. I need a bodyguard. I'll be carrying 500,000 credits. It wouldn't do to let me be robbed. That would reflect badly on your New Republic."
The Twi'lek nodded.
"You're absolutely right. I'll be your bodyguard until we get to Coruscant. Once we're there, you can hire one to your liking and book your own passage to whatever world you like." "Well, I suppose you'll do."
Venn took a step back and shut the door. Gast grabbed the identity packet, plucking the string free, and examined the documents, shoving the data cards in her terminal one by one. An identity card, a falsified personal history, born on Alderaan, a traveler among Outer Rim worlds since her home planet's destruction 8 years before, a permit permitting her to carry a large sum of money, up to 500,000 New Republic credits or the equivalent, membership in various decorators' guilds, Imperial, New Republic, various unaligned planets. She sat back, satisfied. 1 or 2 more days, and she'd be rid of Zinj, rid of the rebels, rid of this whole business forever. Wedge looked over the fighter pilots of Mon Ramonda. The rogues and wraiths were present in nearly full strength. He had lost only 1 pilot from those squadrons yesterday, and had lost her only temporarily. The few survivors from Polearm and Nova squadrons, pilots who had been knocked out of battle minutes before Iron Fist detonated, were also present. This was the last time the 4 squadrons were ever likely to be assembled this way. The pilots stared at him, their expressions tired, solemn, battered, triumphant. In spite of the high casualty toll, it had been a successful engagement. Iron Fist was gone. "We'll start with pilot updates," he said. "Sadly, all the Nova and Polearm pilots missing at the site of Iron Fist's last stand remain listed as missing in action and presumed dead. But our injured rogue, Asser Salar, is out of danger, and the medics say she will suffer no permanent effects of her exposure. Most of the rogues and wraiths received a communication from an unknown craft as we were departing Selkaran. It turned out to be a lengthy message and data package from Lara Notzel, recorded before her death. It included many details about Zinj's brainwashing project that should allow intelligence to dismantle Zinj's operation on Coruscant. We probably won't have to worry again about the kind of circumstances that led to the deaths of Tal Dira and Nuaro Tualan.
He spared a glance at Horn and Tyria. Both had been sobered by the mention of the pilots they'd been forced to kill, but Wedge could see no uncertainty in their expressions. Horn had always known whom to blame for his squadmate's death. Tyria had apparently begun to understand the same thing.
Many commendations will be resulting from our recent actions,
Wedge continued.
We'll get to them later. I think I first ought to let you know that Fleet Command and Starfighter Command seem to be in agreement that you all have seen enough carrier duty for a while. Squadron transfers are in order, and will be coming through in the next day or two. Rogue Squadron can expect to see some planet-based duty, at least for a while. Polearm and Nova Squadrons will be returning to Coruscant so they can be rebuilt.
Face's hand shot up. And the Wraiths were still on Monramanda?
Not exactly. For you, I have good news, bad news, and news you'll have to interpret for yourselves. Face, I'm obliged to inform you that your captaincy has stuck. It's Captain Lauren from now on.
The pilots closest to Face treated him to backslaps. Dia tickled him, causing him to shy away from her until he could pin her hands. He turned back to Wedge, his expression serious. And the good news?
The bad news is that as of today, Wraith Squadron has been decommissioned as an X-Wing unit.
Face released Dia's hands and dropped back in his seat, looking as stunned as if Kel had just side-kicked him in the head.
What, sir?
Wedge heard intakes of breath from several pilots, not just from Wraiths.
It's not quite what it sounds like. It seems you've done too good a job, accomplishing a broad set of objectives, few of which have anything to do with the perceived strengths of an X-Wing unit. You've made quite an impression on General Kraken, the head of intelligence. As of now, Wraith Squadron has been recommissioned as an intelligence unit. Commandos, insurgents, pilots, it will do whatever the situation warrants, with, unfortunately, less celebrity than even the little an X-Wing unit typically receives.
He offered them an expression of apology.
Obviously, the government won't just yank you out of Starfighter Command and give you, like presents, to another branch of the service. But all you have to do is say yes, and your transfer to the new Wraith Squadron will be accepted instantly, and with thanks. General Kraken offers his personal wishes that you do accept transfer, and that you stay together as a team.
I'm coming back to Rogue Squadron, said Jansen. That was the deal. Wedge smiled at him.
Wes, the Wraiths don't want you anyway.
That's right, Elisar said. You're unlucky.
Dia said,
I hate how serious he is all the time.
Runt said,
We don't like the way he chews his food.
Shala said,
But we'll miss his rear end.
Jansen grinned as he took it, and accepted handshakes from the Wraiths and Rogues around him.
Those Wraiths who do not intend to accept General Kraken's offer can tell me more privately than Wes here, Wedge said. And regardless of where you choose to go, drop by the pilot's lounge this evening for one last drink together. You can celebrate where you've been and where you're going. Now for those commendations. Flight Officer Dorset Conair, step forward.
Face leaned against the pilot lounge bar and felt the brandy ease its way down his throat, warming him from within. There was also warmth from without. The lounge was filled with pilots and friends, and tonight with the mechanics, other technical staffers, and astromechs that had supported the starfighter squadrons. The heat of so many bodies raised the temperature in the lounge to a level no Mon Calamari would want to bear for long. It was the end. Tomorrow his profession would be different, and his surroundings would be changed, and so much of what he'd known for so long would be left behind.
"How is the voting running?" Wedge asked him.
"We'll be staying together," Face said. "Not everybody has talked to me yet, but most of the wraiths will be intelligence wraiths tomorrow."
Wedge nodded. "I think that's the right choice. I thought the New Republic needed a unit like the Wraiths. Now others have bought in as well."
"Does that mean Admiral Akbar has let you off the hook? You don't have to accept the generalship?"
Wedge smiled. "I had a congratulatory message from him this morning." "Even I wanted you to win," he said. "How could I vote against a starfighter unit proving its worth?"
"Good point." Donos moved through the crowd to stand before them. He extended his hand to Face. Face took it. "You already congratulated me." "And now I'm leaving you." "Staying with Starfighter Command?" "Yes. Flying is what I want to do." Donos gave a helpless shrug. Face grinned. "And staying with X-Wings, too?" "I hope so. I put in my request for transfer to any X-Wing unit with openings."
"Ah," Wedge said, "I forgot to mention. Your approval for transfer came in earlier today. You have a new unit."
"Really? Which one?"
"Rogue Squadron."
Donos took a half step back. "You're kidding."
No. Wedge shook his head. "Kidding sounds like this. The next candidate's name is Ketch, and he's an Ewok. See the difference?"
Donos's mouth worked for a moment. Finally he said, "Thank you, sir."
"You're welcome. Go talk to your new squad mates. Maybe you could manage to be a little less distant with them than you were with the old ones."
Donos managed to smile. "Yes, I guess I could use the practice." The descent to Coruscant's surface was uneventful, but Dr. Gast, seeing the former Imperial throne world for the first time in years, was thrilled by every moment, by every glimpse the shuttle's viewports afforded her of the world's soaring buildings and rain-filled skies. Noara Ven, beside her, far too close for her peace of mind, but that too would soon change, obviously did not share her enthusiasm for the world's attractions. He sat ignoring her, stonily facing forward throughout the landing, and that too gave her a little thrill of victory. To discommode the subhuman who had offered her so much grief was simply lovely. An hour later, she and the Twi'lek neared the head of the customs entry line. It was one of many such lines in a cavernous hall that was broken, maze-like, by transparasteel barriers designed to keep arrivals from entering Coruscant unexamined and untaxed. "Where do you go from here?" Ven asked her. "I'm not fool enough to tell you," she said. "You can be sure it's somewhere well away from rebel space. Somewhere far from bad-smelling, bad-tempered Twi'leks. Somewhere orderly, where the cutting image of medical research is admired and respected." Ven nodded sagely. "Well, then, I know exactly where you're going." "No, you don't." "I bet you 500,000 credits I can name the planet." She offered him a scowl. Then the man ahead of her in line moved past the customs station. She swung her 2 bags atop the examination table. The customs worker, an aging human man, quickly ran a scanner across her bags, then opened the first and probed through the few garments and personal possessions that made up most of what she retained of her former life. Then he opened her other bag and froze. He looked up at her, astonishment in his eyes. "What's this?" "Money." She handed him a data card. "Here's my financial record. It constitutes authorization to travel with a large sum such as this." It's not the sum. His look suggested that she was a victim of sun madness. These are Imperial credits. Yes, of course. And bringing them into Coruscant is an act of smuggling. His hand shoved the currency around in her bag. Noara Ven leaned in close. Actually, by Coruscant law, bringing in that many Imperial credits can only be for purposes of sedition. That's a far more serious charge than merely smuggling. You'll be spending at least a lifetime in prison on Coruscant. The customs official snapped his fingers and waved. Security officers approached. Gast turned on Ven. You set me up. He looked down at her impassively. No, I let you do exactly as you wanted. I also saved your life. I'd say I've treated you rather well. She spat at him. A gooey mass hit his cheek and clung there. He brought out a handkerchief of fine cloth, wiped the sputum away, and discarded it as though the substance were poison, ruining the cloth forevermore. Then strong hands gripped Dr. Gast's arms, and she was yanked away. Han Solo and Wedge Antilles sat in the cockpit of the Millennium Falsehood, their feet up on the control boards. All lights in the ship and the bay were off, including the strip around the MagCon field, so they had an unimpeded view of the colorful swirl of hyperspace beyond.
"What are you going to do with her?"
Wedge asked. Solo stirred, his train of thought broken.
"Do with who?" "With the falsehood."
Well, technically, I can't do anything with her, Solo said.
She belongs to the New Republic. But if they listen to me, which they will, I'll recommend they put her up in a museum as a near replica of the Falcon. That way nobody's ever likely to bother me any more about donating the old girl.
Which old girl?
You know what I mean.
The comm unit crackled into life, startling both men.
"Bridge to General Solo."
Solo thumbed the system to two-way transmission.
"Solo here." "Communications here, sir. We have a situation."
"Go ahead."
"A while back you ordered my station to run all incoming messages through a voice analysis program, so you could be notified immediately if Lara Notzel contacted you again."
"That's right."
"No one thought to end the program after her death. Well, just before we made our last jump, we received a recorded message. Let me patch it through to you, sir."
"Hold on." Solo activated the bridge lights and powered up the Falsehood's cockpit terminal screen.
"Ready to receive."
The terminal glowed into life. A data screen popped up, announcing the details of the message's origin and route before arriving on Mon Ramonda. Its origin was Corellia. It was originally transmitted 1 day before. Its intended recipient was Min Donos, New Republic Starfighter Command. The data shrank and moved over into the left margin to be replaced by a full holo message. The woman it showed had long red hair artfully draped in a braid over her shoulder. She was rather delicate of features, with an uncertain smile on her lips. "Hello, Min," she said. "It's been a while since we've seen one another." Solo and Wedge looked at one another.
"That's Lara Notzel,"
Solo said. Wedge glanced over at the data stream.
"No, it's someone named Kearney Slane."
"You're not even surprised." Solo glared at him, suspicion on his face. "I'm back on Corellia now," the redhead said, "after a few years of knocking around the galaxy."
"Years?" Solo asked. "More like a few days." "Pretty good Corellian accent," Wedge said.
"I don't believe this," Solo said. And I know after the way we parted company, you may not want to see me again. But I had to find out if there was any sort of chance for us. I think I'm finally ready and able to give it a try again." There was hope in the woman's expression and acceptance. "I'll be here at the address given in the message header for the next few weeks. I'm trying to drum up traffic for my new shuttle business. I have a ship, a Sentinel-class landing craft I obtained used. I have a co-pilot you'll really need to meet, and an astromech you already know. Contact me, visit me, do whatever you feel you have to. I'll accept whatever you decide." The screen faded.
"Stand by, communications."
Solo shut off the cockpit microphone and gave Wedge an accusing look.
"You said when you overflew her X-Wing that you saw no sign she'd ejected." "That's right."
Wedge stretched lazily.
"There was no automated comm signal indicating an ejection. Of course, that could have been damaged in combat, or she could have disabled it." Sure. Anyway, as the X-Wing was rolling over and sinking as I flew over her, I couldn't see whether the pilot's chair was still in there." Commander Square Corners himself, showing a streak of duplicity. Lying by omission. I can't believe it. "Maybe, ultimately, I believe in happy endings," Wedge said. "I can hope for them, anyway. Besides, with Wraith Squadron on one side of me and Han Solo on the other, how can I keep from being infected with duplicity?" "Good point," Solo considered. "She could come back. What she did as an Imperial agent is nothing compared to what she did for us."
Wedge shook his head.
"I think the way you do, but the law doesn't. In her false identity, she swore an oath to the New Republic, then transmitted classified data to the Empire during a time of war. That's treason. The only legal outcome for her would be the death sentence, regardless of what she did for us. Regardless of the fact that she's not remotely the same person who served the Empire and Admiral Trigget." "You're right."
Solo reactivated the comm unit.
"Communications, you have a false reading. The sender's vocal similarity to Lara Notzel is a coincidence. She's dead. Understood?" "Sir, our correlation is something like 99.997. Tell you what, I'll send Chewbacca up there and have him explain to you what I just said." "No, sir, not necessary. I understand." "Forward the message to Lieutenant Donos, and then erase all other ships' copies of the message. Nothing goes into archives. Understood?" "Fully, sir." "Solo out." He rose. "Come on, we've got an hour before arrival at Coruscant. I'll buy you a drink." "I'll let you."
As they walked down the Falsehood's loading ramp, Solo threw an arm over Wedge's shoulders.
"Corellian to Corellian, you know what the great thing about being a general is?" "No, what?" "In lots of circumstances, you can pretty much do whatever you want."
With his free hand, Solo reached over and gave Wedge's hair a thorough mussing.
Wedge batted his hand away. "Hey, stop it." "No, I don't have to." "Hey, you should try this general thing. You'd like it." "I don't think so." "I'm going to send a message to Akbar and tell him just what a natural you are for that rank." "General, I'm warning you."
The story of Han Solo and Warlord Zinj continues in The Courtship of Princess Leia by Dave Wolverton. End of Star Wars X-Wing Books 7 through 8 by Aaron Alston and Michael A. Stackpole. AARON ALLSTON